Good morning, everybody. Hello, welcome to the stream. So, it is launch day, guys. We are just under 4 hours away from basically a big bloody rocket going off, hopefully. I see in the chat we have our usual hello. Delayed by 4 hours. Well, at the moment, it looks like it's going off at its usual time. They have closed the road, and we've heard. I've been watching for about an hour now. I've just been to the shop, stuff like that, get some snacks. But yeah, so by the looks of it, as we can see, just down below, we have tank farm activity already. So the tank farm is spurling up, and we are ready to at least start filling the booster in about, I think they said, so it's going to be about another 2 hours, I believe. I think it was T-minus 2 hours they will actually start filling up the booster. So yeah, we are going to just be watching the NASA space flight live stream, and then closer to the time I have, oh wow, okay, they're just talking about their multi-view that they have. So I was actually going to say I've got something very similar, but I need to set up all my other screens first. So yeah, it is currently 10:07 in the UK. And it is, what time is it there? It's like 4 a.m., something like that. So yeah, it's it's quite early for the US, but hey, for once we have a decent time for a launch in the UK, and you know, I'm off work, and if it goes off today, I will be very happy. If it goes off tomorrow, I won't be so happy because I'm meant to be going to London tomorrow, so I'd have to cancel my plans. But if it goes off Wednesday will be okay. Now 4:20, this is the big one, because Elon did joke about it on Twitter, and everyone's kind of like, is he really going to push it back? Sorry guys, I'm going to yawn for a little bit because I've only been up an hour and a half. So I'm quite tired still. I have got snacks, drinks, I've got everything. I'm going to order takeaway later, just before the launch. So I'm refreshed and ready to go. But yeah, this should be an interesting launch. Yeah, let's chuck on their audio and we'll see what they're chatting about. I need to turn my audio up first. Right, let's put their audio down a little bit. There we go.
Oriskany. I stood on the deck 148 feet down and saw the concrete heart memorial. My dive buddy
wow, that's quite cool.
On her.
Well, I'm going to quickly
Wow,
that is amazing.
Just check.
Oriskany is within dive limits, so that is an excellent target for divers. It's very cool to hear that you've made it down there. Yeah, that's amazing that you're allowed to go down there.
That's really cool. Thanks for sharing that, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's see, Chad becoming a Capcom member. I'm just gonna do a couple more of these so we don't get too far behind. We're, you know, if we don't keep up on these, we're gonna just start drowning in them. So, maybe poor choice of metaphor there. Aiden, red team member. Let's see.
Let's get La Podre up and running as well.
Jane, red team. We got Kilgus becoming a pad rat. So many members. Thank you, everybody. David, red team.
Actually, is Everyday Astronaut
all right, next question.
When's
Mr.
his
Pippets
live?
Is asking, does 9 and 26, that's booster 9 and chip 26.
Oh, he's going live 12 o'clock.
Could we see a second flight next month already? The answer to that is yes.
Damn.
They have to go through a lot of testing, but assuming the pad isn't nuked, we could see a flight next month already. That's what I think. Sawyer, what do you think?
I think that's going to be the biggest thing is how far along this gets in the flight. Obviously, if anything with stage 0 is damaged, then you're talking probably months on end here waiting for that. But the other interesting thing is going to be, how far do we get into flight and what, if anything, fails on it?
Adverts.
So
I
what
hate
do
adverts.
they realize, okay, now maybe there's an issue with these particular Raptors, so we'll have to swap them out. That may take a little longer. A slight design change, something like that. I mean, we already know there's hundreds of improvements between 7 and 24 and 9 and 26. But again, depending on what fails, it could be, I say, earliest 2 months. Could be as long as before, by the end of the year. But I'm hoping sooner than later.
Hoping. Let's see here.
Hot diggity
What else
dog.
do we
Right.
have? Oh, let's look at the traffic again. What's going on with the traffic at Isla Blanca Park and on South Padre Island?
Yeah, well, consulting our live cameras, it looks like it's busy but flowing. So,
Damn.
Isla Blanca Park did
I
open
wish I was
today,
there
so obviously they
to see this.
influx then.
Like,
they do not have
I almost considered buying a plane ticket and going over
seen before. I would not
to
be surprised if
Texas.
Traffic's died down a little bit. However, that's probably only temporary.
But
as more and more
it was going to be a
people
lot of money.
Isla Blanca Park will eventually fill up, and people have to start going elsewhere. So again, if you've not left yet, I would highly recommend leaving. If you're going to South Padre Island.
Hot diggity
If you haven't
dog.
left already, please God, leave now.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. Launch traffic is no joke, as we have discussed.
Well, we already did the traffic report, so while we're at it, why don't we toss to weather? And
Oh,
here's
nice.
Sawyer with the weather.
Here's Sawyer with the
again,
weather.
The weather constraints for launch are looking pretty good at the moment. The concern
Right,
has been the upper level winds.
I'm
and
trying to get
wind
a
shear
decent
as it gets higher up
camera
into the
from the
flight, but
Padre.
as of right now, at least on the ground, things are looking pretty good. There is your weather at the moment right now. About 64 degrees Fahrenheit, 18 Celsius, light breeze with some stronger gusts up to about 18 miles an hour or 30 knots, or 30 kilometers per hour. And very, very humid. I'm sure Jack can attest to that. And now here's Jack with a story about puppies.
So, one time when I was a kid, my dog had like 13 puppies in one litter. We had so many Alright, that's my story about
Damn.
puppies.
There we go.
So,
In the field with traffic, not in the field. Back to Ian in a student lounge building. I'm looking at traffic on Google Maps right now, and it's hilarious because you can actively see where both roadblocks are. I assume like the sheriff's cars and anyone else parked at the roadblocks is contributing. It says there's
going too
traffic
far.
right at the Ad Astra School, as well as right at the entrance to Boca Chica Boulevard. Now, anyway, back at South Padre Island, we talked about earlier the bridge might get filled up. The bridge traffic is now reaching the bridge, so the southern end
There
of
we
South
go.
Padre
So,
Island is becoming a bit of a
I just
nightmare
need to now
traffic-wise,
get
and it is now
another
extending to the bridge. So
Chrome tab
be careful
open.
out there, everyone. Be sure to follow
I'm
all
glad I've got
traffic
lots
laws
of
and do not drive distracted.
RAM on this
Back to
computer.
Jack.
Right, what have I
Let's see
got?
here. We
I
got
got
Eric in,
I got
in the
60
chat saying, "Hey Jack, is it gonna fly today?" Which
4?
is amazing
Oh,
because
32.
they used to do that every
I can't
single
even remember
time
now.
with the Starship Test flight.
But I got a
People would
lot,
ask you that all the time,
basically.
"Is it gonna fly today?" That's hilarious.
Right.
That's a good throwback. What's up, Eric? Yozon Games, thank you for the support. You say in the future, will the chopsticks move
Right,
faster?
so T
So we
minus
did just see the
45.
chopsticks open up and
Oh,
move
wow.
a little bit
Okay,
on the
these
tower.
two
They're
are
basically
perfectly
launch
in sync.
configuration now. In the future, will they
That's
move
awesome.
faster?
Right,
That's a good
I
question.
need to
I'm not
just
sure.
now
I mean, I think
find.
they probably move plenty fast as it is, but I mean, if they started moving faster,
Oh, no,
someday, I
no,
wouldn't
that's-
necessarily
oh.
be shocked. I don't know. What do you think, Sawyer?
I don't know why I just
No,
pressed
Ian, go for
that's
it.
alive.
I was just
Sorry,
saying real
sorry.
quick, if you think about it, there's really no need for them to. Unless something rapidly changes, we know that they are not going to rapidly swing shut to catch the booster. They will be
Right, what's this one
open
saying?
very, very slightly just to let the booster pass through.
Hello.
and very quickly swing shut.
Hello, Mr.
There's no
Rich.
need for them to
How
move
are
quickly
we?
up and down the
Nice
tower
to
or
see
move
ya.
quickly opening and
Right,
closing, so I don't
what
see
are
that
we?
happening. Sawyer,
So it's
I was
4:14
exactly
in
what
the
I was gonna say
morning.
is, it's
Damn.
3 hours 45 minutes until launch, and they're working on opening and the chopsticks are now
Right.
open, so they're open plenty early. I think as the launch cadence goes up, maybe you'll see.
Right, so
I'll
now
have to see what the
we
speed
should be
is
able to
once they
go
eventually start catching
like
boosters
this.
Down the line,
Let's
but
have a look.
for today's flight and for
There we go, guys. We have a multi-view.
There's no real need to get 'em that much
So we can put every single screen that I have onto this. and I'm here available like this.
Let's see here.
We will actually have a second camera eventually once my battery charges.
Darman is asking, why did SpaceX ditch
But yeah,
the
we
active
have-
liquid cooling concept in
we have
favor
this
of
one.
windshield tiles?
You tired? How can you be tired?
Do we know why they did that?
Even I've been up early.
Yeah, it was mainly.
But yeah, so we have me in the
probably
office. There we go.
location. I
Hi.
don't know an exact,
And
we
we have this one.
SpaceX is not, purely open. On the
Actually, I
development
need
process.
to.
But in my mind, it likely comes down to.
Oh, typical. I've got to go back to this one.
For those who
Right.
aren't aware, SpaceX did plan to do active
Just-
liquid cooling. It's specifically called
Just
transpiration cooling.
copy,
Where they would pump a little bit of methane
and then go
out
into
very, very
here,
tiny holes
and then
around
we're
the,
gonna go paste duplicate.
windward side of
There we
Starship to
go.
protect it during re-entry.
So we have chat in the
Having
bottom
a
as well.
native layer of methane there to catch the heat and then
But
be
yeah,
shot away from the ship.
we are
They
ready,
got rid of that
ready to
complexity,
go.
And the
Now,
complexity of that
I
system
have
versus
brought
this
an
relative simplicity
headphone
of
extension,
tiles.
so
that's
during the stream,
my
I can get
likely
up,
bet
walk
as to
around,
what they did there.
have a bit of a,
Yeah, my thought along
chill.
the lines of that is, hey,
But I
take
think I'm
fuel,
gonna go get
the
my
leaky
breakfast
methane
from the
is usually not
from the
best
fridge
thing, and C,
in
anyone
a
who's had
second.
liquid-cooled computer that leaks, yeah.
Yikes.
Yikes! Yeah, we are just ready for this.
Although if anyone is cooling their computer with liquid methane, stop using that computer right now. Burn it.
Don't
Fix
don't
it.
do it near a flare stack.
I was about to say,
That's-
no
Yeah,
smoke
that-
nearby.
Yes.
That would be crazy. A liquid
let's see
methane.
here.
But yeah,
Viewers
it
ask,
is
what light
huge.
pollution
It
from
it is
Starbase? It looks like a
absolutely
colored wire. Did
massive.
village residents notice
Like the
much? I can't
tower
speak
is
for the village residents, but,
149
tower
meters tall.
flashing bright is bright.
So
for lack of a better
that
word.
is
I
the
wouldn't
length
really
of
call it light.
the
It's not really light
actual
pollution the same way
rocket.
like the city has
So
experienced
from the
light
top of
pollution.
that little
Like,
base
if
there,
I look up right now,
over to
I
there.
see a lot of stars. So there is that.
it is
which is really nice.
mental, mentally
Love that.
huge.
Nothing better than
Like,
a nice
It
bright
is the
starry
world's
sky.
most powerful. Oh,
Yeah.
is that
You can't beat it. And my favorite is when I'm out there at the Cape and
Was that
you
a-
look around you and it's just
what the hell was
dark
that?
skies, beautiful, clear.
Is that a
always
bird?
hear the stars,
Oh, no,
you
there's
slowly
a-
turn 180 and
um,
bathed in lights and beauty.
Yeah,
It's
come here, come here, come here, come here.
something that's going to
There's like a helicopter or a plane.
It doesn't get much cooler
going-
than that,
if the
although
bottom
there is
left-hand
concern of,
corner,
sea turtles
just
in it,
going
so
out of
light may not
view.
be as bright, but still.
Yeah, and as an
Oh, no,
astronomer myself,
it's
I will
coming back
highly
around.
recommend if anyone here has not been to a dark sky site, so somewhere where there is absolutely no light pollution, if not a tiny, tiny, tiny amount of light pollution, you absolutely
I've
need it.
seen
It is genuinely
in
life-changing. Anyway, quick little
the
tip there.
launchman is less
Quickly
than
jumping into some
Falcon.
super chats here. We have
Yes.
plenty piling up. Thank you
Yes,
very much to everyone for
so
your support.
They are
For
basically
everyone here
trying
asking
to
the question,
make
thanks as
this
always, NSF.
like.
Question, how
I
am
think
able to
Elon
use
stated he
temperature
wants
correction
one to
systems
launch
for
every
heavy
hour.
metals in long-duration
Like,
missions such as lunar missions?
I think
Any
Falcon
results
9. I
you
think the
can share,
fastest
any insight on
turnaround
how they're planning
was
to
like
keep
a
the
week
propellers
or
very
so, a
cold
few
for long-duration
days.
missions?
That's
I
a
think
really
that
good
was-
question. I mean, yeah, the
I can't quite
that's the
remember,
whole
but
point of
yeah,
getting these things
it's
so
gonna be
cold is to
mental,
have that
right.
extra oomph from them. So you've got obviously the subcoolers that help get things to the right temperature on the ground, loaded
So
into the
my
vehicle, and then basically the
multicam
way
on the
that
right-hand
tanks are
side is
designed,
actually
they are
behind.
able to maintain that cold
But
temperature.
there's
Think
nothing
about
I
it,
can
you've got
do
all of
for
these
that one.
cold liquids in a cold tank. So it is
Yeah,
going to
no, it's
stay
gonna be
frosty and essentially
like,
use itself
if
to kind
if
of
they make this
start
work, because like
insulating.
people
So
said about the
it's,
Falcon 9,
it will
they said
typically
the
be able to
Falcon
stay
9 won't
that way
work.
in orbit as
I
well,
mean,
because
pretty
of,
much everyone sort of hates on Elon and they say, oh, things ain't gonna work. Yes,
All right, with that,
they're
I'm going
mad,
to jump
absolutely
off and grab
mad for
myself
trying
some
these
fuel.
things.
But
But you know, they just seem to be able to do it.
And taking over as host. I
Right,
am going to
where
get some
is
rest and
my
set up
iPhone
some
holder?
cameras and get some caffeine for
Launch
my brain.
at 6:30 p.m.
Jack,
East.
stay safe, stay awake out there, and get yourself a little
Uh,
bit of rest before.
As far as I'm aware, it hasn't been delayed.
Oh my God.
Caffeine.
Good
3
luck.
hours, 39 minutes. to
It
go.
was
3 hours,
7
39 minutes to go.
a.m.
That seems unreal.
7 a.m.
Counting.
East.
Counting.
Is it Eastern?
Yes,
No,
it's so
Central.
crazy, but anyway, have fun out there, Jack. Good
Central
luck.
time?
If we don't talk to you again, you're
Yeah,
gonna be
Central
awake on
time.
cameras.
I mean, I'm
Oh, I think
actually
you'll talk to me again. It's just
just
I
gonna
need to-
check
I need to refresh a little bit.
SpaceX's,
I don't want to drag down the stream with my sleeping
Twitter.
voice, so I will talk
I'm
to you
pretty
guys more
sure
in a little bit.
it hasn't
Bye.
been delayed.
Good. See you,
Bye.
Jack.
Oh
We have a
wow,
bunch of new members coming in here, people taking advantage of the many members perks that we
that
have
is
here
cool.
and showing a great amount
Right.
of generous support to us. So we have a few Capcom members
So-
coming here. Anthony Palucci Jr., thank you very much.
I'm
Arcade
trying to
Free has also
find-
become a Capcom member. As well as Joseph Abbott, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We also have a few people taking advantage of
Here we
the
go. So
Red
8
Team,
hours ago,
the
T
Red
minus
Team
12
we've been
hours.
before.
Oh,
This
okay.
will give you access to our multi-view function.
It's
So you can
8.
see 27
I think it's been delayed 1 hour. Because it says here, 15 hours ago, it was Starship's flight test window opens at 7 a.m. Okay, that's why it's now 4 hours, not 3 hours. Okay, I'm up to date now. So, it said 8 hours ago, SpaceX, T minus 12 hours until the test flight, targeting 8 a.m. Central Time.
Thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well. Paul
So,
Jones, Dennis W. Wes
yeah, it's
Hunter,
8.
Victoria Aberdeen
I'm
has
tr-
also
I'm trying
become
to
a
work
Red Team
out
member, so thank
the
you very
UK
much to all
time.
of you. TRGLN, thank you for
I
being a Red
am
Team member as
Central
well, along with the Random Tube.
to UK time. Here we go.
Thank you.
2
all for
o'clock.
becoming
So it's now moved to 2 o'clock for the UK.
So thank you to all of our new
So
members.
in
I hope that you enjoy the perks that come along with
India,
the
it
membership.
would be.
We also have a store message here. Again, a great way to show support for the live stream here and to help us do the work that we do and pay for all the data on these 27 cameras.
Yeah,
available on the Red Team multi
oh,
is
how would
through
it
the
be
store.
half
So there's a message
past?
here from Frode
I
saying,
don't
"Very
get that.
excited to
It's
launch attempt today."
done.
And they were all watching the live stream.
Oh,
which at
oh,
that
oh,
point was
I've
at
just hit my
4
headphones.
hours. So thank you for the support there, Frode.
So,
We hope you enjoy everything that you got there from the store.
okay, does
Hopping back real quick into the questions.
India
Sawyer, we have a good one
time-
here from Isaac, talking about the
wow?
exhaust.
Okay,
So,
that's.
if I recall
I never
correctly,
knew
we
that
didn't
actually,
really
that
hear
there
one
was
much.
Not in person,
It
but
changed
I was commentating during it.
to a half past.
Gotcha. So
the
you
hour.
do recall what Terran 1's
Wow,
exhaust looked
okay.
like, and that was methane. So Isaac here is asking,
Well,
will the exhaust
6:30.
here be
That
heavy
see,
blue
that's a
or
nice
orange?
time.
They're saying it should be blue because methane, but the static fires have seemed to be orange. Any insight there?
Yeah,
Sawyer?
that seems like a nice
Yeah,
time.
so it will
like,
start off.
I would have finished
looking a
work
bit
by then.
more orange as it ignites and fires up, but
Oh,
once you start
okay.
to see lift off, we should see a lot more of that bluish color. And in fact, it was quite interesting if you look at
okay,
any of the
cool.
screenshots from Terran 1, which was methane, was Methalox fueled. You see that it kind of started off orange, got a little bit blue, and then got really blue the further it
There
got
are
into
so
the
many
flight. So
lovely
it
photos.
looks orange during the test fires.
of
that's the
Starship.
ignition. Once you see the exhaust stream coming back, we should get a blue.
I'm gonna make
launch.
popcorn. Yeah, no, it's gonna be
Price of
awesome.
buckets of purple out
Um,
there. And speaking of purple exhaust,
Yeah,
there are
thanks,
massive
Rich.
spaceflight, orbital
I didn't know it
flight
was
available
like a
on the
half
floor.
hour.
There is some beautiful
I always
purple
knew
exhaust
time
here.
codes were like
So
an
I'm
hour.
hanging on my bulletin
I
board
didn't
right over
know
here.
5.5
Beautiful
hours. That's quite
so
cool, though.
Head to shop.nasaspace.com. Pick yourself
Yeah,
up
definitely
an orbital test
grab some
package.
popcorn and come and
Yeah,
watch with
they
us
are
back
beautiful,
then.
I have to say.
I'm
They
just
have to redo the
sitting
intro
here.
where they go,
I'm
"It's
gonna
orange."
watch it
No,
and
it's
wait.
blue.
There is
Awesome.
a
Thanks for the question,
helicopter.
Isaac. Now hopping over to
I think that's a helicopter or a plane.
Let's see. Who do we got here? Kareem here asking why keep two people in the gateway. So we're talking about the Artemis program we discussed earlier. Since Starship is so much bigger, is this just for safety or
Right.
for life support operations? And Kareem, I believe that's actually just
I am gonna quickly go
to
and
keep a bit of
grab
redundancy, keep
my
people on
food,
the gateway for communications and things
which
like that.
is literally just in
Orion
the.
staff, in case any issues happen on gateway or on Orion, to get people very
I think I can
quickly
actually
to
walk to it now
Just
with my
imagine
headphone
how
extender.
terrifying it would be to be on the lunar surface.
Yeah, I
and if an
can.
issue
Think of
happens
that.
with
That's
Orion,
good.
that's your ride
Right.
home. So you want to have some people up there at all times to do maintenance if necessary, but also to do some science. Gateway is a mini.
So I've been to Tesco, our local shop,
Many science.
and
experiments up there at
I've
all
grabbed
times.
myself
You can do some
lovely
challenge
tomato and
runs,
cheese
things
pasta.
like that. There's a lot to do
Even
on
though
Gateway.
I could
It's
have
not
probably
just
made
what
it
we're
myself,
talking
but
about.
hey.
It will be a full-fledged space station.
And that's another reason actually you mentioned there.
And
the,
do you know
docking
what?
hub is in the
When
event
I
that
laid the
something
floor
goes
in this
wrong with
shed,
the rendezvous and docking, you have someone
I
on the station
ran
side
out of the
that can
thicker
help troubleshoot,
floorboards.
and as you mentioned, you've got Ryan,
So I've got a
where
little lip
it's
exactly
kinda like
where
what
I'm
they did
sitting.
for,
It's
the Apollo
really
program.
annoying.
They had someone hanging out still in the command service module, and then the crew on the
There we
surface
go.
would rendezvous up with it later. So it's
So,
Apollo
food
X,
bit of
and
number
It is
one.
important to clarify that
How
as
many
of now,
times am I
the
going to
plan
eat during
would be
the
not to have it like the ISS,
during
where
the
it is
actual
3
stream?
constant
God, I'm going to be eating
There
lots
will
of
be
food.
kind of short stints of crews that go
Right,
up there for
I'm
about 30 days
gonna
or so, and
start a
then
poll.
you'll have the crews going up with Artemis. So
Will it
just to note there,
launch
and Starship plays a role in all of that.
It's like they're sort of-
today?
You're welcome. Awesome.
Question
so, we have a
mark.
question here from Waleed. So we are looking now. At
Ask
the
community.
vehicle farm.
There we
As
go.
you see,
We
it's the
have a
tank farm
poll.
doing some venting right there. Sawyer, what is the tank farm doing right now? So obviously we're not coming up on propellant loading for just
There we
over
go.
an hour and a half.
So we
We're
have a
actually
poll.
closer to 2 hours for propellant load. What is the tank farm doing right now? What's that little vent? What do you think they're doing?
This is
right now
basically
with the tank
breakfast for
farm,
me.
if anything?
My guess would be getting it ready to start super chilling all of the different propellants. Because again, you're talking super cool
Oh, wow.
temperatures here.
You can
for
definitely tell them
methane
the
and oxygen to be
compressor.
liquefied.
Oh wow,
And you've
look at
got all
that.
these different subcoolers that it will
That's
pass
nice.
through multiple times until it finally gets to that super cooled temperature. Not just cooled, super cooled, so that you can load extra of it into the vehicle. And that's going to take some time to spool up. So get it probably spooled up early, make sure the temperatures are exactly where they need to be, and that way if it's taking a little
Oh,
longer,
so this looks
you're not
like
delaying
a
fueling
small
in the
boat
account
is
as
being
well. So
used to
from what
ferry
we've seen in
people.
the past and what I'm seeing now, there is the potential that they're just get everything
Oh, that's quite
spooled
cool.
up and ready to get cooled.
Very cool. Ready to get cooled.
Which
Cool
is pretty
as a
cool.
I'm looking at.
I would say it's pretty cool actually.
Well, no, it's gonna be a lot colder than a cucumber. If you got a cucumber to that temperature, it would break your teeth.
Yeah, they
Oh, it
they
sucks.
do 100%. They have to.
Anyway,
have
going
to
on a
launch
question here
today.
from Fred asking why do they have atmospheric raptors on this test flight? So specifically on ship 24, if there's no belly flop maneuver. The reason for that actually is if you just had the Raptor vacuum engines, you very likely wouldn't have enough thrust or enough thrust to weight ratio to get the vehicle to orbit. It would probably fall back eventually. You need the extra
Right,
power
what's this?
for the to get.
Oh,
the
wow.
vehicle to
They're gonna be
fight
quite
Raptor.
close.
Just the 3 Raptor vacuums alone would not be enough thrust for the second stage.
That's
so
crazy.
That's why they have the Raptor sea levels there. Of course, it's not as efficient.
So there's a
as the Raptor
hovercraft
vacuum,
that's
but
taking.
they want to test
if I-
everything here, and the real Starship is
I
going
need
to
to
have
just-
those 3 sea level engines. So might as well toss them on here.
This
If
might
you
pop
don't
up
need
the
them
wrong
for
place. No,
anything.
it has actually turned the right
Yeah,
way.
make sure the
Okay.
mass is all the same, so that way what you're testing here is the actual full vehicle. So if you do go for the belly flop next time, it's not, oh wait, we didn't test it yet with the
Here we go.
the CVAC
So I
engines
want
on it yet, so
scene. I want to go.
Raptor engine C, whatever the proper terminology is, brain fried. There we go.
Raptor sea level engines. There we go.
Thank you, Ian.
I'm
We're
gonna
gonna go
question
here.
from Kyle. I'm gonna toss this one to
So
you
now
first,
we
Sawyer.
can just
they're saying they don't
flick
wanna jinx it,
between
but do we have
the ones
to
we've
worry
got.
about
Cool.
boats and range violations for this launch? Any thoughts on there? Any insight?
Short answer, yes, we absolutely do. Longer answer is that there are definitely
Well, we've got
keep
3
out
votes
ranges
so
for
far
boats to begin with.
on
There
will
are
it
some
launch today.
designated viewing areas actually for boats. So as long as they stay in those, we'll be okay. But otherwise, there is an entire area of keep out for boats. There is also an entire
Right.
keep out area
What are we
in the
doing?
skies above it. So they have not Mars, which are notice to mariners, and NOTAMs, which are notices to air missions of basically stay out of this area or we're going to have a bad day here. So there will absolutely be people watching the range very closely, and unfortunately I wouldn't be surprised if we see a wayward boat or wayward plane enter where they're not supposed to.
Absolutely. That's a nice shot there from Google Earth of the Gulf of Mexico, showing the keep out
Nice. Look at
areas. You
that.
can see some initial areas there pertaining to the flight path, the launch hazard zone, as you can see. So this is basically an area where you need to be clear of. You cannot go in there if you're a boat or if you're a plane. And if anyone does happen to go in there, first off, it would be a delay to the launch. But second off, don't do that because the Coast Guard will be very, very angry.
I was going to say
You'll
the
have some people in black suits
I
showing
could
up at your door and
imagine
you'll have to pay some very hefty fines.
a big
So,
fine.
and we have with the launch hazard zone, here is the landing hazard zone. So just northwest of Hawaii, near the island of Kauai, we have the splashdown hazard zone along with a very, very large re-entry debris hazard zone. Now, as you can tell, the splashdown hazard zone is intended for if the ship is still fully intact, makes it through re-entry, that's where it's going to land. But the re-entry debris hazard zone is in case something happens on re-entry, if the ship doesn't make it through, if it burns up, breaks apart on re-entry, that is the corridor where its debris is going to land. So that is all the closure space that we have today.
Will there be
quite a
another
lot
stream
of,
before launch?
activities to keep
I
track
am
of
gonna
before
be
Coast Guard
just
and
streaming the
FAA.
whole thing.
Again, it's very,
So
very
I'm gonna be
important.
live
All
all the
these
way
things are
up
for the safety of
till
people, for the safety of
launch,
boaters,
basically.
and as well as
Um,
air
SpaceX
people.
are due to go live T minus
Quick question
45
real
minutes.
quick here,
So,
asking what camera views are
hopefully,
gonna be seeing during the flight on the booster
I'll
ship.
see you back
And
round
actually,
about the
there's a
T
real good
minus
video put out by the
45
Ring Watchers showing
minutes.
some camera views around the vehicle. There will be several around the aft skirt
Oh,
and the
I got
interstage on the booster. Some
pain
on
in
the
my
exterior
chest.
of the ship. I believe there's even one on the
Yeah,
ship flap.
pass away on
So,
stream.
quite a lot of camera
Oh,
views
man.
there. So thanks for the question, Jeppy.
This is what happens when I get up
Moving
too
on, we
early.
got something a little
Yeah,
bit
I'm going
different
straight
now.
4 hours. Yeah,
Obviously, there's been a lot
I'm getting
to
that
get to this point for both
watch
Ship
time.
24 and the booster.
Because I'm
Quick
almost
little
at
2-minute video just to give you kind of a bit of
my
history of how
I'm
exactly
almost at
we got here
500
with Ship
subs.
24, all the testing that has gone
YouTube's
into this
predicting
point, because there's
another
been about a year full
5
of
months to
testing for
get to
Ship 24,
1,000.
and it's worth
But
going
I
back
need
and
to get
reviewing.
my
So,
watch time
sit
up.
back,
So
relax, get your
like
popcorn ready. We
this
got a
sort of
little
live
2-minute
stream is
video here
perfect to
all
get
about
my
Ship
watch
24
time
and
up.
how we got here.
So yeah, I'm just going for it. My wife is still in bed. Oh, this is the spin prime test. Wow, okay. Oh, I've missed all this. Like,
You can see it started off with some quick little spin prime testing. That is where SpaceX spins up the liquid oxygen turbopumps on the ship. Basically just some quick testing of the engines to get some early data there. Now it did perform several static fires as well. Just like that one there. Took place on suborbital pad B.
so this is located where these were. Just over here to the left. Oh man. It is going to be mad
Great shot there of a
to
long
see
duration
this
static
go.
fire. I believe that was a 6-engine static fire there.
Yeah, they did a really good mix of testing with the number of engines.
Yeah, and I actually remember this one. This one was either, I believe, 1 or 2 engine static fires, so much less power than we'd see in flight. Now, again, a reminder, all 6 Raptor engines on Ship 24 are going to be active on this flight, we do believe. The 3 sea level and the 3 vacuum engines all working together to push the vehicle on its way to a near orbital trajectory. And of course, they did some pre-flight testing here. You got to stack the ship on the booster. You can actually see a quick little cameo there on the right of the tower from Booster 9. Now, Booster 9 is going to be the next booster to fly. We don't know exactly when Booster 9 will fly on the second orbital flight, but that should be coming up in the next few months. Now, we saw a lot of people recently asking, why haven't they done a wet dress rehearsal recently? That's because they actually did one back in January.
I was going to say they already did a
Where
wet
they
dress
loaded the
rehearsal.
booster and the ship with liquid methane and liquid oxygen. And to everyone's surprise, honestly, they made it. They completed the wet dress rehearsal on the first try. So a lot of great testing to get to this point. A very successful test campaign for Ship 24 here. Definitely standing on the shoulders of giants
Well,
on the early
there is my
Starship
first bit of
as well
food.
as Ship 20.
Eaten. I'm
Now,
still at
before we
work.
hop
I'll
into some
come
questions
to your
here, would you
stream
say, but
about.
before
Perfect. Yeah, that's fine.
So we saw Jack
I,
Park a few minutes ago.
Can't wait to see you
We
here
saw that
back
he
again.
opted in to take Jack's place as
And
a
yeah,
subject matter
we'll
expert.
see hopefully
Just
a
about an hour
big
ago.
bloody rocket
But
take off.
Adrian Bile is back here with us. So how we doing out there, Adrian? We're now an hour closer.
Now,
to
I'm
launch.
actually going
How
to show you
excited
what I
are
can
you?
do.
What are you feeling?
That I can tilt my camera back up,
Getting there. We are getting
and I
closer.
can stand up.
The adrenaline is
Oh,
definitely
so
going up more and
during
more,
launch, I
especially
think
as we
I'm
see
going to
more
be
and more
like
venting
this.
from the tank farm. You
I'm going to
see
be like this. I can
everything
see
coming
all my
alive.
screens. I can
It's,
see
it's really
everything.
happening, so I'm really
Oh, it's going to be mad.
looking forward
Absolutely
to the next
mental.
few
But I do have.
hours.
I got to watch out here. So I got a little step.
Let's see
So,
what the tank farm will do,
I
because
used
we
a bit
are
of wood
right
that's a bit
now
thinner here,
entering
and a bit of wood that's thicker here. So it's kind of like an offset.
chill
I've got
the
to
tank
remember
farm.
not
They
to
will-
trip
they will start
over.
to spool up the
That
sub
bit.
coolers where they will start
But
to
yeah,
have all of these
it's
vents
mad. I
going
can
on.
just
So this
move my
might be a
camera.
really cool time now.
There you
where
go.
They really
And now
will see some activity going on.
we are back to this
So excited.
sitting
And
position.
you can see it really starting
Oh.
to spin up coming soon.
I also
Over the next hour
think I
or
do
so.
need a new headphone adapter.
So, a question here from Oscar. I'm going to toss this one right to you.
Oh.
Adrian, as a nice little welcome message. Will the booster today, Booster 7, do a boost back burn if it makes it that far in flight? So, do you have any
Oh
official
wow,
word on a boost back burn,
trending
Adrian?
tweets in the UK.
We indeed have. It will perform a boost back burn, a partial boost back burn. So it
Aww.
will not go all the way back to where it launched and they try to catch
Man.
sticks or anything. But according to the official SpaceX published timeline, they will perform a partial boost back burn.
And I've broken my
Simulated,
headphone
which
thing already.
gained some experience with that. Where they will boost it
Oh well,
back and
we got
then
one
the
side of the
booster will
headphone
come down and
working.
splash down in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's absolutely fine.
Very cool. Thank you, Adrian. And in terms of a landing, are they going to do a landing burn? Someone actually asking in chat. I could hop right off onto that question. Are they going to try to land it? Is
Right.
there any idea
I'm
of
just
a
gonna
landing burn
try
in the Gulf of
and
Mexico? We know they're not going to recover.
open up
Any
Paint.
chance of a landing?
So I've just taken a screenshot.
Sorry, that I had to mute myself. So, about the
Where is my? I
so
can't see my
according
mouse.
to
I've
the
got
official
too
timeline,
many
which is still, we have to say,
screens.
The whole timeline is still the best case scenario. This is basically the, hey, if everything goes well, this will do. Yes, they will perform a landing burn. Landing burn is, according to our timeline, 23 seconds long, and will happen at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. So, yes, they will basically simulate a
right.
landing burn, but it will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico.
You guys gonna
So,
see this
yeah,
quickly?
it actually depends
What are we gonna call it?
if you include the whole
live
smaller
stream.
burn, it will include it will perform 3 burns.
There we go.
Cool. That'll be some great data on booster reuse and recovery testing, which is something that's going to be very, very important for Starship coming up in the future. So thank you, Phil, for that question. I'm just going to run through some super chats. Of course, we have a ton of support coming in from the very, very generous viewers we got here, including a lot of Red Team memberships. Now, of course, I talked about it before, but if you get the Red Team level of membership, you get access to our multi-view, which has 27 full camera views there, cycling through 9 at a time every few seconds.
That is
So
crazy.
thanks to our new Red Team members, Kyle, we have Doc Brown, Dr. Emmett Brown, shouldn't you be with a DeLorean somewhere? Clanger Moon, thanks for being a Red Team member. Kevin, let's see. Lucas has upgraded their membership to a Red Team. Thank you very much, Lucas.
Damn,
Abel,
why can't I
Jim,
find?
Dick, and Thierry, thank you all for becoming Red Team members.
I swear I just.
Along with Jim
Has it gone to
here and
documents?
Vortex. Thank you all for becoming
I
Red Team members.
don't like Windows
A lot of support
bloody
coming in. Thank you
11
to everyone who supported us. Of course, both through memberships and
File
super chats,
Explorer
as well
now.
as just really
I
tuning in
can't.
here,
I just can't get along with it.
Tuning in and liking. Those are 2 great ways to support us if we're unable to monetarily. And of course, we never expect any
Desktop
monetary support from you,
downloads.
but we are very, very thankful for those
Home.
who do choose to go above and beyond here. So
There you go.
if you'd like
Where
to
is
support
it?
us in a very
Oh, it's
simple way,
gone
hit
to-
that button. It's surprising how much that genuinely helps the stream out here. And Martin actually just became a Red Team member as well. And we also have a new. Oh,
I was
yes.
just going to take a quick second to note that we are watching the little vent coming out there near the tank farm, the Pope stack as we've called it, which means the methane side of the tanks is starting to wake up as we get closer to planned fueling starting at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes.
Beautiful. Now, yeah, that's just
And
over 2
I can't
hours away right
apparently
now.
spell.
The next major milestone should be.
I already knew
40
this, to be
minutes away
fair.
with the final go for launch, or sorry, go for propellant load from SpaceX Mission Control. So we'll be definitely
Just,
listening out for that.
Just as a side note here, if after we cross this minute, the test flight of Starship is just 200 minutes away.
200 minutes. Jeez.
That is crazy.
Wow.
Me and him just done the same thing.
Unbelievable.
Why
That
has it gone
crazy.
into Nuki
Thanks,
Trip?
Andrew, for pointing that out. We have a new launch director member. Thank you very much, Chatsu, for supporting us at the launch director role, one of our highest membership roles. Thank you very much. As well as, oh, sorry, I lost my track here. Magical Musical Street has become a flight engineer member. Thank you to both of you. Thank you very much.
Right. What am I trying to say? Print.
David Johnston with a $20 super chat, no message, but still thank you very much, David. We really appreciate it. Kaltenstein saying, hey, they've been with our coverage of Starbase since 2020. Would love to see it culminate today. This truly is Falcon Heavy level excitement. Yes, I agree. Last night, when I was going to sleep, I was like, this feels like the night before Falcon Heavy or the night before Artemis 1. Sawyer, I don't believe I've asked you this question. What is your level of excitement right now? Can you compare this to anything recently? Like
Damn.
Artemis 1, Falcon Heavy in the past?
Right.
I mean,
What am I gonna do?
oh, that's
What
tough.
drink am I
very
gonna have
first
first?
For Falcon Heavy
Oh.
demo flight. That was exciting, but I think it's
Ooh,
Artemis
what-
level excitement. I think what's
what
really
do we-
going to happen is very similar to Artemis for me.
Don't
where
even know.
You get there and it's like, all right, it's happening. There's still a chance it might scrub, but I'm excited, I'm jumpy, I'm nervous, but I'm ready. And then it's not really going to hit until you get to like T-minus 10 minutes and the clock keeps going. And then T-minus 1 minute and the clock keeps going. That's when all brain functions just stop, it seems like, and you just go, okay, I'm focusing in. This is really happening.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the only other thing that might compare close to that was ahead of my first ever launch, which was STS-130 back in 2010, or my first launch as press, which was STS-135 in 2011.
Awesome. Now, we're looking at it on the screen here. We're talking about launch preps, getting things ready to go. Coast Guard boats have been spotted going out, I believe probably from the port of Brownsville. Now, they're going out to secure the range, make sure no one comes in to the keep out areas. So again, a great sign there that we're getting head towards a launch attempt later today. So Coast Guard's going out to secure the area. You do not want to mess with them. If anyone is out in the Gulf of Mexico,
I was gonna say,
stay away from
stay
the
away from
That's
them
for
because
sure.
they would
Some
literally,
great signs there
like,
as
you'd
well.
get
We
such a
also have
fine
a tweet
for
from,
being out there.
one of our good coworkers, Gav, there, one of the ship spotters with NASA Spaceflight, talking about how there has been a ship spot, a very small boat, spotted ferrying workers from Boca Chica Village to South Padre.
Jeez, I'm tired.
So, very cool to see just from final evacuations right there.
Oh,
as
what's
well.
this?
Moving back into the questions here, Cody W saying, what are the chances that a lack of a flame diverter could cause damage to the booster? It gives them STS-15. So,
Wow.
Sawyer, I think they're talking about a shuttle here. I think you should take this one.
There are so many people on
Any idea
Twitter
on
that have
if there's a
managed
lot of launch
to
pad
put their
damage? Do you think
cameras
SpaceX is really
around the
throwing up
launch
a
pad.
chance right now. What do you think we're looking at today?
I mean, I'll be honest, I was surprised at how little damage there was after the 31 engine static fire, although, again, that was 31 engines at about half thrust. This is hopefully all 33 at 90% thrust, so it may be a bit more. But yeah, I mean, obviously there's still the Fire X system, which is going to help ever so slightly, and I've been concerned since day one of the fact that there's not really a diverter and the deluge system isn't fully in place yet. But yeah, STS-1
Wow.
a lot stronger than most people thought. We had
SpaceX
elevator
is
doors
trending
on
in the
launch
UK.
pad that were
Starship
completely
is
blasted,
like
something we
going
also
ham.
ended up seeing actually after Artemis 1. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of spots, especially on that launch tower, which is, I believe, the largest one ever built, that are
Wow.
going to get some damage and go, oh, that wasn't expected to be as damaged as it is. So yeah, I'm sure there will be some damage. I don't know how much of it, though, would impact the booster. I think more of it would be higher up on the tower. And
What
the
was I
legs
looking
of
for? I
the
was looking
OLM
for-
as opposed to the booster itself.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see the pad damage, and I assume over the next few days when they open the road, we're going to have a lot of great video coming out on the channel. So be sure to stay subscribed. And be
Man,
on the lookout
this
for
is
some
gonna be
coming,
nuts.
daily videos about what has
Oh.
happened down in Boca Chica with an empty launch mount, hopefully later today. Now we're getting some reports here. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead, Adrian.
Was about to say the methane subcoolers are being loaded with liquid nitrogen.
Ooh.
So they are preparing the cooling of nitrogen in preparation for prop load. You can
Very
see how the whole methane site here kind of being active, and to give you a perspective what we're looking at, the methane subcooler are on the right side of the tank farm. You can see them barely there in a bit of covered right now by this ground cloud there, but that's the area where the methane subcoolers are, and they are getting ready and colder, which is a great sign at this point. So the tank farm is very much where we wanted to see it for tracking along.
Oh, I have a
the
notification on
EM load
Twitter.
mode.
The AM,
Awesome.
yes. So are they doing that then to kind of purge it out and clear it, or is it also a way to kind of get it super cold before you
Nice.
start flowing the methane into it to help it freeze up more? Because again, liquid nitrogen, by the way, the same thing that makes Dippin' Dots, and now I'm hungry.
Dippin' Dots. Oh, I haven't
Yeah,
had Dippin' Dots
they
in
basically keep
ages.
the propellants
Do
aligned
they
using
still even
nitrogen gas.
exist?
So basically, it's very small pipes that go through the subcoolers, and they fill
Oh,
them up with
Dippin'
liquid
Dots. There we
nitrogen,
go.
and then they let methane or oxygen flow
Okay.
through to cool it down. It's kind of
Are
yeah,
they?
basically a cooling or heat exchanging
Can we get them
system.
in the
And
UK?
once the nitrogen then starts to boil because it already lost most of its cooling power, it will
UK.
rise to the
Right,
top.
international
and then
Dippin' Dots. Here we go. Let's have a look.
exit the subcoolers as
Yep,
gas.
we can't get them in the UK.
Super exciting. So
Oh,
we're talking
man.
about the
Look at this, we're
methane
down on the
farm,
right-hand
farm in
side,
general
so-
spooling up, getting ready to start loading propellants.
Oh,
While that's
man.
happening, let's take a bit of a look at the countdown.
So you can get them in
timeline
Canada,
behind this.
America,
Of course, the pad has been cleared, the road has been closed,
China,
and now we are seeing the tank farm begin.
and
spooling. Now,
Australia,
of course, you can see on there there's
Philippines.
T-4
Oh,
hours. That was just a
man.
bit of a placeholder.
That
was
is so
approximately
unfair.
now at about 3 hours and 15 minutes or so from liftoff, we began to see the tank farm spool up. So great milestone. 4 hours really too seriously. That was more of an
Let's go here.
Right,
So far, we are now live since
we are
almost 5
back.
hours, and so far we have not heard about them.
I don't know
working
what
on
happened
any
there.
Issues.
I
Like,
think
It has been.
I just had a-
quiet, complete focus on that. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's been oddly quiet, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to
That
jinx anything.
that was kind of
But
weird.
Adrian, while we have
My
you here
internet
on the
just
line, of course you're on the line for a while
froze.
too,
Like
is a
almost
question here
streams
from
went
Mr.
quiet. The
Papidis asking, is
OBS
this your first ever
was giving me a red
rocket launch in
flag.
person if this goes off?
Okay.
Yes, my first ever rocket launch in person right now would be the
Right,
biggest.
I
rocket
am
of
gonna
all
go
time.
and
So,
wow.
just
I-
pop
I
to
mean,
the
decided if I
toilet.
go for it, why not go big, right?
So I'm
Adrian, I am
gonna.
so sorry to
oh,
say that if this launch does go off and you're able to see it, it will ruin launches for you forever. And I'm being completely honest because everything is going to be Starship level in your mind. And it, I'm glad I
Right,
started off
I
with
will be
Antares,
back
and I
in
got
a
to see
second,
Falcon 9,
everyone.
so I'm slowly
See you in
working
a
my
minute.
way up.
Which I do want to say, I was there with you at your first Falcon 9 launch, and
Yes.
it was so much fun watching you get to experience it for the first time. I hope someone's able to capture Adrian's experience seeing it for the first time as well, because
Yes.
that's the most fun.
Yeah, sorry, and it was a pleasure meeting you, of course. But man, that was a great time. If anyone here watching has not seen a rocket launch, look up spaceports near you. There's some that you might not even know exist, like Wallops Island in Virginia launches every now and then. You got Vandenberg, you got Kodiak in Alaska, Cape Canaveral. Try your best to go see a rocket launch. It is absolutely worth it. It's indescribable. We got some close-ups here of the tank farm showing a whole bunch of venting coming from there. Like we said before, we are now into propellant farm chilling. So they're chilling it down, getting it ready to begin propellant loading. Again, we're about an hour and a half away from the start of propellant loading, but they do get started pretty early on chilling down the propellant systems. Moving on here, we do have some more memberships coming through, so thank you to all of our members. I'm going to speed run these because we have so much amazing support from all the generous people watching here. So thank you, Greg, for becoming a Pad Rat member, going down. Richard for becoming a Pad Rat member. Robert Miller has become a Launch Director member. Thank you so much for that support, Robert. Hans has become a Capcom member. ActiveX has become a Capcom member as well. Esteban is a Pad Rat member. Thank you to Lewis and Zero for upgrading your memberships to Capcom. Let's see, we have a Red Team membership from Garrett. Thank you so much, Garrett, as well as Bradley from Jean. Thank you so much. Endflight Entertainment, their friend went to the Oriskany. Thank you for that support, Endflight. Asan here has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. So to the 5 lucky people who got a membership here from Ansan, thank you, or congratulations, and thank you for the support, Ansan. Tom here has become a Red Team member. Daniel, Pushpack have become Padrat members. Excuse me. Feed GPT and Keith have become Red Team members alongside Aaron and Josh. So thank you to all of you for your support. Let's see. This list is so long. Everyone has been so generous today. Thank you so much to everybody. Bruce Cooper has become a PadRat member. Michael P has become a Launch Director member. Thank you so much. James is a Capcom member. Ray, Connor has gifted 5 red team memberships. Thank you so much, Connor. We appreciate that. Skynet has gifted a red team membership. And we have Daniel, Marianne, and Smash as red team members. Whew, almost done with the list here. DAC has become a red team member as well, along with Wibble. So thank you to all of you for your support there. Now moving on, we also had a $50 super chat from Tim here saying speculation is the best ulation. How long until we see one of these babies launch, get caught, put back on the stand, and launch again on the same day? I'm going to toss this to you, Sawyer. When do you think we're going to see?
I mean, that's a good question. Besides the fact now I'm trying to think of other ulations, besides congratulations and things like that. I think that we might see it after. My guess would be after Artemis 3. So potentially I would go over on the 2026. I think right now they're going to get everything ready, go for NASA's requirements of needing Starship ready to go for the HLS program, Human Landing Services, and getting people on the moon for the first time. And then once they're able to do that more regularly, get those craft out to the moon, then they'll start working on the reusability of it. With Falcon 9, it took them, I believe it was about 4 or 5 years or so to go from flight to first landing attempt. So I think we might be in that same range here.
Gotcha, very cool. So, moving on to the next question, Dan Say here asking, do we know what time sunrise is? So, it's about 4:52 a.m. local time there, so I'd assume we're about 2 hours away from sunrise. Do we have any actual numbers? I've heard 7 a.m. floated around.
It's 7:05. The sun right now sunrise would be 7:05 here in Brownsville. So based on the fact that SpaceX has confirmed that the launch is right now targeting 8, the launch will be after sunrise.
Gotcha, very cool. That'll give some great visuals as well during liftoff. I've got some great shots here of the lighting at the pad. The nice blue lights on Starhopper there, the orange lights on the tank farm, and some nice little LED strip lights there along the bottom of the wall at the tank site or at the launch site. Let's see. Moving on to some more questions here. Now we're going to go over to Sawyer for the weather. How is the weather right now at Starbase? Over to you, Sawyer. Not in the field at all.
Thanks, Ian. Currently have my thermostat set. Oh, you mean sorry, out there at
Oh
Brownsville.
yeah. Not the in your house. That's a
I'm
bit different.
joking. So right now it's looking really clear from what we've heard from everyone down there. Crazy amount of stars in the sky visible. Currently about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 17 or so Celsius. The gusts on the ground are about 18 miles an hour at their strongest, or about 30 kilometers per hour. So besides the fact it's probably humid out there, the biggest concern still remains, as SpaceX has pointed out on their Twitter, the potential for strong upper level wind shear. So basically, very fast winds over 100 knots plus, going in basically the wrong direction that could push Starship as it flies up. But the ground weather, thankfully, looks beautiful. Back to you.
Thank you, Sawyer. And now back to Ian in the studio. Wait, why am I announcing myself? I don't think that's how it works. Speaking of sunrise, it is weird. I am seeing sunrise right now in Pennsylvania. Man, that is weird. I'm usually never up this early. And on to some more questions. Astro Player, I'm going to send this one over to Adrian. Adrian, do we have any concrete numbers on how many engines on Super Heavy, I assume, can fail and still allow the vehicle to reach orbit? So any concrete numbers on this or any guesses from you, maybe?
So it's complicated. The answer is the later in the flight, the more engines you can lose. The problem is, it's not always clear. Based on what Elon said in the past, we would expect some engine out capabilities out of Super Heavy, which seems like a thing they wanted in this design. There's a difference in between you lose an engine right at liftoff, which is bad because you lose that engine all over flight, or you lose an engine 10 seconds before MECO. So it's not really linear when you would lose an engine and what that would mean and has implications on your flight. So yeah, it's hard to answer as long as SpaceX doesn't give us detailed overviews when they can actually lose engines. I'm sorry.
All good. Thank you for that insight there, Adrian. And then, yeah, maybe, well, hopefully we don't find out that number during flight today, but it would not be surprising, see an engine or two fail on ascent. Again, Raptor is still a relatively young engine in its development cycle. Of course, it has flown, it does have a bit of flight history, but Raptor 2 has not flown. And Raptor, even during the last few flights of the test flights of Starship, it did have some issues reigniting for landing. So definitely will be something to watch out for today to ensure all 33 engines ignite and ramp up to full power on the pad. So that'll be something to look out for. Sawyer, I'm going to toss this question to you. What would happen if someone violates the splashdown and reentry zones once the launch has already happened? So is it kind of just a free for all at that point, or what do you think they would do in that situation?
In that situation, you are going to get in a lot of trouble from anyone on the ground, in particular the Coast Guard. But most of the time, the way that the keep out zones are arranged is that as long as you are in that zone at T0, you can't really get fast enough up in your boat or around in your plane that you would then violate it. So, yes, there is the published do not put your boat beyond this point, but that's because if there you were to start drifting a little bit at that point, you would still be in a keep out range that you wouldn't be in a crazy amount of risk or danger. So that's kind of built into those flight restrictions and keep out ranges. And also, shout out to the person who asked that question in New Zealand, who's a good friend of mine, Alex.
Oh, very nice. Now, if you just saw a pop-up come up into the upper right corner there, look at that. A Starship full stack plushie. That is one of the newest things at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So we now have orders open for the Starship full stack plushies. Now, of course, if you might remember, about a year ago we did do Starship plushies where it's just the Starship itself. Now we've gone ahead to celebrate the occasion. We have full stack plushies, so both a Starship and a Super Heavy booster. And look, you got all 33 engines on the booster, all 6 engines on the ship, and of course there is Velcro in place to make your own full stack, which that is hilarious. I love it. These make of course, great decoration pieces, great for beds. Also, in my experience, great dog toys. Dogs really do love these things. So you can head over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. It's right there on the front page to get your own full stack Starship plushie. So super exciting there. Be sure to celebrate the occasion there. And those will be coming out very, very soon. So be sure to stay on the lookout there. And of course, we do have our metal prints. We have tons of full stack pictures from every angle, every bit of weather, every sunset you can possibly imagine, and of course, some non Starship pictures as well. I've got a metal print in my dorm, and it is some excellent decoration, if I may say so myself. So head on over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We almost ran out of breath there, and pick up your Starship full stack plushie today. So very exciting. Starship is stacked on the pad. We are what it just minimized on me. We are just over 3 hours from liftoff today. How are we all feeling? I'm gonna do a quick little run around the horn. Adrian, we're getting close to launch. How are you feeling right now? We should be just a little over an hour from the final go for propellant load. What's going through your head?
I mean, it's fantastic to be here. I'm wondering if we will see in the next hour maybe some flap testing or some grid fin testing, because at some point they have to probably test that. They did it for the suborbital flights, and I think we
Hmm?
just saw the first little puffs from the lock side of the tank farm, which would mean that's also spooling up now. But I think basically one of the next steps would be checkouts of maybe some of the aerodynamic systems on the ship on booster. So let's hope for that. I am feeling absolutely pumped by adrenaline at this point. Um, I actually stopped sitting and started standing here because I couldn't contain myself here anymore to sit here. So I'm doing good. How about you?
I am so excited. It's beginning to really set in right now. We are about to see the first ever full flight of Starship. Um, I really can't put it into words. It's the same kind of level of excitement that I had for Artemis 1, where I'm just like, it's here? It's happening already? Why? How did this happen all of a sudden? It feels like this just came up out of nowhere, and I am so excited to see this thing fly. Sawyer, I'm sending it over to you. Sawyer, with the excitement predictions. How are we doing over there, Sawyer?
I mean, it's yeah, words hard. That's how you know the excitement is real. If I'm struggling for words, um, but in all seriousness, the excitement is absolutely off the charts. We are looking at history on our screen right now, and we are potentially under 3 hours away from the most powerful rocket taking off, and keeping in mind that this is the vehicle guaranteed that will get humans back to the moon. That is part of Artemis 3's plan, is to use Starship to put people on the lunar surface for the first time in more than 50 years. That just blows my mind, and all of that starts with this launch right now.
Very well said, Sawyer. And thinking about it now, we had the flight of the two main. We're gonna, if this happens right now, we're gonna have the first flight of the main two Artemis rockets within 6 months of each other. That is ridiculous to think of. That it's all just happening so quick now, and it's just it's getting started. We're just getting started right now.
And
This, yeah,
what's
go
also
ahead.
crazy? That we had a record about the most powerful rocket of all time for such a long time, and it was recently overtaken back to in form of 2005, and now again, like few months later.
Yeah,
Yep,
not only 6 months from the vehicle, but 6 months from Artemis 1 setting that record, and now it's about to be reset again.
Yeah, I can also report,
crazy.
by the way, people are basically crowding into Isla Blanca Park. The cars are still coming in. Everything is filling up. I'm seeing cars moving around Isla Blanca Park everywhere. Um, so it's it's looking good here. People are really getting excited for this.
Yeah, and I've seen some messages
Awesome.
from people in chat who are in line waiting to get into some of these viewing areas, and they say that there are a lot of cars trying to get into these viewing sites all around Starbase.
And a quick little report here on the traffic. The traffic in South Padre Island seems to have let up a little bit. Traffic is no longer backed up onto the bridge, it seems like. However, on the southern part of South Padre Island near Isla Blanca Park itself, it is starting to get pretty busy. Now, zooming out into the larger Brownsville area, not too bad towards Brownsville. It's to be expected. Traffic in certain areas, of course, near the closure sites on Boca Chica Boulevard. So, back to you, Sawyer. Or actually, no, back to me. I guess I'm the host. I should be talking now.
I was gonna
Anyway,
say, yeah.
back to you, Sawyer. This is your responsibility now. No, I'm just kidding. So we were just talking actually just about the N1, which was, I believe that actually the N1 is still the record holder for the most thrust on liftoff. SLS nearly beat it, but it didn't
It's
quite.
I think that there is a slight caveat to this, right? Because we don't really know what full thrust N1 ever achieved,
Oh
and how.
no, it's an.
I think, yeah, there's. I think that it's like not really. I think there are some technicalities in there, if I remember correctly.
I hate
Um,
technicalities.
yeah, we all hate technicalities, right?
Ugh.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
moving
mean
on from
this. Yeah,
technicalities.
yeah. The Soviet space program was not the most open to begin with, and a reminder that as of right now, SLS is 1 for 1, and 1 is 0 for 4.
And it always will be 0 for 4, unfortunately. But speaking of N1 and the SLS, Sawyer, how does the size of Starship compare to, say, the N1 and the SLS? And as a Saturn V fanboy, I'll throw the Saturn V in there. Can you give us some like size comparisons there? On paper, what are their specs and their heights?
Yeah, I'll do the best I can for you on that. So in terms of large rockets, you had the space shuttle. I guess we can kind of start off with was a couple 100 feet tall. Let's see if I can get the exact heights for you. That's gonna be the big thing here. Uh, the shuttle stack was about 122 feet, I believe. As for Starship, I'm sure someone else have the numbers in front of them. I'm sorry, I don't know this off the top of my head.
Starship is 120 meters tall.
Thank you.
So it's this thing is taking the cake for the tallest rocket ever, taking that from Saturn V, which I believe was only 108 meters tall. So by quite a sizable margin, Starship will become the tallest rocket ever flown, the highest thrust rocket ever flown, and the most payload capacitive rocket ever flown. I don't know what the terminology is there. I think that's the word. If it's not, I just made that word up then, but that works.
Yep. Yeah. So SLS and Saturn V very close, but this still tops all of them.
Yes, so very exciting to see some records about to be set today. Now we could hear the tank farm is very angrily venting, very aggressively venting. again, it's getting itself spooled up and starting to chill itself down ahead of propellant loading. Now, if we can take a look at the timeline here, the tank farm began to start spooling up. We actually see a lot of vapor there coming off the tank farm on the bottom right. I believe, Adrian, is that the liquid oxygen side we're looking at on the right side?
Yeah, you can perfectly see it right now. The liquid oxygen subcoolers are on. You can see now how there's like a stream of condensation almost raining down from them on the right side of the tank farm, which is very good. Like they are really conditioning this right now to be in an optimal state where they can where they can cool down the propellants before they're loaded into the vehicle. And as of right now, if SpaceX doesn't confirm another time, we are 53 minutes away from them verifying go for propellant load.
Oh, that is so amazing. I cannot wait. And you can see there on the countdown milestones, we are just under an hour from if SpaceX chooses to go ahead and continue with their with their 8 a.m. Central Time T0, we should be getting that final go for propellant load at T 53 minutes away from now. So that'll happen exactly at T minus 2 hours. We'll be standing by for information on that. But we haven't heard anything specifically yet on how go for launch they are. But Adrian, I'd say given the fact that the propellant farm is really chilling down right now and seemingly getting ready for propellant load, I would say they are doing pretty good. Would you agree?
If I wouldn't had a timeline right now, I think Alex and I would very much still say, and a similar time that they are targeting right now, which would mean they are on target. This fits with what we would expect at this point, for them. The last final step that they usually will do before propellant loading will be where they start to purge the lines and get the lines ready and reconditioned. That will be starting things like, for example, the pet vent that we have seen before, where there will be almost a waterfall of almost liquids of like it's not even only gas; it's sometimes even liquids raining down from the orbital launch mount. That's the final step we will see before load, and we are all approaching that slowly but surely. It's still a bit away, but we are all slowly but surely approaching all of these things we want to see.
Yes, I am. It's so exciting that we're actually seeing these milestones coming on time. This is just so amazing and so exciting to see this all happening all at once, really. It's like I said, it seems like it came up out of nowhere, but it is so exciting to be seeing this. Gonna run through some support from some very generous people. Connor G saying they have been following since the beginning of Starhopper construction. Man, that's a throwback way back to late 2018. I remember that, Connor, too. They're saying they're so excited and they're saying thanks for all the great coverage and hard work. Well, thank you, Connor. We appreciate that. And thank you for your support there as well. We have a ton of new memberships coming in, so thank you to everyone for supporting in that way. Thanos Panda.
And
is saying
I
they've been watching
am
our
back,
streams since
everyone.
SN5. Starship has literally
How-
changed their Starship and good luck SpaceX. Well, thank you very much, Thanos Panda.
I have
great username there, and enjoy the
some
show.
more chocolate.
Andy Y here showing an immense amount of generosity with a $100 tip. Thank you so
There we go.
much, Andy. We
And
appreciate
I'm
it
back.
so much. They're saying thanks for all the coverage leading up to this moment. It's historic. I could not.
And
agree
also, I have a
yeah,
charger.
thank you, Andy, for utilizing the
Oh.
tips function. Tips.com.
Okay, I'll
It's
be.
a great way to directly support the work that we
No,
do.
I'm gonna.
So thank you to everyone who's using the tips feature there.
I'm gonna get down on the floor.
You're in the queue alongside
I'm
everyone
gonna
else's.
plug
It feels so
the
crazy.
cable in. I
Ian,
want to keep my
because
phone.
this launch date feels
charged
like
right
it
up.
came out of nowhere, right? I feel like
Yeah.
it was always slipping. Starship was slipping for months and months and months, and it always like next month or it was delayed again, and suddenly it just stopped, and it suddenly was there, and everybody was like, oh, they're really going for it, and
Yeah.
it's
There we
amazing
go.
to be on this day. I mean, we are still not like this. There's still a lot of things they have to get right before this thing can lift off. But
There we
we
go.
are on a legit and fully fledged launch attempt. Like this is they're trying to go for it.
Yeah, it went very quickly
Right,
from
what's
soon
happening on
TM
Twitter?
to now TM.
Perfect wording for that. Yes.
Damn.
But that's exactly right, though. It just it kept going.
Literally,
like, I say, like, once
Twitter
one delay,
is
like, every day it
trending
seemed to delay another day. every week it seems to
Starship
delay
is
to
trending
next week.
on
But
Twitter.
then all of a sudden they're like, okay, April 17th.
Crazy.
And it hasn't delayed since. It's just
Look-
so weird. And yet,
Look at the log subcoolers.
They are
They're
spooling
going
right up.
strong.
That's what we want to see.
Yep.
that is exactly what we want to see. Excellent sign there that they are still going ahead for propellant loading. Now, of course, we are just under 50 minutes away from the final go for propellant load. And then an hour from now, just a little over an hour from now, we should have the beginning of propellant load on the vehicle.
Damn.
So great sign there that everything is continuing according to plan. Oh, let's see, gonna hop into a question here real quick. Only Beast here. I'm gonna send this question over to you, Sawyer, saying, how long will Starship take to get to Hawaii? So we know it's not going fully to orbit, it's gonna re-enter near Hawaii. How long is that?
Wow, the
expected to take?
pictures coming up
The great
on
question.
like
We actually,
Facebook
ahead of the
and
flight, did a whole video
Twitter.
discussing the entire timeline, including what we're expecting.
showing
for
a
liftoff.
lot of
Again,
traffic.
This is to note that SpaceX, even on their countdown, has this as best case scenario. Assuming everything goes as planned, it will take about an hour and a half for it to get all the way to its splashdown zone in Hawaii.
Oh,
so
look
it
at
will
that.
lift off. It will
That's
then
gorgeous.
do the main engine cutoff with the Starship engine cutoff about 9 minutes 20 seconds into flight, and then it will coast until about an hour 17
Hot
or so into
diggity
flight.
dog.
At which point it will re-enter. There will be no engine burns or anything to slow it down, and then about an hour and a half in, we should have splashdown.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you for that overview there, Sawyer.
Yeah, everyone's
Hop into some
taking
store
pictures of
messages. So again,
Starship
as we said,
trending.
shop.nasaspaceflight.com is a great way to support the work that we do. And
Wow.
not just the work that we do. It's a great
It
way to
was
get something
May
back
2021.
for your support. A great way to get
That's
some shirts,
crazy
some
because
prints.
like
We also have some patches coming up. We have the
May
cool stack
2021,
plushie, of
Jessica
course,
was born
also coming up there. So saying thanks to a few people on
July
our store. Thank you to Daniel.
2021.
Let's see. Thank you to
So I
Ian,
remember
love the name, saying
the,
thanks for their love of spaceflight and changing their life. Good name, Ian.
what was it?
Justin here saying their first purchase, hopefully first of many. Thank you, Justin. Sue, thank you as well.
I'm gonna have to have that monster soon.
Sammy saying they're excited for
Um,
launch. Jerry saying they missed the first line of plushies and they're excited
So,
about this one. So thank you
might
very much,
need
Jerry. We
an
appreciate that
official-
support. Christopher as well with a storm purchase. Thank you very much, Chris. Also
Yes,
saying
Rich.
very mighty
I
things.
have an official
Oliver
drink.
from the UK, thank you.
So I have a can of Monster
Let's
in
see,
the
let's
fridge
get more sort of
for
messages.
me,
John, thank you so much, saying that
because
you
I keep
haven't
yawning.
slept. It was tough for me to
But,
get some sleep
yeah,
too.
so
I'm running off
Jessica
about 3 to
was
4 hours of sleep, and I'm
born
running on pure
mid-
adrenaline and chocolate milk
July.
right now, so we'll see
Starship
how
was
long
meant to
that
fly
lasts.
around about the same time.
I wish I had 3 hours.
Well, I just got the
So
original.
I shouldn't say that I actually
the
got
original
5 hours
today.
of sleep.
Hey, that's impressive. It was very sad last night, setting my alarm and saying alarm set for 4
There we
hours
go.
and
We have
45
the
minutes."
original Monster. That is our
Anyway,
drink of the day.
Jan, thank you for the store purchase. Jamie as
Luke.
well saying reach for the stars.
Look at this scene right now. I'm sorry. I'm
We
so
also
sorry
have-
to interrupt, but
You're
look
good.
at
A big
look at
fat
all
off
these
bottle of
vents and
Coke.
Look at everything
2.5 litres?
being
Yeah, 2.5
slowly,
litres.
in the clouds here. It's really going. They're really conditioning this thing from, and
In about
this is what we want to see.
half
It's
hour,
so
I need to
good.
pop out again
And,
just to say
I'm
goodbye to my daughter.
getting
My daughter and my wife are going out
for this. I'm really mad.
today.
I mean, at the very least, it really feels like
Right,
they're gonna do
I'm gonna
a
have to
launch
get.
attempt. They're gonna attempt to launch this thing,
Ooh.
which even that in itself, getting
Yeah.
a launch attempt
Get
today
some.
would be an
I've got
amazing
everything. I've got
amount of
crisps.
a ton of data for the
I've got
no matter what happens today.
chocolate
honestly,
brownies,
from
dairy milk chocolate.
from Alex on our back channel saying
I've got
soon,
quite a lot.
Soon, there's going to be an international space station flyover of Starbase. I don't believe we're going to be able to get video of this, but if anyone is down there, you know, South Park,
Oh.
Isla Blanca, anywhere around there, be sure to look up the exact times, and you can see the space station fly over the site. I would not be
Ooh.
surprised if we get some images of that eventually from all of the photographers that are down. Something very, very cool there.
Let's see.
Cosmos
Can we get a
Association sent
live
$50
video?
Super chat. Thank you so much. Saying they've been watching since before we've known water towers could fly. Thanks for the journey. Cosmic Mustache, it's great to see someone who's been here for a long time as well, and thank you very much for your support. We appreciate all of it. All right, moving on to some more questions. We have a ton of questions coming in from all 43,000 of you watching right now, which is an insane number to think about. I can't even picture
So,
the amount of people.
this is
So thank you
actually the
everyone
live
for
stream
tuning in.
of
We appreciate
the
that.
ISS.
And before we get
So,
back to some support, if you'd like to support the stream,
trying to
free way,
see.
a very
So,
easy way,
oh, it's literally
if
just
you
come
want,
over
it's a
the
great way to
UK.
support us. Just hit that like button. It
I
is
could have
a
actually. Let's
great way
go
to
back
support
in the
us.
stream a little
algorithm
bit, can
makes
we?
the YouTube algorithm gods happy. So that is a great way to support us there. And thank you to everyone for liking. Now again, we got some close-ups there of the methane side of the tank farm. That is spooling up as well, alongside the liquid oxygen side. See some vapors coming off there as they chill down those lines with liquid nitrogen. Now, a quick little fun fact, the reason that they chill down those lines with liquid nitrogen is because you don't want to suddenly rush liquid methane through there. Of course, you'd have some propellant boil off that way if you did that, but the most important thing is if you suddenly had that, warm Texas air temperature pipe, so probably about 80 degrees Fahrenheit or so, and you suddenly rush liquid methane through that's about negative 230 degrees
I was going to say, it's
Fahrenheit,
quite
you will
overcast
very
actually
likely
here in the
break your
UK.
pipe, break a pump,
So,
something like that. And you do not want to damage your tank farm. So what they do, they slowly start trickling liquid nitrogen in there, then start speeding up and more
actually,
liquid nitrogen until it is chilled down to cryogenic temperatures. So that is what they're doing there to avoid thermal shock. Fun little structures.
that's
Side
in the
fact
UK.
there. Question here from Jandre. Going to toss this to you, Sawyer. Does this Starship have the PEZ dispenser installed? So Sawyer, what does Ship 24 have in the payload bay? Is there any Starlink satellites as well?
My guess for that is going to be no. There's potentially something in there, maybe, because it's a first flight, as they've done in the past with Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy. But there is no official payload, and if anything, the payload bay, the PEZ dispenser, as we like to call it, which is where they will eventually start deploying Starlink satellites and other payloads, is welded shut on this one. So if there is anything in there, there's no chance of it getting deployed.
Yeah, I think that was...
Basically, is there something in there? Maybe. But it does have a PEZ dispenser that is useless.
Gotcha. So any satellites in there are stuck in there, and they will be coming down over the Pacific.
Pretty much.
Very cool. Let's see. From Sugman here asking, what engine does Starship use, and what is his potential maximum speed? So, Sawyer, any numbers on that? So what
Where's this?
engines
Right, here we go, Where are we?
And any idea on the max velocity they could be hitting?
Yeah, so the engines that they are using are called Raptor
Not a clue.
V2. So obviously they've had the Raptor V1s. This is the second version of that, which, as we mentioned, burn the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane. So there's two different kinds. There is the sea level engines and the vacuum level engines. So I guess it kind of depends on which one you're talking about, but basically you're talking, I believe it's 500,000 pounds of...
I'm trying to work out where this is now.
2. So it's, and add 33 of those underneath it, I might add, by the way.
So it takes there and...
It's going to get you going quite fast.
Yeesh. 33 engines. And we've talked a lot about records as well. Another record that's about to be broken is the most engines on any rocket ever. So the previous record was the N1 with 30 NK-33 engines. Of course, they did run into some issues with that. Falcon Heavy is a close second with the 27 Merlin 1D engines on its first stage. But Super Heavy is going to surpass both of those with 33, as Sawyer just said. So, great day if you like breaking records, that's for sure. Question here from Andy saying, how many cameras do we have pointed at this candle? So we have many.
You have very many
available.
You got some down
we
here.
Have some of them arranged in a
You got some up
multi-view.
here.
Here, Cody Craker is asking, how do we watch the multi-view? Well, if you want to tune into the multi-view with, like I said, 27 different camera angles on there, just become a Red Team member of the channel. You get access to our 27 camera multi-view, which shows them in a 3x3 configuration, cycling through every few seconds. If you want to tune into the multi-view here, and we actually have a graphic here.
I think it literally flies over the
Now, it
UK
cycles through those 9 cameras every few seconds.
and then
There's
goes off.
a ton of different views all around Starbase. If you don't want to see just the single camera we have on the right side of the screen here, why not multiply that
the
by
UK?
27 and get 27 different views? So
I don't know if
great
that
way to support
looks
us
like
if you're
the
gonna be a
UK
Red
or
Team
not.
member. And you get access to the multi-view, which we have our, we talked about earlier, we have our own internal multi-view.
I don't
for,
think so.
bug
It
fixing
doesn't.
cameras, getting an idea of what every camera is
It
looking
looks
at.
like
And
US.
that's legitimately the only one that I look at anymore. I don't look at Starbase Live. I'm always looking at.
I tell by the
So,
edge
I
of
would
the
recommend it.
where
Again,
the thing
Red Team
meets the
membership or above, you get access to the multi. So thanks for those questions, guys.
what's it called?
Now, Adrian, I'm gonna
Where
actually
the
toss
land
this
meets the
question
ocean.
to you real quick. So Tim here is asking, what is the reason that SpaceX is not trying to catch the booster with the chopsticks on the first launch attempt? So we know they're landing out over the Gulf of Mexico. Adrian, why exactly are they not trying to recover the ship with the chopsticks?
Well, catching the booster with the chopsticks has a few risks with them. The main risk
That's
being,
not.
if you fail, you could have a booster that is 70 meters high, that crashes either in your pad.
So now
or in
we
your
should be
tower
going
or in your tank
into.
farm. So I guess based on the current situation, they just want to test it out first before they risk it for that. And I think we have. I'm sorry. I think we have some pad venting here.
Oh hey, we got a
Yes.
little vent.
Yes, we do. We have an
Yeah,
OLM
that's-
vent.
Wow,
That
that's
looks
a
like
big
the OLM
milestone.
vent spooling up.
Now, Adrian, why are they venting from the OLM right now? What is this
This-
getting ready for?
So we're just
This
about to
is a
go
line
over.
purge. They will right
Australia.
now prepare the lines for loading cryogenics into the booster. This is basically the last major step before propellant loading into the booster. So
Wow.
they're getting there. This is really, really good right now.
Super, super exciting there. And again, if we could bring up the countdown milestones real quick, the next major milestone that we are looking at right now is going to be at T-minus 2 hours, so just over 37 minutes away. We're going to be looking for the final go for propellant load from the launch director.
Woo!
Now, once we do hear that, that's basically the indication
Wow,
that
look
SpaceX
at them
is ready to
clouds.
go. Once they begin loading propellants in this
Gorgeous.
booster is a very, very big milestone in itself, because it likely will take a few days to replenish the tank farm if they have to scrub after a full propellant load. So
Okay.
it seems like, given that the tank farm is spooling up, given that we're now seeing venting from the OLM itself, they are on track. So again, 37 minutes from now, we should get the final go for propellant load, and now just under an hour away, if all
Oh
is good,
man.
we should begin propellant loading on the booster. So very, very big milestones happening right here. And again, a nice close-up shot there of the propellant, the OLM venting. Excellent, excellent to see there.
Oh, look at that.
Now, real quick, moving
That
over
is
to some
what
people,
the
giving us
bottom of the
some
engines
amazing
look
support
like.
here. And of course, I lost my spot in the queue. But thank you to Methane Man for gifting 50 Red Team memberships. That is an amazing, amazing amount of generosity, Methane Man. 50 memberships. So, because of Methane Man here, 50 people now have access to the multi-view, which again is available to anyone with Red Team or higher memberships.
Mate, everyone is there. Like, this is huge.
And, to everyone who got a gifted membership from Old Methane Man, be sure to give them a
What the
thank
hell?
you there. Now, as we have seen some big milestones here, we're going to give a bit of a break to Adrian here. Going to let him get a little bit of a breather and get ready closer to liftoff. So we have Adrian heading out, but we
Oh,
have
it's
someone
literally
else
just
coming
like
in.
a.
So,
Okay.
Adrian, thank you very much for tuning in. Best of luck if we don't get to speak to you again before liftoff. But have some fun out there. Enjoy it.
I will be back later, and
Mate.
but I'm taking a short break here to retain my energy.
That is what's taking off.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Always need that. And Adrian is being replaced by Ryan. You love him, you know him, the British boy himself. Ryan, welcome to the stream. How are we feeling this morning, Ryan?
Hey,
Or I guess
Ryan.
This afternoon for you. How are we feeling ahead of flight?
What an introduction. I mean, Ian, technically, we've still got about half an hour of morning left here in the UK. Yeah. Got your
I know,
bit
I
off
wish
there,
I
but
was
don't
there,
worry.
Rich. Honestly,
So
I
yeah,
would
I'm-
be there if I could.
It's suddenly starting to feel a bit more real. Seeing the pad come to life, you know, like I was on, for those of you who have joined us in the last couple of hours, I was on for a couple of hours very early this morning, and everywhere was still quite quiet, a little bit, don't really look like much was going on. And now suddenly we've got, I think that's the N2 vent, we've got the OLM vent, everything's starting to spool up, and it's like, oh, they're actually gonna do it. So I don't want to say they are gonna go for it, but the sun should be rising soon. and it actually looks
Wow.
like this is going to happen.
Look at the
And I'm
traffic.
struggling to believe it a bit.
Right? It hasn't really set in for me either that this is like, hey, this is just happening now. Like, what? This is crazy.
Yeah, it's got the same kind of vibe as a wet dress rehearsal, but there's just something in the back of your head that goes, no, this isn't just a wet dress. There's something special here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Wow, look at that. So that is the
One thing-
build
one little
site.
report that we have here from
That is
from
the
Magnum,
launch site.
with a 75-pound super chat, the squiggly L's as Jack likes to call them, saying thanks for everything you do. Not only do
Squiggly
you find it
L's.
fascinating, but they've helped them set one of their kids on a path to a future career in aerospace engineering. You're
Wow.
inspiring the next generation. Well, Magnum, that is so exciting. I'm
Right,
so
what
glad
I'm
we're
gonna
able to
look
do that
for
you and help give them
is
a
the
little
NASA
guidance on their
plane.
path. I'm a student in aerospace engineering myself in my junior year. It is, I will not lie, it's very difficult, but I think it is something that's very much worth.
Oh, we have an advert. That's not bad though. That was the first. Oh wow, that was loud. Cheese and crackers.
A 20-pound super chat here from Mark saying, because data isn't cheap and our coverage is always on point. So thank you very much for that, Mark. We really appreciate that. Moving to some more questions. Starman here. I'm going to toss this to you, Sawyer, actually, real quick. They're saying, what color will Super Heavy's flames be? So what color will the exhaust be, Sawyer? What are we expecting?
Oh, it's a Cirrus jet.
Well, I guess.
Could
in
that
the intro
be-
We have the shot where it's orange. In this case, it'll start orange and then it's
It'll
blue.
turn blue.
So,
Yes.
again, it is methane. Methane does burn blue, as we've seen from the static fires and as we've
So-
seen from Terran 1, which also used methalox. It starts off kind of.
So
more on the
basically, it's
reddish
gonna
hue, and as
thread
it
the
starts
need.
to go
This
up,
is
you'll
actually the
notice it
path it's gonna
becoming
take, right?
More blue.
So it
So it'll
takes
start
off from
kind of
down
orange,
here.
then blue, then a sort of
It
dark
threads
purple
the
color.
needle
So in
between
theory, it should work its way
Havana
blue,
and
but don't be surprised if when you
Key
see it at the
West.
beginning, it looks more red.
and it basically flies over here,
Very cool.
and it comes all the way down
All right, and moving on to one more question. here.
over South
I'm
Africa.
going to toss this one
and
to
it
you,
comes
actually,
back
Ryan.
up.
Asking, does Starship land upright in the water like Falcon rockets
And
do?
it's gonna land.
Well, it depends which part
Just
of
off
Starship you're talking about. If
Hawaii.
you're talking about the ship itself, for this flight at
So I
least, we're
think
expecting
the
it to,
splashdown's actually
if it
like
reaches
here.
the entry, to face palm
Oh,
into
there's
the
an
Pacific
airplane
Ocean just
currently
north of
going over
Hawaii.
me.
But if you're
Let's have a
talking about
look.
the booster, what we're expecting is a soft water landing. So it should, fingers crossed, perform a boost back burn
There it is.
and perform a.
It's an easy
landing
jet.
burn,
We
just
have an
like
easy
Falcon
jet coming
9
over
does.
my house.
But instead of landing on a drone ship,
He is
or
only
coming into the chopsticks, it's going to be a soft
10,000 feet.
splashdown in the Gulf
Not bad.
of Mexico. If you cast your minds back to 20.
It's only a Diddy plane as well.
CRS 16, whenever that was.
Oh,
there was
Virgin
a
Atlantic.
malfunction with the hydraulic
I'll be on
system
one of these
controlling the
planes
twin
next
Falcon
year.
9, and that performed a soft
I
water landing
promise.
on the
I
Atlantic
promise
just off
I'm
the
going to do a
coast
live
of
stream
landing zone
out in
1
Florida
in Florida.
from
So
KSC.
if you want to kind of get an idea
KSC?
of
Yeah,
what the
KSC.
super heavy booster will be doing,
I'm going to
just
actually
think,
go and see a
CRS
rocket
16,
launch.
but intentionally, not unintentionally.
Hopefully.
And I'm just
Yeah,
looking through here,
Gatwick's quite
there's
busy.
So much support coming. in at the
Heathrow's.
moment,
Look at
and
Heathrow.
It's just incredible to see.
Crazy,
There are
crazy,
so many
crazy.
messages in here.
Most tracked flight. What's
And-
this?
I feel like we should probably go through them. But
Why is
there
that
are
being
just so
tracked?
many, and I don't want to sound like a broken record. So I'm gonna
Rio de
attempt
Janeiro
to go through a few here,
to there.
and then
Seriously?
we'll see.
You could get a car,
how it
or a
goes.
bus, or a train.
So where should we start off? Let's go off with.
That's mad.
See some of the new members coming in. We've had a few.
Oh,
we've had
what's
a lot of
this?
new red team members coming in.
Ooh.
So thank you everybody who's become the red team member. We've also got
Okay.
some new pad wrap members here as well. That's the entry level tier.
I
to the
wanna.
membership
I was
program.
trying to go on
Many
here to
people
find
get
the
that multi-tool that we've got running
NASA
there.
plane.
So either joining red teams, such as all the people
That's a
who are going,
777.
Through the ticker now, or such as Tim.
So I wonder
who's
what he's doing.
Upgraded to red team. We also have Paul here. And Annie's become a Capcom member. That means you now get access to the Discord
Right.
server.
So
That's
they
something
take off
interesting.
from
Another pad wrap member here, another red team member. We also
Houston,
have
didn't
Bob,
they?
Gifting 5 red team memberships, which is excellent. So not only do you
There's
contribute
that
financially to the
Virgin
channel, but
Atlantic
you
plane
also
just going over the
give
top of me.
5 other people access to the membership program completely
San
for free on their
Antonio,
end, which is
Houston.
fantastic. Let's see through here. We've also got Sven becoming a Capcom member. Oh, I
Southwest.
just lost my place. Where was I? There we go. There's Sven becoming a
Let's
Capcom
go to
member,
Tampa.
and a red team member, and another red team member, and another red
Yeah,
team
I
member.
don't
Yeah, many different
see.
people joining the membership.
Will it be
program.
up
I'm gonna
way
try to flick through
before?
these on screen whilst we keep talking here, but I'm going to see if I can find a question real quick to toss over to you, Sawyer, whilst I showcase all of these fantastic contributions in the ticker.
It's still
And,
coming down.
We have a question here from Elazar.
I bet being on this plane right now would be mad, because you're just looking out to here.
Payload inside of the ship at the moment, or is it just empty?
That's a good question. As of right now, we believe that there are no
Right.
payloads on board.
I will be
Knowing
back in a
SpaceX
minute,
has
guys.
done in the
See you in a
past,
second.
They could very well have snuck something into there, but it would have had to be very early on because the way that they accessed the payload portion of Ship 24, which has been nicknamed the Pez dispenser, is sealed
And
shut.
sorry, Sawyer, I'm going to interrupt you here because we have the tower vent going there on the right side of your screen.
Please interrupt me for that.
Yes, there you go. You can see it venting out there. It's quite difficult to see. You can see it when the flashing beacon lights up. It's a lot easier to see. So fingers crossed, as the sun starts to rise over the next few hours here, the vents will become a lot easier to see. But yeah, that is a big step in the countdown towards launch. Here's the overlay graphics, so you can see it. It's quite. It's a much smaller on this zoomed out view, but this will give you the context of where that tower vent is compared to all of the other assets here at the launch site. So you can see on the bottom there, that's where the OLM vent was coming out of a few moments ago. We also have the tower vent now, kind of halfway up the tower, roughly just below the ship quick disconnect arm. You can also see at the bottom there the engine chill pit where the where that will start to chill up as the engines get prepared.
Yeah, and these vents, by the way, are preparing the lines for the fuel that's about to go through them. So it's not fuel pouring out, it's not anything dangerous, it's basically getting the lines cleared out of any impurities, any things that could cause issue once the fuel is loaded in, and then they are prepared, and eventually we'll start flowing fuel into Starship.
Sounds good. Very exciting. And this is the other side of the launch pad. You can still see there that tower vent going whilst they are getting going. And we're being told in the back channel here, this signifies less than an hour to go until propellant starts to load. So that is very, very exciting indeed.
Yep, we're expected to know if they're going to go for the pole at T-minus 2 hours, and fueling is expected to begin at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes.
So that is doing some quick calculations in my head. That's just over half an hour until that prop load should be starting to, or the propellant should be starting to flow throughout the lines, the various pipes and plumbing and such on stage 0. So here you go, T-minus 4 hours, the tank farm has started to spool up. The next event will be the flight director verifying go for propellant load. That is expected in just over 25 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, because this is about to get even more exciting than it already is. I'm going to look through for an interesting question to ask here. Ian, I believe you're back now, so we'll direct this one to you. This is a good question here from Roger, actually. I'm a little bit nervous about the orbital launch mount surviving when liftoff happens. Have they tested the sealing of the clamps after rapid closure, Ian? What do we know about the clamps that hold down the booster? Have they been tested?
Oh yes, they've been tested multiple times. So the quick disconnect umbilicals, so the booster and ship, have been tested, retracting multiple times. That has all gone off well. You actually see the drone there in the bottom right hand corner. But anyway, the hold downs on the OLM themselves have also been tested multiple times. Of course, not using an actual booster, so this kind of will be a semi all-up test of all these different systems here. So yes, everything with the pad here has been tested. This is just kind of the final. Let's get all the band back together and do a full rundown of everything.
And we have a question here from Lachi Reiki. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Sawyer, do we have, I know we worked on the timeline video together, do we have any idea of when Ship 24 will reach, or Ship 24 and Booster 7 will reach max Q?
That's a great question. Again, according to their best case scenario timeline, meaning that this could change, especially since it is a test flight and the first flight, they're expecting max Q around 55 seconds into flight. For comparison, for a Starlink Falcon 9 mission, that's typically about T plus 1 minute and 16 seconds into flight. Sometimes T minus 1 minute, 10 seconds, depending on the orbit it's going into. So about 15 to 20 seconds sooner than we would see typically on a Falcon 9 launch. And for those who are unaware, this is a major milestone in the flight itself, because max Q is when the vehicle is experiencing the most stress on it. For me, that's usually just when I'm trying to do taxes, but that is the peak aerodynamic stress on the rocket itself. So that's when it's going through the most forces, and making it through that would be huge.
I'm just going through here with the members. So many people have become Red Team members this morning in Starbase. It is incredible to see. So thank you so much to everyone. Again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Sorry we can't be reading out every single message that you guys are sending in. But just know it is greatly appreciated, all of the support that you are giving us over the last few days in this lead up to what is hopefully today going to be the maiden orbital-ish integrated Starship flight test. Give it whatever name you want to give it. But yeah, I'm still going to call it OFT1 just because that's what we've been calling it for the last 2-3 years. It's easier than just changing the name a week before launch, because that's what SpaceX decided to call it. And I'm going to look for a question here from Starman. Very nice name. Would the heat shield tiles need replacement for reflight? Ian, what is the plan with the heat shield tiles?
Yeah, so the heat shield tiles are really, it's going to depend on, what happens with the actual flights. Now, in terms of reflying them, that's going to come with when SpaceX actually recovers a booster. Now, we don't know exactly how the heat shield is going to perform during flight. We've seen during many previous flights, like the suborbital flights and the static fires, that many tiles have fallen off. So if they do fall off and if the ship still manages to survive re-entry, then yes, you would need to replace those. If any heat shield tile manages to crack either on final descent or at landing, those would need to be replaced as well. But like I said, we are still a while away from any reflight of Starship, and probably a little while away too from any recovery of Starship. So it's going to be a while before SpaceX needs to worry about that. So yes, there likely will need to be some heat shield tile replacements after the first ship lands, but that is going to be a little while away to be determined.
And there is a question here, many questions about timelines here.
I am
So I'll throw this one over to
How
you.
we doing?
What is the duration of the test flight? How
I've
long
got
is
a
Starship in
glass
orbit
for my
on
drink.
its trajectory to Hawaii? And at what time
And
will
I've also
the
got
ship and the booster splash
the
down? Sawyer, give us some time.
phone charger. Because I'm most likely going to be using my phone quite a bit today. How we going?
You talking about mute, Sawyer?
Oh yes,
Are
thank you
there?
very much. Sorry. Yes, keep in mind that this is all best case scenario, and there's a chance that the time may change either forward or backward, and that the vehicle might not exist at certain time marks here. But essentially, the goal is that the booster will cut off around 2 minutes 50 seconds into
What the
flight,
hell?
at which point it will separate away and begin a boost back burn at T plus 3 minutes and 11 seconds. In between that time, you will have Starship igniting its engines at 2 minutes 57 seconds or so into flight. The boost back burn
What's happening
will
around?
last for about a minute before going transonic and doing a landing burn at about 7 minutes and 40 seconds into flight before hopefully splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico about 8 minutes later. Starship's engines will fire until about T plus 9 minutes and 20 seconds into flight.
We have a
at which point it
private
will
jet
coast
going
quite a
into
while
Brownsville.
until we get to re-entry at T plus 1 hour and 17 minutes or so. And a reminder, there is no
There's a
landing
helicopter.
burn for Starship. It's just the trajectory it's on will have it re-enter. It's expected to then go transonic below the speed of sound at an hour 28 into flight, with splashdown near Hawaii an hour and a half after liftoff.
Holy dang.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Sawyer. Aaron Hyde has a question here. Where is the Launch Control Center at Starbase controlling this pad and refueling? Now, Ian, could you give us a little rundown of what controlling facilities we have at Starbase?
Yeah, so first off, the first control facility where they control a lot of the testing, so the static fires, the cryoproofs, the wet dress rehearsals, and so on, that is at the Stargate building. Now that is basically smack dab in the middle of the production site, about 1.5 miles away from the launch site. Now, of course, that is well within the keep out area, the blast danger zone of this flight. So in order to keep, people safe and away from any danger in case anything happens here, they have a secondary mission control center. Now, this is further down Highway 4 near the Ad Astra School. That's actually right at the checkpoint, the hard checkpoint where no one is allowed past. So they have two mission control centers down in Boca Chica. Now, it is important to note that they are not controlling this out of Hawthorne. This is not being controlled out of the Falcon 9 mission control at SpaceX's headquarters. However, I would not be
Is
shocked if they have
Grimes-
a nice viewing party going there right now. But this
Is she going to the rocket launch?
Down the road near the Ad Astra School. That is your secondary mission control site at Boca Chica.
Can you date Elon? Take one for the team.
Thank you, was upgraded to a launch director. That's a big member.
Oh god.
And there is a question here from Bareth, I think. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly.
What the hell?
Why did, this is going back many years now.
That is weird.
Why did SpaceX decrease the diameter from 12 meters on the interplanetary transport system to just 9, I say just 9 meters, just 9 meters on Starship? It's still a very wide vehicle, isn't it, Sawyer? But do we know why they decided to thin down the ship?
I mean, it all comes down to efficiency would be my guess. I don't know if there was ever an official reason released as to why, but at this point, you've
Check
got all
out
the
the
fuel that you need
text.
to complete the missions.
Oh yeah. We need to take that back. Yeah.
Diameter,
Thank you, Rich.
it's a little more controlled to that point,
It's
but
because I
why
don't actually have a
was,
button
chance
on
of
my
things
Stream Deck, which
getting
I'm actually.
knocked by
Do you know what?
wind,
I'm
so
gonna do that
I
right
don't know
now.
the exact reason, but in the end, it makes sense just to simplify things down if you can.
Sounds good. And we actually have some news here to bring you to do with the
Oh, nice.
WB-57
It actually
aircraft,
looks
which
pretty
is gonna
damn
be used to
decent.
Observe the launch. These are operated by NASA and based out
Mate, that
of
looks so cool.
Houston, and the flight path for WB-57 927. So that's what is that? That's November 927 November Alpha.
That looks
has been
absolutely sick.
published. So we can actually see where that aircraft is going to fly.
I did. Yes, I did. I did notice you're on big
There you
TV.
go. So it has
I
a
couldn't quite see it,
vertical
but yeah, no.
vertical
Now I've
altitude
seen
of,
it. That's sick.
13,710
That looks
meters.
absolutely awesome.
That is just shy of
Uh,
45,000 feet for those of you who are more accustomed to normal aviation units. It's the flight plan is scheduled. Says the WB-57 is scheduled for departure from Houston at 6 o'clock in the morning Central Daylight Time.
So that's with
however,
1
it's
hour to
predicted
go.
10 minutes past 6, and then a landing at a 10:44.
Damn.
So that is the flight plan and the timings for the WB-57. So if NASA is getting ready to fly out the aircraft, then surely that means SpaceX are on track for a 8 o'clock liftoff.
So Houston's
That's
up here.
That's at least the last we officially heard through Twitter. So yeah, that's very exciting indeed, Ian. This aircraft is pretty much ready for departure.
Yeah, and if anyone's unaware, the WB-57 is NASA's high-altitude imagery plane. Now, those are often used for things like re-entries. So if you're watching, say, a Crew Dragon re-entry webcast, and you suddenly see, hey, there's this weird tracking overlay with the fireball, that is likely from the WB-57. Now, like Ryan said, it's operating from very high up, about 13
Nice.
kilometers up,
Fair
which is
enough.
Pretty high.
That's gonna be pretty sick.
Now NASA
So
has
we got
two
8 votes so
things,
far
call
on
sign,
our poll.
927, the call sign 926 plane
75%
did
saying
fly
yes,
yesterday, but there is no
25% saying no.
published plan for it
Oh.
flying today. So So this is
I
class
wonder-
97 lifting off from Ellington Field in about
Right.
25 minutes.
I need-
So coming up very soon on what should be the liftoff.
I think I'm gonna have the cannon
We'll
monster.
definitely keep an
Now
eye
the
on
cannon
it.
monster
If
first.
when that
Let's
lifts off, we'll
let's
give
get
you
some
another
monster.
indication as to when exactly SpaceX is getting ready for launch.
Sounds good, Ian.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Here we go.
An interesting question here from Apollo asking, what is the point of a launch window? It is just orbiting, so unless it's attempting a rendezvous, is there a need for a launch window? Now, Sawyer,
Beautiful,
why
look
does
at this.
Starship have a launch window if it isn't, I don't know, trying to rendezvous with the ISS or get a transfer window out to the moon or Mars or something like that?
Oh,
That's a really good question. And I do want to clarify that we'll not be doing a complete
this is gonna be
orbit.
gorgeous.
It'll be close, but that's a whole nother can of worms. To answer this question in particular, even though it's not targeting anywhere specific, you have to close down all the waterways around Starbase. You have to close the airways around Starbase for this launch window, all of which are very busy. So you don't want to keep those closed for any longer than you have to. So that's typically why, in this case, it's a 150-minute or 2.5-hour window, which they're currently targeting 1 hour into it. Beyond that, you also have to keep an eye out for satellites that are flying overhead. So even though we have this 2.5-hour launch window, there will likely be cutouts or parts in the window where there won't be able to launch because another satellite would be directly overhead or in its
Let's
path
have a look.
that it could possibly hit. So
Let's actually
that's
go
the
to
whole deal with
Google
the launch
Maps.
window.
I just want to quickly point out this big contribution from Craig, 100 USD. Thank you so much.
So,
I've been with you since the
basically-
beginning. Go SpaceX, go NSF. Introduce yourselves again, please. Many newbies don't know you. Well, I'll just go around the room here. So the voices you've been.
Here we go.
hearing
So this is
here over the
Florida.
last,
That's
2
your
minutes,
usual
since I joined on
Kennedy Space
We
Center.
also have alongside me. Christ, that was
And
very
then-
Norfolk. Alongside me, we have an Ian Atkinson. How you doing, Ian?
Here we
Well,
go.
I'm
So
doing
this is
great.
actually. Let's see what the satellite
I'm running
imagery.
entirely on adrenaline right
looks
now, so
like.
Very, very excited for the first flight of Starship. That is for sure.
And also the voice you've been hearing, the other voice
Is
you've
it
been
actually
hearing
an
is
island?
Sawyer Rosenstein.
It's
Yeah, 'cause you
getting
can't
exciting,
get-
It's getting real. We are continuing in.
There is literally
what appears to
one
be on
bridge
track
in
at
and
the
out.
moment. The next major milestone
Let's
being
put traffic
the
on. Let's see what the traffic's like.
2 hours.
Wow, look at this. So
We
this
are
is where they're
approaching
all
that thick
queuing
and
up.
Fast. It's getting very, very,
Wow.
very exciting now. I mean, it's just.
So this is where
but
pretty much
the closer
everyone
we
is
get
going to.
T0, the more real it becomes, and I'm still struggling to believe that it's actually happening.
But
It's been.
I
so
do know that SpaceX
hinted and
workers
so far
are
out
being
for so long,
shuttled.
and it's always been like, oh, the orbital flight test.
around
It always
to
felt
here.
Like it was never actually going to happen, and yet here we are on launch day with just.
So they're
over
being
2
shuttled back
hours
and
to go
forth
until the
from
first
South Padre
attempt at
Island to where
T0
the
time.
build
It
site is.
Very, very exciting.
That's
There's a question
mad.
here
This is the launch site.
From Robert asking, is this the first orbital class launch ever where all hardware is configured to return to Earth? Now, Ian, do we know about
Wow.
any historical launches which could have reached
So-
orbit, but were like this, right? Just a test launch.
Let's have a look.
and
Let's have a
it
look
wasn't
at the actual.
designed to reach orbit.
I think this actually would have.
Wow.
That
This is
designation.
old footage.
Now the only other
Look
one that
at
comes
this.
to mind would be STS-1. However, the external tank on all the solid rocket boosters were always attempted to be recovered. The shuttle was always recovered.
Let's have a look. Where are we?
So
Still not
I
coming
would
up
say
on
this
America.
would take the cake, yes, for the first ever orbital launch,
This is.
where all the hardware is set to return to Earth in some.
This is all completely changed.
And there is also a question here from Jude
Damn.
asking, will Starship be landing with its signature belly flop into the ocean?
It
a
is
big
straight
flop
up
into
belly
the
flop.
water. Well, it will be a big belly flop.
So that
indeed. Now,
is
Sawyer, what do we
the
know about these
chopsticks,
ships,
which is actually
return to Earth?
this bit here.
As for the
That
return
they
to
built
Earth,
and put onto the
we
side.
are expected to see it come in with that belly flop.
All these
as
cars,
you
trucks.
mentioned, where it literally has the heat shield tiles.
So this is the
underneath it that
gate
will
where everything
hopefully
walks in.
absorb
Oh,
all of the
hello.
heat as it
Come here.
re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. The one thing that we won't see that we've
Wow.
seen, especially during the
This is
hot
crazy.
tests, SN 8 through 11 and 15, is
So,
that flip maneuver where it then
what are you
rights
doing?
itself
Why are you-
after it does the belly flop. we will not be seeing that on this particular mission, and we are not expected to have
So is that
the ship itself recovered. So,
ship
like you said,
20?
it's going to be a big belly flop that likely will.
I think
spook
that was ship 20. I'm not sure. Round the
there's a
Mechazilla
question here.
times.
Which
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
just
gonna
check.
say ship 20. That is. Oh,
Store is asking,
why are we?
how much fuel will Starship take in milliliters? Now, I'm afraid to say, Starship's a bit bigger than millimeters. We're talking.
Coming into
we're
Brownsville.
talking Kiloliters, perhaps? I don't know. Certainly liters, not milliliters. Ian, do
We
we
got
know
another
how,
plane coming
how
over
much
my
fuel
house.
can physically fit inside of both the booster and the ship?
So the full propellant load
Private
on
jet.
Starship for I believe this is the full stack is 1,200
Damn.
tons.
Or is it
Now
the?
I am way too hyped up on
It might
adrenaline
actually
to
be
do any
that.
density calculations. But
Nah,
if I'm
it's definitely the
at,
private jet.
It's near 50-50 split of methane and oxygen.
Oh,
I
hear
wanna be
this
close
one in a
enough to
minute.
do some density calculations there. I am
Damn.
not in the mental space right now to
Right.
do that. So if anyone does, that'd be great. But yeah, about 1,200 tons combined propellant of methane and oxygen.
It's well in the dark
And
now.
we also have a question here, Sawyer. I know we worked on a video about this together last week now. Can you explain how stage separation will work for Starship? So, Sawyer, how will the ship, fingers crossed, separate from the booster in just over 2 hours' time?
So there is sort of like a pin, it almost looks like, that sticks up from the top of the first stage where the second stage is kind of hooked into in a way. Once the engines shut down on that first stage, it's going to use good old gravity to kind of help it separate and centripetal force. So basically it's going to give itself a little bit of a spin, and that force will help separate it away. This is very similar to what SpaceX did with the Starlink V1s and many of the V1.5 satellites, in that there would be a bar that kind of holds it in place. They would start spinning it, and then the bar would release, and all of the individual
And I
Starlink
think that's
satellites
another
would fly out.
OLM vent we can see there, Sawyer.
Ooh.
I'm not sure. Is that another OLM vent?
It appears to be.
Very strong vent.
It is not in waterfall mode yet, but that is definitely strong.
Yep, big gaseous vent. The waterfall will be very obvious because it looks like
A waterfall.
waterfall of cryogenic propellants. Right now they are still probably priming the lines down, chilling them down, getting them ready to start
Just gonna
flowing
turn my
cryogenic
microphone down while I have a bag of
Yeah,
crisps.
so get ready for that waterfall, because that is spectacular from the OLM. Don't go anywhere, because this is about to get very,
There we
very,
go.
very exciting.
And we're
I
being
mean,
told
just-
in the back channel, sorry, real quick, Ryan, we're being told in the back channel that it is beginning to whistle, you can hear, which is a sign that waterfall vent mode, which is a major sign that they're about to go into propellant mode, is coming up very soon. Now,
Oh
we're
god,
about
my dog's
6
in
minutes
the
away
gun.
from when we should get that final go for propellant mode. So, getting into the real big parts of the countdown here just momentarily, so stick around.
And before we hit that waterfall vent, I'm just going to quickly run through some of the contributions we've been getting over the last 10 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody, for these. Again, we're really quite tough for time here with the OLM waterfall coming very shortly, so I'm just going to quickly go through these. Thanks, John, for this $20 super chat. That is greatly appreciated. We have a store message here from Candace. Thank you very much. Mark with the 30 Australian dollars. And we also have a couple more super chats here, so thank you everybody for these different contributions. Again, sorry we can't read out all of your messages, but we really want to try and get through as many different contributions as well. And thank you, Satoshi, for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That means that 10 new people can get access to the multi-view, and so can the Doctor 907. You've just become a Red Team member, so you get access to the multi-view as well. Rai is asking, what records is as
There we
a
go,
hobby
put the
is
dog away.
Starship breaking or coming close to breaking? Now, Sawyer, do you have
Crazy dog.
on hand? I suspect Starship will be breaking many records upon launch, but what are
What's
the
going
most
on?
important records or the biggest records that Starship will be breaking?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, there's going to be a lot of firsts. Obviously, this will be the largest vehicle ever launched. It is expected to be the heaviest vehicle ever launched. At liftoff, it is expected to be the most powerful, and will also have the most engines ignited at any given moment.
That's
with
crazy.
33, beating the current record held by, well, Starship during its static fire with 31, and beating the N1, which got into flight with 30, although never to orbit.
I'm just having a look here. We're approaching 5 minutes to 6 local time in the morning. I'm trying to see if the transponder on the WB-57...
And I believe the OLM is going into waterfall mode right now.
There we go, thanks Ian.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
so you can see the event has increased in size dramatically. That is waterfall mode, which you can see there now starting to kind of just spool over onto the marshland around the launch site. I'm going to try and hit a question or two whilst we're watching this waterfall vent in action. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is a very big indication that in 4 minutes time we will be go for propellant load. At that point we'll then see ship 24 and booster number 7 filled with liquid oxygen and liquid methane in preparation for a launch coming up now in just 2 hours time. So Ian, from what we're seeing with these vents at least, it seems as if 8 AM local time is still being targeted for the maiden flight.
Right,
correct?
so Houston,
Yes,
is there...
it definitely does seem like the status right now. And of course, in just over 3 minutes, we will find out the exact time that they're figuring out, that they're planning on their T0 for. Now, again, like you said, 8 AM Central Time is the current estimated T0 based on all the activity that we're seeing right now. But in just 3 minutes, we should get the final go for propellant load from the SpaceX launch director. And if we do get that on time, that means we're targeting a T0 of 2 hours from right now.
And I do just want to clarify in terms of the fueling begins with the booster first. That is the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane or methane. And then the fueling on the ship begins at, I believe, about 17 minutes after that is when they start loading the liquid methane onto the ship, followed 5 minutes later by...
There's quite a few airports in there.
Sounds good. I'm just going to hit a question or two more here really quickly, such as this one from Richard Hall asking, is it true the booster will be ignited 8 seconds prior to liftoff? If so, is there a possibility of the pad not being able to handle that much power? Now Sawyer, I would have hoped they designed Stage 0 to be able to hold a booster in a ship with 33 Raptors going nearly full bore at 90% thrust.
Yes, exactly. And again, we've seen them tested at about half thrust, and that was 31 of the 33 engines, and it did pretty well. And they have then since added more cladding and added more protection to it, even past that. And a reminder, the reason why it's 8 seconds before liftoff is because they don't all ignite at once. It is slightly staggered. There are different rings of engines that will light one ring, then another, and so on.
No, it's going to be
It's not
crazy.
all at once at 8
Oh,
seconds, so you're not blasting it immediately. So it's me.
And I'm gonna do the thing.
Oh.
People probably already know what I'm gonna say now. As we approach, there are so many of you watching right now, and we're interested to see where you're watching from.
Uh-oh.
So if you'd like,
no.
yeah, I know Ian, I know. So if you'd like, put it in chat where you're watching from, and we'll get ready to see the carnage unfold.
I think we might crash YouTube servers here. 7,000 people saying from where they're watching.
Oh, well, here we go. Absolutely flying away. Let's see what I've got a Manchester. Well, I've got a Melbourne, Australia, a Netherlands, a Florida, a Poland. There's a Napoleon there. Oh my God, it's going so quickly. There's a Virginia. I've seen a Canada, a France. I've seen a Belgium, a Philippines. Oh, it's a Brighton, Orlando. Maybe you'll be able to see something. We're not too sure. It's going so quickly. I can't read it now. Many
I see
pieces
some
from the United
Pennsylvanias.
States. Oh yeah,
Oh.
there's Pennsylvania in there. Or Quebec in Canada.
Shout.
Norway.
Oh, is that? No, it's a Cessna.
I'm also seeing many Europeans in here. I mean,
And
this is kind of European lunchtime now, so
If I
many
may just
people are
point out, by the
probably
way,
on their lunch breaks.
if we are going for exactly 8 a.m. Central Time, then we are exactly now at T-minus 2 hours and counting. Keeping in mind that time could shift a little bit later, depending on when they go for fueling, if there are any holes in the window, but now at T-minus 2 hours or so until the approximate scheduled liftoff time.
I've seen a Rhode Island in there as well now in chat. Another Pennsylvania.
Oh, it's
for you, Ian.
diverting.
Looks as if there's a Portugal in there as well. There's a
I
Cuba.
just saw Titusville on the Space Coast there.
Yep, a Cuba.
Titusville.
And if you're watching from Cuba, the Bahamas, any kind of location around the Caribbean there, if you are if you are in Cuba, in the Bahamas, or close to that region, potentially, or probably also within the Florida Keys, you could have a chance to see probably about, Troy, what do you think? Maybe T-minus 2, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Keep an eye out to see what happens.
T plus, yeah, after that. But potentially along the west coast of Florida as well. It will be flying over the Gulf, so it's worth keeping an eye out. And I do want to point out, you can see in this picture here, the methane subcoolers are getting frosty.
There we go.
They are getting super cool.
So I'm going to keep the
close.
ISS picture up. See if we can spot land.
Just to jump in here real quick, we have confirmation that the WB-57 is on its way. Its transponder is turned on at Arlington Airport in Houston. It's pushed back, not pushed back, it's taxied out from the ramp, and it's currently going along the taxiway. It looks as if it's going to be lining up on the north-south runway, or the longest north-south runway at Arlington. So it looks as if that will be taking off on time in about 8 minutes time, or even before then. It's got a little bit of a taxi route to go, but it's not that far. And then from there, it will probably take Ian, what do we think? Probably about an hour or so to get down to Boca Chica. It's quite a flight from Houston all the way down to the Mexican border, pretty much.
Yeah, they'll want to get down there with a bit of time to spare just to be safe. I'd say about like an hour and a half probably. However, we do have an estimated return time of around 10
Oh wow, look at him!
a.m.
He's
Central Time.
flying.
So we'll see what we're expecting on that front.
Very, very exciting indeed. It's all of these points of confirmation are just. Actually, I think I may have been incorrect there. The WB-57 is now going horizontally, so it might be going to a different runway. So this might mean it's taking off sooner than we thought. But anyway,
and for those who are unaware,
confirmation. Go on,
for those who are unaware, by the way, the WB-57 is a high-altitude airplane that's used for imaging. So if you've seen any of the crew capsule returns from high up in the air, sometimes in infrared.
Where did he say it was taken off from? Did anyone actually get that?
Those are typically WB-57 images.
Yeah.
Is
so
that it?
It looks as if it's going to be taking off in just a few minutes now.
No.
And all of these extra points of confirmation are just leading to, it just gets even more exciting by the second. So now we've got the vents lining up with the countdown, we've got the WB-57 lining up with the countdown, all of these different points, all of these different factors lining up with points in the countdown just further solidifies the case that this might actually be happening in under 2 hours time. Now, as we approach T-minus 1 hour and 55 minutes in the count, Ian, I believe we're going to have a little bit of a commentary switch over here. Excuse me. A little bit of a commentary switch over here. So, thank you very much for coming on
I don't know where it is. He said Houston.
Starship Test flight. And fingers crossed, this goes pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. If all does go well, I'll see you around T-minus 30 minutes. So for the next hour and a half, everyone, buckle up. Let's all get hyped up for this orbital flight, and I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just so crazy that we're even here.
Can hear that plane.
Enjoy sunrise, enjoy the countdown.
Hey guys, it's a plane.
For prop load, and I'll see y'all pretty soon.
Can hear that.
And coming in Ian's place, we
you can hear the plane that I'm literally just showing now.
We have an Adrian Beale joining us.
How crazy is that?
Starbase, or you're not actually at Starbase because you're not allowed to be at Starbase because there's a what do you call it, a hazard zone. But you're just a little bit further north, aren't you, Adrian?
Yes, it would be bad if I'm in Starbase right now. That would be a major range violation, I feel like. No, I'm in South Padre Isle. I'm watching from a good chunk away.
I've got some
yeah,
hula hoops as well.
Really, if we are going
literally, I just went out all out on snacks this morning.
they're really verified
Oh.
for upload. We are right now basically waiting for the OLM vent to stop or anything like that.
So-
that would help us in the significance, or like any tweet or anything. That would be great. But as of now, we should be very close to them verifying that go for prop load was given, and that's what we are waiting for.
It's
And
private
the
owner.
Insane subcooler event has just stopped, I'm being told,
Oh.
in the back channel. So, yeah, this prop load seems to be coming pretty soon.
Yes,
I'm
and the
gonna-
vent stopping is not a bad thing in this case. That's a good thing.
Yeah, good to
They are-
clarify
they
that,
are-
Sawyer.
Yeah, they're going on and off. Basically, we will see differences as soon as prop loading begins. That's the main thing that will stop instantly is the big waterfall vent. As soon as the waterfall vent stops, we are into prop loading, and
Right.
it stops relatively sudden. So watch for that. As soon as that stops, we are in action time. So yeah,
How do I like
Looking forward.
favourite this?
it's getting quite close here.
Ah, okay.
I know. Fingers crossed that this goes through to T0 now, and then this trip would have all been worth it for you, Adrian. This is looking... how are you feeling? How's the atmosphere right now? Like, this must be pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, we are very excited here. I think it has been a very cool week so far. I think so far it's looking really good, and we'll see how the next 2 hours are
Yeah, it's gonna be mad.
playing out. But yeah, it's amazing. It's like seeing this as a potential first rocket launch is just, I mean, you cannot ask for more, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Lyra hitting it with the great questions.
Okay,
asking
so we
another
got
question.
10,
Is this the first suborbital launch out of Texas? Now, Sawyer, have we had any other suborbital launches?
We have 10 votes in our poll.
Out of
So
Texas.
2 of you think
no,
that it's not gonna fly
because,
today.
You may remember
And
Blue Origin,
8 of you are
their
saying
New
yes,
Shepard
it is.
launches out of Van Horn, Texas. So other side of the state, but there are suborbital launches there. In terms of SpaceX, they've done their hops, which went to about 12.5 kilometers.
Sawyer,
at its
sorry, I'm
highest.
just going to quickly interrupt you here because we have confirmation that the WB-57 is now airborne. It is taking off from Eglington, and it's now
Oh,
on its
boy.
way to the launch site. It'll be down there in about an hour's time. So that is when we're expecting the WB-57 imagery aircraft to make it down there. It is just past 1,000 feet, so it is on its way to Starbase, which is very, very exciting. It's now just making its way
Whoa.
out of Houston.
And
I
Upside
can-
Sunrise is
you
also
can
in about an
continue.
hour.
Yeah,
I was
we are seeing first signs of the sunrise. It's slowly coming, and also we will, of course, have our eyes open for WB-57, which might circle here a bit.
And
Yes.
Brady in the back channel actually has a cool fact here, which is the WB-57 flies higher than Starship's highest flight so far. Go on, Sawyer.
No, that was just going to go along with what I was saying in terms of the height of Starship's flight. So, yes, we've had suborbital flights from Texas from Blue Origin and 12.5 kilometers up from SpaceX, but this would be their highest launch for sure out of Texas, and the highest launch out of Texas.
I'm gonna get this one.
Trying to
from
work out
Voice
where it's
Squad,
taken off from.
Quickly, Adrian, talking about launch windows. When does the window today actually close? And I'll also add on to this question.
Oh,
if
Sugarland,
we,
wasn't it?
If we end up with a T, hopefully we don't, but if we do end up with a T-0 scrub in just under a couple of hours, will there be the opportunity to recycle and go
Okay,
again within
right.
today's
We're gonna
window?
carry on looking at this one here.
It depends why. SpaceX so far has not really confirmed any like recycle times in case of certain abort moments. So I would at this moment help my speculation of if that would be possible or not. We would have to wait for SpaceX to confirming that.
And do we know how long the window will be open for today? Sawyer,
I
if you
can
want
take
to
it, yeah. It's a, the total window is 150 minutes, which opens, which would open in about an hour from now, so at 7 Central Time. So I guess that would be, if my math is right, 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time.
Yeah. we're all running on a little bit a bit of a lack of sleep. So any
I'm not.
irregularities with your mathematics, I'm sure it can be forgiven. And Alex confirming that.
What is he doing?
Panel 9:30 in the morning.
He's a bit all over the shop.
Window closes. So that's pretty much the time period that SpaceX has to play with. It's been a little while since we've gone over some of the new memberships. I'd just like to thank everybody who have become a Red Team member, or even a Launch Director member, or even a Captain member. All the different member levels. If you've become one, thank you so much. We've got some more store messages in here. We've got some more contributions from overseas as well. Thank you, everybody. We also have Satoshi gifting 5 Red Team memberships. That means...
Oh. It keeps doing this. I don't know why. Oh. Oh. Hello.
Thanks to Pulsewave for sponsoring this episode. Pulsewave is a real-time remote...
Go away. There we go.
Else and Dank Jeb with 100 USD.
Not a clue what happened there.
When hot. That's a big contribution. Thank you so much for that. And Sawyer,
that was random.
The big hop we're about to see today is still looking on track for about an hour and 45 minutes time.
Yes, I appreciate the throwback there to all of the hop testing, the Wen hop, which technically this is just a very high altitude, long distance kind of hop. It just won't be landing back at Starbase. You'll have one portion of it with the booster scheduled to land just off the coast in the Gulf of Mexico, and the ship scheduled to splash into the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii.
It's a long jump hop.
There you go.
So.
I think this might be it.
Competing in the Olympics. Let's see here. Paul Smith is asking.
Not going fast enough.
Is anyone at the production facility, or has it been evacuated? So we're just above 1 hour and 45 minutes until launch. Now, Adrian, has the production site been evacuated? What's the status of like that and the roads at the moment?
That would be an area that is well into the exclusion zone, the blast zone, so there should not be a single person there right now.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, they're keeping a very tight range around it, so of where people can watch, there is also a reminder, a keep-out zone for boats. There are marked designated areas where boats can watch, and any other you'll be visited by the Coast Guard, and there's also airspace closures that will occur. So if you are out there on a boat, please check the note Mars. If you are in the air, please check the NOTAMs.
Yeah, and
I'm trying to find...
I'm asking you all now, please do not cause a range violation, because the vents so far look good, the plane looks good, the weather looks good, from what we've heard so far. Please, just no range violations today, please. That's all I'm asking for. I'm going to hit a few more of these contributions and such, so thank you for everyone who's becoming...
There's a news helicopter.
Capcom member. That means you get access to the Discord. Everybody.
I wonder why they're following the road.
We have a contribution here without a message, but thank you for that anyways. More Capcom members and a few more different super chats and the like, such as...
Is that ABC 13? Yeah, it is.
From Games. Capcom member here from Leonard. Padvat member.
Obviously some
more
heavy traffic this morning maybe in Houston.
Thank you very much for that contribution.
Right, let's have a look. Have we missed it?
A new Capcom member, a new Launch Director member. That's pretty high up there. Thank you very much. And we have John buying multiple items off of the merchandise store. So thank you very much for that. Again, if you want any items off of there, shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Get all your spaceflight nerd merch that you could ever desire, including the new plushie that's came into pre-order yesterday. We've got a few more Padvat members.
So is this live, or if it's not?
A few more Padvat members. Thank you everybody who is joining in the lead up to Starship's first orbital flight. Well, it's not orbital flight, near orbital-ish flight, nearly orbital.
The integrated flight test.
Orbital. The integrated flight test. But
I'm so confused.
I'm sorry, I just don't like the name. I'm gonna have to be honest. I prefer orbital-ish. Rolls off the tongue better.
Yes, a reminder then that this one, the planned trajectory is that it will go up quite high, but it will not do a complete full orbit of the Earth. Again, a reminder, the ship scheduled to splash down near Hawaii, not all the way back fully to Texas. So
Right, here we go.
And we also have 50 USD here from Ryan Weber saying thank you very much. Oh, not saying thank you very much. I'm saying thank you very much for that. That's a big contribution. This is not a lot of sleep, people. I'm sorry. That's a big contribution. Thank you so much for that. That'll go a long way in helping to keep the robots feds down in South Texas.
and the people too, I guess.
And the people. Robots come first. Just kidding. There's a store message here from Brian. Thank you very much for that. And Adam, people purchasing off the store. And we also have a few more new members. Oh, looks like there's an OFT patch sticker being sold there. Very interesting indeed.
I brought one of them
Patch,
patches.
popular item as well on the store. We got the millimeters answer. Millimeters.
Milliliters.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Milliliters.
That's what I meant, Sawyer. That's what I meant. We got the milliliters answer alongside a $2 super chat here from Big Country saying, what is this? 14,166,616.82 milliliters of liquid
We're going to
methane.
try.
And we got another contribution
our
from
second
them a few
camera up.
minutes later, another $2 saying 526,024,754.4 milliliters of liquid oxygen. So that's the answer to the question from about, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. Thank you very much for working that out, Big Country, doing the density calculations for Ian. And we've had just in the last few seconds here, we've had a big contribution come in here. $200 from Studley Dude 2000. Thank you very much for that. That's a huge contribution to the team. That is greatly appreciated. That is an absolutely massive contribution.
Right,
One of the
let's see if
biggest
this
we've had
works
so
now.
far today.
So,
yeah, thank you so much. It's
we're going to just
contributions
switch
like
back to
that
our
really help to make this
plain
possible,
live stream.
help us to,
and then
keep people on site, help us to keep the robots running.
you
help
can
us
see,
to,
is this going to
upgrade
work?
kit and everything along those lines. So thank you so much. That will go a long way in helping to keep the show running.
Right.
To add
we
on to
also
your
have-
message, we want to thank you
go
for
on.
your dedication as well for streaming it every day. And I know we've all been waiting for this a long time, so thank you very much for sticking with us all that time
I
as
need
well.
a pin.
We
Typical,
also
innit?
have where is it? An $80 Australian donation here, which is also quite a large contribution. Thank you very much for that. That is saying they've been
There we
watching
go.
since Starhopper. Thanks for your awesome coverage, professionalism, and humour. Go Starship. Yeah, I think that's
So,
that's the overarching.
there we go, we have
message at the moment, isn't it?
side on,
Just go Starship. Everyone just wants this thing.
it's
to be
actually-
successful and
I don't
go
know
the
why,
best
but it just
it
looks
can.
really weird.
So we're approaching about
Like-
T-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes. Adrian, could you just give us a little rundown of what we should be kind of expecting next for everyone?
It's
who's joining
perfectly in
us at the
sync.
moment?
The next sign
I-
we will
this
see
will
is
be
this whole armband. We can
eventually
right now see
another
on the right
camera.
side to start
I've not got
as
the
soon
correct
as that
lens on
stops,
this, so
which might happen any second. We don't know exactly when. If that
So-
happens, they are in propellant loading.
yeah, I've got this
That's
one.
Just the situation. So basically,
But
as long as
it's-
this all
it's kinda side on, so if I sit like this,
propellant load.
You know,
Once this stops,
it's gonna look
we are
okay.
in propellant
as soon as
load
I
for
look at the
Starship's
computer,
first flight.
it's going to look weird. But this has
So
my
looking at the timer there,
telephoto lens.
1
Well,
hour
actually, it doesn't. It
and
has a normal
39 minutes. T-minus 1 hour,
lens,
39
so I
minutes,
can
which
zoom all the way in.
5 seconds will be exactly 2 minutes away. That's when booster liquid oxygen
There
and
we go.
liquid methane.
So
there you
that
go, 2
is
minutes
now
until booster
focused.
liquid oxygen and liquid methane load
On my
begins.
head.
So that is when we should start to see the
Mental.
OAM vent turn off, stop
But-
its water falling over the marshland.
The problem
and
is,
then we will start to see
the cable I've
frost
got
level rising on the
it
booster.
doesn't actually go
And
very
then after
far.
the booster, approximately 16 minutes later,
So
we will
I
see,
can't
methane
actually,
start
like,
being loaded into the ship, and a few minutes after that, we'll see
send
the
it quite
lights
far.
starting to be loaded into the.
I need to
ship.
get a longer
Really
cable
entertaining or
because it was
interesting
meant
as
to
you
be
see
for
go
a,
up
like a
is
drop
that you'll
down
see two
camera.
distinct different frost lines, and that's where you can
but
see where the two different tanks
I'm not
on
really
board
using
each
it.
vehicle is the one that's used for the
So,
liquid
Rich,
oxygen
if you are
and the
listening,
liquid methane.
you can have this camera
I will.
because I'm not really going to use it.
I'll
and
probably
also-
try and, explain this a bit better when we get some
the
more sunlight.
cables
It'll
I
probably be
need
easier
to
see.
get it like
But it's
really far
quite
away.
faint at the moment, but you can
This is
kind
gonna
of
be a
see
pain in
in
the
middle of
backside.
booster, the big
So you
field
can have the
bit,
whole thing. You can have the
in the middle
cable,
of the booster,
the
you
setup.
have they're called,
All you got to buy is the cable
what
to
are they called?
power it.
Sorry, I forgot
At the
what they're
moment,
called.
I'm running
They're
off
the
battery
steel
power.
things that run
And I've
down
also
the
just
outside to
realised
help
it's got
give
the
structural support. Are they
information,
stripes?
which I'm
Almost like
pretty
ribbons.
sure I just go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
There you go.
not the chines. They're the.
Just turn it
the,
to manual
stringers,
mode.
like Brady in the back channel.
and there
That's
we
what they're
go.
called, Stringers. So the above.
Oh,
the
you are still
stringers
here.
in the
Yep.
middle of the
Cool.
booster, that's
So yeah, you
the
can have this
heating
camera for your
and
setup.
below it, basically
You just have.
everything below
I
there,
mean, you
all the
sit
way
quite
down to
far
the
away
engine
from your
section,
screens
that
anyway.
is the liquid
So I
oxygen tank.
think
So that
this
kind of
lens
helps
would
to
be okay for
differentiate
you.
where the two different lines,
But,
ice
yeah, so you just set
from
it
the
up.
outside, that's a cryogenic propellant,
And there you go,
loaded
Rich. You've got
into
your
the
own
booster. Yeah,
camera
it's quite- go on,
that
sorry.
you can use
I was
for
gonna say
your
right there in the
setup.
middle of the screen.
Yeah,
And
there
it
you
plugs
go.
in
So that
via,
is-
via
it's
USB.
quite
So no
so
having
hopefully
to
when the sun
upgrade
starts to rise,
anything.
That'll become a little bit more evident, especially with the frost coming in.
Right, where
That'll make
is?
it look even, make it
Right,
even
we're coming
easier
up to
see
the UK.
as the frost will start to rise,
I am
and
gonna
the propellant load should have technically started
now
10
get rid of
seconds
that.
ago.
Well,
Is the
we'll keep
OLM
an eye.
vent going away?
That's, I mean, we'll keep an eye on the OLM vent, which again is all the lines being purged at the base there.
Oh,
Starship.
back is
and then
killing me.
once that slows down, we
so
should see
in
a
an
few-
hour and a half, the
There we go.
ISS.
So that OLM vent is still going, so it looks as if we may be
Should.
a few minutes
Is it an hour and a
behind the
half, or is
schedule
it
given
an
by
hour and
SpaceX.
50?
But again, I will just add that maybe
90
the,
minutes
the timeline we
is
were given by SpaceX
hour
on
and
the
a half.
website isn't exactly precise, Sawyer. Could it
Wow.
be a few minutes out perhaps, or could they have changed some things on the day, do we think?
It is very possible that there could be a few minutes, give or take, on every single milestone. Essentially, they might have gone into a slight hold just to confirm things. There might be delay in the T0. We don't know any of that though.
I'm
but
meant
yes,
to be
it is
going
possible
shopping
that it
after
could just
this.
Be off by a couple minutes.
So I'm hoping it doesn't bloody hold.
And, there is a question here from Lynx. Adrian, I'll throw this one to you about Starship's re-entry. First of all, will it survive re-entry and landing in the Pacific? And if so, will Ship 24 be reused?
No.
It will not survive.
Definitely not.
It might survive re-entry if everything goes very, very well. But they are not planning to perform any sort of slowdown burn, like any sort of landing burn in the Pacific Ocean. Ship 24 will hit the water very hard and will not be used on any future flights. There's,
Right, so I
no
console
second
you.
flight for it.
I'm going to check the clouds
100%.
quick and see what the clouds are like outside,
And
because
you
I
can
think
see there
it's
in
just about to come over the UK.
White box there is the purple hue starting to rise over Starbase as dawn approaches. You can also see the lights in the tower a little
Right.
bit more clearly, and also the
It is
lights on
pretty damn cloudy.
on that OLM vent still pumping the technically fueling from the timeline SpaceX gave us about
There's actually
the fueling should have started just over 2 minutes ago, so we are still awaiting the confirmation of fueling beginning with the OLM vent.
let's see
Basically stopping that waterfall, which you can see
the
there,
UK.
spilling
Hopefully,
down into the
you should see
port site.
Yeah, a reminder. That's why we're watching that vent
bottom
to the
half, I
left
think.
there. That's what they use to purge the lines, and then once that is turned off, that means that it's no longer liquid nitrogen or anything going through it. What would be going into the vehicle would be the super chilled propellants, which, again, in this case, is the liquid oxygen and the liquid methane.
I'm going to run through some more contributions quickly.
I
because
see
this is
land.
pretty much what helps to fund the.
Pretty
fund
sure
the
that's
operations
land.
Here at NSF. So a big thanks to everybody who has been.
Is that
super
land or is that
chatting and
land?
Purchasing items off of the
I don't
store.
know.
Christy's saying that they've got 2 Starship plushies for their.
Is that
7 and 5-year-olds to commemorate our visit to Boca
Island?
Chica for this amazing event. Well, I do hope that you do enjoy the plushies.
I have no
when
idea.
they are on pre-order at the moment if you're interested. We've got some more Red Team members coming in. We've got a few well, they are contributions, but gifts is what I meant to say here. 1 Red Team membership being gifted by Swen and 20 being gifted
It's already
by Charles.
over.
Thank you very much. If you received one of them, make sure to thank them in chat, because that is a very kind thing.
this
to
is
do.
looking more like our
Not
weather
only
right
do we
now.
get to, not only do we get the financial contribution with that, but people who may not necessarily be able to afford a membership get the perks, get the full perks of that membership. So if you've got a Red Team membership, it means you have access to our multi-view with many different cameras located all around Boca Chica and Starbase, giving you live feeds of what's happening.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we're seeing the UK. I actually think that might have just been a little bit the UK.
Is still going now, T-minus 1 hour and 35 minutes into the count. Ryan Knight has a question here alongside a $20 super chat. Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you since you're local to the area, saying, I'm in Titusville, but I can't seem to find the rocket. Which direction should I look?
I don't know if that's a joke or serious. Either way, thank you very much for the support. But yeah, we're not launching out of Florida yet. A reminder, there is a Starship Tower that is built and assembled at Launch Complex 39A,
That is the UK.
Center. There was also
I'm somewhere over here in this bloody cloud. This is France.
An area called Roberts Road.
Oh jeez, look at that.
But yeah,
that's mad.
Look west.
There you go.
Definitely west, since this will be flying out of Texas.
Nice. So there you go, guys. We have just seen part of the UK, and now we're over France. So it's a little bit delayed. That's not bad.
That means you get access to the Discord server. We've also got Jason building a Lego Starship. That sounds very exciting indeed. But make sure to also have a look on the telly every once in a while, so you can see how the real life vehicle is operating. $24 from Joshua, thank you very much. And you can see there on the right there, the exposure adjusting, really like the orange and the blue really kind of popping out there. That's a very cool shot indeed. This is a do you remember back in November when we did like the Dawn of Artemis streams? We now got the Dawn of Starship as we are pretty much approaching, fingers crossed, Sawyer, the final 90 minutes to go.
So where is
Ali, again, another 50 Red Team memberships. That is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that. That is awesome to see. That is a big contribution there, and we are very grateful for that. And of course, all of the people who just
Vans RV10
doing a fantastic job at gifting memberships today.
I'm trying to find this.
So thank you so much, Ali, for that.
NASA.
That's really, really kind of you.
So we're actually going to
I just want to point out again, the clock is continuing on our clock, at least to count down to SpaceX's original T0, which they said was approximately 8 a.m. Central Time. We are waiting for confirmation of fuel load, so the time might shift by a couple minutes or more.
Oh, here we go.
Just putting that out there that we are keeping an
Show
eye
on
on,
map.
waiting for confirmation.
There we go.
Load to begin.
I have it. Why didn't I just try that first?
I'm just trying to see at the moment.
It is at 30, 40. There.
The WB-57 we were tracking earlier.
Yep.
Number 927 has reached 45,000 feet and is currently, I'd say, probably about just over a third of the way towards Starbase, flying over the Gulf.
There's another one.
I saw a couple messages in chat saying that the other WB-57, number 926, is on its way. But I'm putting it into here and I can't seem to find its transponder turned on at the moment. So if we get any news about that, I will surely let you know. But there's already one WB-57 on its way, so I do not think.
Well, I'm seeing two.
And we are approaching launch very quickly now. 90 minutes until T0. That OEM vent's still going, however. So
crazy.
Adrian, at the moment, would you say we're not too sure what the current status of the count is?
Well, based on everything we know, the loading of the vehicle has not started. If you look at the initial timeline that SpaceX has posted, and this is all based on a lot of like just puzzling this together, I would right now say that it doesn't seem like 8 a.m. is still possible. However, there might be change in this flows that completely change our indicators. But if we look at the wet rest, if we look at static fire, this doesn't look to me like propellant loading has begun, which means they are right now not tracking 8 a.m. anymore.
And we are about 9 minutes off when that should have happened at the moment, so it seems as if
it might just be a hold.
Might be a more accurate time if this
it might just be a hold.
Event dies now, which you can see it hasn't. I'm also going to see if we've got any more questions we can ask, because these do keep coming in. Again, everybody, if you have a question, you want it answered before the launch of the world's most powerful rocket, put it in chat, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer. And I'm going to go to this question from Theodore, asking, how long will the entire thing take from ignition to landing in the ocean? Well, Sawyer, it's actually going to split into two parts. So the booster, when's that going to land in the ocean? And the ship, when's that going to impact the Pacific?
Oh, my
So the current
back
plan
is killing me.
that, the booster
Actually put
and
my,
the ship will separate about 2 minutes and 50 seconds or so into flight, at which point the booster will perform a boost back, so it'll turn itself around and burn itself back towards Starbase, and then was expected to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico about 8 minutes or so after liftoff. Meanwhile, Starship is expected to fire its engines till about 9 minutes 20 seconds after liftoff, and then will coast for quite a while. It will not relight its engines, but it is expected to begin its re-entry about an hour 17 minutes into flight, ending with its splashdown
I don't
hour and a half after taking off.
I understand why there's a second one.
Sounds exciting. So our clock now under 90 minutes, but that OLM vent there in the bottom right quadrant of your screen there, that's still going.
I'm
That's
so
the
confused.
indication of when prop load has begun. That will turn off. That it has not turned off, so prop load is yet to begin. And prop load begins at about T minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. So when that OLM vent goes off, we'll then know that prop load has begun. We're getting another question here from Melting Rocks
There you go.
Incidental, asking where mission control is located. We answered this a little bit earlier, but
So there's the
of course,
two
many more people have joined the
aircraft that
broadcast
were
since
just
then, so
coming
thank you everybody
around.
for tuning in on this Monday morning, very early in Starbase in South Texas.
It's not
So
actually
Adrian,
a
I'll
new
throw this one to
T-shirt,
you.
mine.
No, it's
Literally,
your time,
I've just
sorry.
looked at
Adrian,
chat.
I'll throw this one to you
Oh,
this
man.
time. Where is mission control
Um,
located at
So
Starbase?
this is actually quite an old T-shirt.
They have
I signed up to do some live streams for
might be the one where they
Sands.
today's launch from.
So all the money donated
The most likely
was
to
going to
be
go
outside of
to
the
the charity,
originally there was also
but
something
I never actually got
they
round
also
to doing
had
any.
a hand control test
So yeah, it was a gaming one.
in Boca, but that's
So I've had this a long time. I was,
so that's very, very unlikely to be.
I don't even know
I do just want to point out really quick,
where
you
did I
may
live
have
then?
noticed the clock has changed. That is while we await an official T0. We were counting down to the originally planned T0, which was 8 a.m. Central Time.
It's nice to
and
see
that
you
was
awake.
assuming that fueling would begin at T minus 1 hour 30
And
minutes.
looks like we
Past
might be
that,
going shopping a
we
lot
are waiting
later.
for T0, and we'll update it as soon as we know.
Right.
There's a question in here about the propellant loading sequence. Just a couple of minutes ago I did go over that. So Abhijit, sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. I believe that if you were listening a couple of minutes ago, that should explain that.
Right.
We is asking, Sawyer, I'll throw this one to you. Does Booster 7 use hydraulic or electric thrust vector
It
control
uses
on
hydraulic.
Raptors?
I
So
didn't need a whole
how
story.
do the Raptor 2s steer on the booster?
Hey,
Yeah, it's important
I've-
to note what
I've
keeps
been
the
here
thrust
for,
vector-
like,
thrust vector control.
how many
That is
hours
basically
now?
how the vehicle
2.5
steers
hours.
itself.
So,
Not all
you know,
of the 33 engines
I've got to
will
chat a little bit.
gimbal, as the official term is, or move to help steer the vehicle. There is a ring
Oh.
that is set in place and will not move. This one is unique in that it does use, I believe it uses the electric TVC. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I believe it's electric.
oh, jeez, I'm so tired. But we have.
Yeah, I think it is electric. The Raptor 2s are really kind of, if you compare the Raptor 1s to the Raptor 2s, they're really shrunk in size. The
Where's
plumbing
my
and the,
other one
all of
disappeared
the
to?
kind basically all of the controls and everything that was on top.
The other one's
of the
just
engine
disappeared.
cell is just really so much more
Ah!
simplified, and it's by simplifying it, it
Where's
means
it gone?
mass production of those engines can be sped up, made more efficient. and
Houston?
also means,
We have a
which
problem.
means that more engines can be made
Stop
in
yawning.
less time,
I
and
can't
for a
help
vehicle
it.
that uses 33
If I could
Raptor
stop
2s
myself
on the
yawning, I
booster
would.
and 3 sea level
But
and
I-
3
oh, there's a
vacuum
bird.
optimized on the ship,
There's the
getting,
plane.
as many engines as possible through the production line as quickly as possible.
I don't
Very
understand where that
important for the mass
plane's
production
disappeared
of
to.
Vehicles, which is
That's not
in
it.
the long term what SpaceX is aiming.
And
to
that's not it.
achieve.
It
And I
was
want
like
to point out
a
that Booster 7 is hydraulic.
private jet
All the
like
boosters
that.
onwards will be electric TVC. That's why we've got a lot of the boxes and things on the side of Booster 7
Ooh,
that
it's
we
turned
don't
into a
see on
ghost
Booster
plane.
9, where we have more of the chines.
the
instead.
monster will help. Monster would definitely help.
Thanks for that, Sawyer. So yeah, you can see there just at the bottom, you can see the
And
chart.
also the
chart is
copious
three,
amounts of
kind
chocolate
arranged in
and
like a triangle formation.
camera's just turned
Those
off.
are the three little aerodynamic
Um,
surfaces that help to point the booster upon boost back and
Where-
return.
I can't.
Which in the case of today's flight,
Look at this. So basically, in
down landing, a soft water landing, as SpaceX
this
like to call it,
jet's going a bit
Mexico.
a bit
JW is
close.
asking, should we be scared by the amount of small private planes on the way to Starbase? Now, Adrian, the NOTAMs and also for boats, the not Mars and the exclusion zones, they've kind of been in preparation for a while now. So fingers crossed, pilots and mariners should know about the exclusion zone.
I was going to say this one here.
Yeah, I'm very much not expecting that as right now. They have been very much notices. They have been clear
These
about
two
that.
here are going
And,
across
yeah,
where they're not meant to.
I can look quickly, but at least from my perspective, I cannot see anything that looks like a range violation right now.
Yeah.
And a reminder, we still are a little ways away from the liftoff. So, I mean, yes, the window is in place. A lot of the restrictions are now in place. So, if there are planes that end up in the restricted zone in the next couple of minutes or so, it's not the end of the world, and there is still time to get them out of the range and continue for liftoff.
And Ian informing me in the back channel, the WB-57 is now over halfway to
Yep.
Starbase.
We are following it
So,
on
took
that side.
About just
Oh,
over half an hour
oh,
ago,
yeah.
about 40
I turned the camera
minutes
around so we
ago,
could actually
maybe
see
just
the
after that. So, yeah, it's taken
text.
about half an hour to get to this point,
And
for about 20
yeah,
minutes to get to Starbase,
look at
and
that.
then I
This is what we're
presume
seeing.
It will begin doing the kind of the
How
holding
cool is
pattern
that?
we saw on the flight plan a little while ago. So yeah,
That is what it looks like.
getting close, and it's getting exciting.
Is that it?
See
You
the
don't have-
sunrise approaching as well, too, here at Starbase.
Yeah, you can see the sky.
Something
is a
big's just
lot
about to
brighter
fly
than it
over
was even
mine.
10 minutes ago now. The sun is approaching. Local
Sounds like a
sunrise, I believe,
helicopter.
is 3 minutes past 7, or like technically it's like 2 minutes and 38 seconds past 7 or something like that. But it's about 3 minutes past 7, I think. Sawyer, is that correct?
It is.
I believe
Oh, it's come from
3 or
Tampa.
7:05,
Tampa
somewhere
to
within those couple
Heathrow.
minutes. But yeah, it's a
Okay.
little after 7 local time.
It's quite cool.
Sounds
It's
good.
a private
And,
jet just
fingers
come from
crossed,
Farnborough.
if this is,
There
I-
are so many
I think it's
planes
safe
in
to
the
call
air.
This as a hold in the count because that OEM event should have stopped many minutes ago now, but fingers crossed it'll turn off shortly. So
There you go, I can hear that.
delayed T0
Had someone at
time,
my door.
probably looking around roughly quarter
What's
past
happening?
one,
So
right now, which it
basically,
won't.
we are just holding Rich,
That is what
basically.
we're expecting. It
Um,
could also mean that the sky will
they
be
think
lighter
the-
for the launch,
there's a
which means
hold
everybody down
in
there,
propellant
such
load.
as Adrian will be able to get a
There
better
we go.
look at it. And yeah,
There you go, it's back
Adrian,
now.
How's the feeling now?
The
There's,
hell?
a little bit of a hold in the count, but what's the feeling like at the moment?
I don't understand.
Excitement. It's pure excitement. I'm just staring at this vent right now. I'm very, very happy to be here. And I'm just like, we are waiting. We are ready. And it's cool that now the light is coming up a bit. So
I was going
we
to say
can
it's
actually see
looking
more now.
really nice.
That's nice. But the crazy
This
thing
is
is
gonna
also
be
in
mental
front of me,
if
like
it does
Isleworth
go.
Park, it's full and
But
you can
look down
all-
below me.
There's still people in queue.
It's
They're
huge.
still waiting to get in. It's like, wow. Everything here is crowded.
You'd like to hold.
Sounds great.
No,
Sounds
no, I
like-
wouldn't.
It sounds like it's a very popular event, and yeah, that's
I'm gonna sneeze.
Blanca Park at the south point of South Padre Island. So yeah, seems like a very, very exciting event. I mean,
Oh,
why would
there
you
we
not
go.
want to see this? Like,
God,
it's
I've
absolutely
taken hay fever
It's
tablets
going to be
today
an
and everything.
incredible event when this.
But it's
uh,
actually
uh,
it was quite sunny earlier.
it's just going to be incredible.
No, it's
Yeah,
amazing.
so the two
Yeah.
NASA planes,
So
I've just
Sawyer,
seen what you were
you've
saying,
been on for a
Martin.
little bit now. We're gonna
The
give you a little
two
bit of
NASA
a
planes,
break.
I don't know what.
So thanks for coming in, Sawyer. And,
It's
The other one has
hang out with us.
disappeared.
It has been my absolute pleasure. I will still be here
Don't-
watching, excited, and
I don't
on
understand.
standby to bring you guys replays
So
as soon as we have liftoff. So thank you everyone for
There's
having
this
me on,
one.
and go Starship.
Which is
And in Sawyer's place,
a private owner, so maybe that
we are going to have
is.
Jack coming in Sawyer's place. I'm not sure if he's ready to
I have
come
no
in just
idea.
yet, but Jack will be joining us in a moment.
Oh,
Hello, Jack.
what is going on with
There
that?
we go. We can hear you.
Oh, SpaceX has just
What's
tweeted.
up? I've been running around and
SpaceX just tweeted.
getting things set up on my end.
I
haven't
have
really been
breaking news.
Yep.
I'm sorry, we have a new T0.
8:20 a.m.
New T0 now
Yeah.
confirmed. Is that confirmed?
Yep, that is confirmed.
I'm not sure, but it's
8:20.
been sent
Yep,
in the back
8:20.
channel. Yes,
Yeah.
8:20 a.m.
8:20. The new
Look at that.
T0 is 8:20.
I was ahead of them.
So-
SpaceX tweet.
Yep.
So that is
Alright.
the first confirmation since the 8 a.m. tweet a few hours ago, before we even spooled up this dedicated live stream.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go. 8:20 is the official time being
No,
targeted
I don't
now
want that.
by SpaceX. So that gives us a little bit of
right.
confirmation that this was
I'm
indeed
just
a bit
gonna-
of a hold. Looks like
yeah,
a 20-minute
2:20.
hold with the OLM vent still
nice.
going.
Right, I'm just going to back out the live stream quick so I
there's
can
few
grab a
questions
link.
here that are waiting, but first I'm just going to quickly run through some super chats whilst we're waiting this OLM
Nice.
to disengage.
Right, I'm going to chuck on the
We've
Facebook
got,
as
some
well.
Super chats here. We've got a new member, and we've got.
Of course you can.
10 years. Thank you, everybody.
People around my area are
€5
idiots. Of
for
course
two
you're going to
members,
see a
50.
bloody adder.
We've got,
in the woods.
super
Why-
chat, no
why is
message, but
there-
thank you still. Thank you, everybody who has been contributing. And we've got some store messages coming
Right.
in as well. Thank you, everybody who's been purchasing.
I'm actually going to change
So not only
my profile
do you get
picture
to
while we're
help
here.
contribute to the channel, but you also get to receive some cool swag in return. such as
update
the
profile
new,
picture.
patch, which was restocked a few days ago, and
Um,
the pre-order
right.
plushie, which is now
Upload
available
photo.
on the shop. You know how to get it.
I
Shop.
did just have.
Right.
Did I just save a picture, didn't I?
So many store messages and there's a contribution in here. The list keeps going and
Where's
going
it-
on.
has it
Trying
gone to
get through
pictures?
As many of these as
I think it's gone to
possible.
pictures.
But in the meantime, Jack, I'm going to look for a question. and
Where
see
is
if you can
it?
get your expertise at answering
There it is.
Whilst on the right there, we
That's
can
what I
see
want.
a live feed of the channel, which
Oh,
leads from
oh,
the Gulf
oh, we
into
have a
the
little
port
vent.
of Brownsville. We should see some mariners, the two mariner safe zones around there, aren't they, Jack, if I'm correct?
Yep, sure enough. That is. We're looking right now at Isla Blanca Park at the beach and the jetties, and you can see there's looks like a security vehicle on the other side of
There you
the
go.
channel, on the Boca Chica side, and looks like a lot
Bang.
of people.
Right, we have
are
updated.
hanging out and getting ready to
Oh.
watch the launch.
So we got 11 votes so far.
There's a question here. A good
So,
question from Lisa asking.
9
sorry,
people are
this is
saying
not-
yes, it is going to
very good,
fly.
nice. But what is the white fog coming from Starship? So Jack, what exactly is coming out?
right, how
of
do
the, or
I-
no longer coming out of the OLM vent, as the OLM vent has stopped, which means that
Ooh.
payload load has begun. So Jack, what was
How
actually
do
coming out
I-
of the OLM vent before it just stopped just now?
Yeah, that would
Copy
have been gaseous
link.
nitrogen, which they use nitrogen to chill down the propellant lines
how-
and condition them.
What I'm going to
prepare
do is
for
share
propellant load.
this
You don't want to pump cryogenic
to
propellants through high
other social media. Can you do that? Right.
Did you already comment that it stopped venting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry. I was
Uh,
running away.
This is
Yep,
what I
no
don't
worries,
get
no
about
worries.
social media.
When it is
Um,
venting, it means they're chilling the lines. When it stops venting, it means the lines have been sufficiently
Right.
chilled down so that they are ready to begin flowing propellant through them.
Share tweet
And you can
via.
see here that the kind of the pool of
no.
just like fluid on the
I have
ground
no
there
idea.
is starting to die down. That's just kind of leftovers
Send-
from the
How
OEM
do
vent,
you-
if I am
Martin, you might know.
correct. And,
You might
you'll
not.
also see
Yeah,
on
blah 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 blah.
the
Martin, you might know how to do this. How do I share
Of that, and the new T0 has
this
been put up
tweet?
into the clock, into the top left, so that is now T-minus 1 hour, 35 minutes and 20 seconds until the new launch time
Oh,
of
I ain't got a
8:20
clue.
AM Central Daylight
Share
Time.
tweet
It's
via.
gonna take 5
believe-
hours.
Let's just
add
share
5
links.
hours onto that, so that is
I don't know.
13:20
Okay.
universal time. Do you?
Whatever.
You can do your own time zone conversions there, Jack.
Does that?
I
Will
can't
that
believe how
show
close
the
we
tweet?
are. An hour and 35 minutes. This is absolutely wild.
Okay, it
As the sun
somewhat
begins
shows
to
it.
rise,
Okay.
And we get this beautiful lighting. Just
Message.
Wow. So now they are flowing propellants through the lines. They are starting to load the propellants into the vehicle. We are we're into the flow, and we're hearing also from SpaceX that
Since, what
AFTS
time did I
checkouts are
start?
complete and nominal. So everything was looking good.
Very, very exciting. Just over 90
Alright.
minutes now.
How's our
Right,
planes
zero
doing?
time of 8:20.
Oh, our planes are
Adrian, so
getting
now
close.
we've seen the OLM event stop. What kind of events can we expect to happen from this point all the way down
What
to
have I got?
T0?
There's something stuck
And,
on my
we
foot.
Are, being told
Oh,
by,
it's a USB
SpaceX
cable.
Mission Control is saying launch, not launch, liquid methane is now being loaded into the booster, which is very exciting. So that's officially being confirmed. And so, Adrian, what can we expect?
Mate,
from
look
that
at it.
Yes. Yet Zero, the next very, very cool thing will be thrust rings appearing, which might happen any second now.
So, I remember
Indicate that we have
I've got a
cryogenics
little
in the tanks.
bet on
After
with
that,
a
will at some point
certain
the Raptors
person
be chilled
on
for
Twitter.
ignition, which means they're being prepared.
All
Being in
bookmarks,
contact
and I
with
bookmarked it.
cryogenics. They're being chilled down. You basically condition them.
It was this one, wasn't it?
Then at the end, at
So in about-
kind of like the final situation
No,
is we will see the fire
it's
exits.
not this
still
one.
Spool up.
Where is it?
The water. I'm not even calling it water suppression. The fire exits.
Here we go.
Spooling
So it's
up
here.
for a bit of fire extinguishing, and then we will see the Raptor starting
So-
to ignite in about 8 seconds, and then we want to see 33 Raptor engines spooling up to 90%.
Here we go. So
If
I
we
said
get
in
there,
February
then
they would
we might
launch
see a liftoff
before
Starship
April.
in about 90 minutes from now.
Very, very exciting.
I think
I'm gonna quickly
this
run
person
over
here
some
put
big contributions
another
from
prediction might be worth revisiting this thread in a few weeks to see who wins the closest prediction. So I've said, and do you know what? They didn't even swap out any engines that we can know, that we know of.
There we go.
Alright, cool.
75 from Crafty Geek.
So
Thank you very much for that contribution. Asking, will the booster soft splashdown
Fueling, yep, it is underway.
Or is it well beyond the horizon? Now, Jack, you're on site,
mate.
just a little bit north of Starbase. You know until the flight if the booster will be visible. But do you think you could possibly try and go how far out
let's go, Elon.
or is that kind of impossible?
For me right now, I
if-
can't actually see the ocean, but for people like Adrian, and the rest of our
Starship
team that are on top of the Margaritaville, that is definitely
rods.
something that they might be able to see. So fingers crossed. We
Oh.
have a visual on the booster.
If
That'd be
it-
a really, really cool thing to see, and something we're hoping to see.
If A
And there
Starship
are a couple of other massive contributions we've got.
rod
such
is
as
to
this
happen,
$250
can
tip from Joa.
I have
That's
a
from tips.nasaspaceflight.com, a bit more direct way to help out
Bit,
the channel.
please.
So thank you so much. $250 is a massive amount to be contributing. Seriously, thank you so much for that. It goes such a long way to help fund what we do.
worth
It just means
a
that more and more epic content can
shot.
come out of the team. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That is a really, really, really kind.
There we go.
contribution there.
I wish I'd thought of that, to be fair.
Yeah.
And Joa contributes like that on a regular basis.
That'd have been so
Thank you,
funny.
Joa. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Damn, literally my whole, like, look.
With 150 great British pounds, saying hello from Yorkshire. Let's light this candle. Thank you very much for that as well.
Let's
That's
refresh this to
another
see where it is.
huge contribution. Thank you so much for that. That is a Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh wow, look at them clouds. They're quite cool.
I can't really say anything else, and I know I sound a bit like a broken record, but it really helps so much to keep.
Right, so they're doing their circle
We
patterns.
have frost. We have frost on Starship.
Oh yes, there we
There
go.
You can see it building
There you
up
go,
now
guys.
Yep.
We
from the
have
frosting.
frost,
Look at that.
which means
Getting frosty,
it is
everybody.
loading with propellant.
Okay.
Oh my
we are
god!
about 90 minutes away.
What I'm
from
gonna
the
have to
frost.
do
From here on out. So
is
what we'll now
90
see
minutes
is
I'm gonna have to turn
Exactly.
my
Yep, we will
microphone
now see the
way
winds
down
rising,
when it
the
launches.
tanks getting filled.
I'm gonna
and
stand up,
then- yeah. I mean,
and
then
I
it's
think
go
I'm just
time.
gonna scream.
Suddenly it's there.
Wow. Suddenly we're here.
This is
wow.
mad.
There's frost forming on the roof. There's propellants in both tanks.
Wow.
We're in
Let's go back to multicam.
90 minutes. Less than 90 minutes away. Hopefully.
Can you
from the
believe
first
it?
flight. This is surreal.
So do you know what? I
This is
actually
absolutely
think
wild. I
the
cannot
International
believe
Space
we're
Station
we've-
might go over. Oh, what is happening? It's only happening on my
Are you someone
main.
who lives and works in England and Wales?
Oh, shut up! Don't care.
Us, we will also get excited more and more. So you will.
I really
see
don't know
us
why.
and hear us slowly,
It seems to be my main display.
making less and less coherent statements. It seems like.
And now we're gonna go to Jack so he can just
Right, let's have a
scream
look.
maniacally into the microphone. Ah!
To be honest, at liftoff,
What is
that
going
I think
on?
that is the most appropriate commentary that we can have. Just absolute mayhem.
Performance.
It's gonna
Right,
be
here we go.
absolute.
So what is going on with my?
I think every single person here is going to be absolutely.
Oh, I only have.
hearts
I have
out.
32 gigabytes of RAM. Okay.
A orbital-ish
Um,
trajectory, and Ian is confirming. In the
Are you a
background
Red
that
Team
the
member? Do you
W57
know what?
is nearly
I was
overhead,
actually thinking
over
about it.
Chica. It looks as if
I
Um,
think I can see it. Is that the WB-57? There
Where?
we go. We can see it.
I don't want to
It's-
try and put anyone on the spot here, but if we could get a camera angle of that, would be great. But of course, not. I don't want to put anyone.
So
on the
it's
spot.
off to the
But we are
left-hand
confirming
side.
the
So it's
W57
oh no,
yeah.
nearly arrived.
actually this
I
way.
see the contrail.
So
I see it.
right here.
There you go, and we have two visual confirmations that it is here.
Yep.
So yet another point towards
Wow.
countdown.
You snooze, you
still
lose.
continuing, and this could actually happen. Like
Let's see how much. Oh,
this could actually happen. It feels.
let's
to
see
be
how
happening.
much a Red Team member
We've got a few
is.
more questions in here. If you have a question, put
Member.
it in chat. Thanks at NASA Spaceflight. We'll do our best to answer. And
Oh no,
yeah, so I'm
buy
gonna try and
membership. Red Team member, $4.99 a month.
get
Do you know what?
as many of these
That's
seconds
well worth it.
before we hit the
I'm
final
gonna sign
days
up
of count where all
now.
of our attention will be
So what I'm gonna do,
focused
I'm
on
gonna cut to the main
first
screen,
the end of fueling, then the ignition,
and then I can get.
of booster 7 and ship 24. That coming up in just under 90 minutes time, as the current schedule suggests.
Alright,
So this question here from Casey Fulton is asking, what is the loud aircraft engine-like noises we can hear over the stream? So Adrian,
That's
what are
the
the noises we can
priest-
currently
the-
hear from the launch site?
This
So
is
what is-
literally the tank farm that you can hear how it is basically spooling up. You have liquids flying through all kinds of vents.
oh,
all
we're at
kinds of,
420.
little
We have hit
sounds how,
420
pipes are
subscribers.
being used. It's literally the
I don't know
tank
why,
farm
but the
doing a flow to push
um,
all of these needed propellants into the vehicle. That's what you're
YouTube
hearing
Studio.
Right now. It's producing all kinds of sounds.
There we
that are
go. We
all
have
leading
hit
up to
420.
propellants reaching the vehicle.
Let's have a look. There you go, guys.
And we've got another
420.
contribution here from Obsidian saying, Godspeed B7 S24. Thanks for the excellent coverage and elegant commentary. Thanks very much for that, Obsidian. Alongside a $100 tip.
Actually.
tips.nasaspaceflight.com.
Let's go
Thank you
here.
again so much for that. These big contributions that we're getting, it's incredible to see, and we are so grateful for it. Honestly, it is just
Quite fitting to
it's
hit
just incredible
420
to see. And I know
on
I say
this
that every
day.
time, but it's the truth. It's just so we're so grateful for all of the support that we're getting from everybody who's contributing financially, everybody who's just watching the stream, everybody who's commenting, and everything along those lines. It's just. So
I think it was made to be, guys. I think today they're definitely going.
Fantastic hobby.
Right.
In an interest for aerospace in this way. I mean, we're literally, Jack, we're about to see the world's most powerful rocket lift off from a launch site that didn't exist 4 years ago.
I was going to say, this was like, yeah.
Largest, most powerful, ever
heaviest.
created. And I like to repeatedly point out, forgive me, it's the most powerful that will be created in the foreseeable future. Literally nobody is attempting to create a rocket this big. Not even close. And you know, that's a big deal. This will be, for the majority of our lifetimes, most likely, the largest rocket that exists.
He doesn't know what 420's about.
It will hopefully enable some amazing
are
things
you
to
going
happen.
to
And like
join
you said, Ryan, this
to
launch
see?
site didn't exist a couple years ago. I mean,
Yeah, do you know what?
it's
I am,
absolutely
Rich.
wild.
I am
But
going to do
I
that.
know we all say, like, it's finally happening. We've been waiting for this to happen for so long.
So I'm going to go through.
But in the grand scheme of things, especially in the
I've got to
aerospace
log
grand
into
scheme of things,
this
has been an
one.
extremely
I'm
Jack,
sorry,
sorry
I
to
had-
interrupt
yeah.
you.
Oh, we have
there's
more
the
frost.
Frost ring, which is now starting.
Dude,
to
this is getting sick.
That methane is starting to be loaded
Right,
into the
here we
booster
go.
because we can literally see the cryogenic propellants inside forming ice around the outside of the booster. So yeah, that is confirmation of LOX and methane both being loaded into the
NASA
vehicle.
space
And you can also see
flight.
reflecting off the right of the booster there every
Here we go.
seconds. The beacons are flashing
Join.
as the sunlight increases and it's brighter down in South Texas. That will eventually.
God. Flight engineer. So that's £60 a month. £60 a month. I wish I had that sort of money, but I am definitely becoming.
Tower vent. We got the
Oh,
vent.
tower
That
vent.
is the equivalent of the mount vent.
Here we
that
go.
were talking about
So
earlier.
we should.
That means they are chilling down the lines for
And
the
we are
ship
done.
and getting ready to load propellant into the ship itself. Is that correct, Adrian?
All set. So we should see
Let me-
perks
Basically,
unlocked.
this will go on and off. If it's on, they're not loading right
See
now.
perks?
If it's, it will go on and off again. It's a very good sign. It very much lines up with the propellant loading. This yeah, T-1.
Damn.
This is start of ship loading right now.
Excellent.
They are loading the upper stage.
Excellent.
So do you know what?
So yeah,
We can get rid of.
We are loading both stages now.
I got to sign into my
We are
other
going
account,
to
into
that
this
real-
account.
Load the rocket with propellant.
Just look at this. Just look at this. It's incredible. I don't really know what else to say at the moment apart from it's actually happening.
Yep.
It's just,
Right, here we go.
I think, Ryan, incredible is a fantastic word to use. It's one of those words that can be used, like,
See
for example,
perks.
awesome.
Here we go.
And it can get overused, and the meaning can kind of come out of the word a little bit. But truly,
There you go,
this
guys.
is incredible.
We
This is
have
awesome. This is like
every
this inspires
single
awe.
camera.
For SpaceX to be going into this flow at sunrise is really something special.
I
It's
can't
just
believe we've hit
beautiful.
420.
It's absolutely beautiful right now.
Yeah, Martin.
And
You should get dads to.
think that
Oh,
we are
Chantel's
finally
reacted.
here at a point where this thing is getting ready to launch in just over an hour and 20 minutes is utterly bonkers in the best way.
so exciting. And for anyone just wondering, I have had a look at the WB-57 that is in the air at the moment. It's still flying south,
Yep.
Boca Chica, but I presume it will, yes, it's now
It's now
south.
turning.
It will be orbiting just over the border between the US and
Jeez.
Mexico. So you can see there, we can't see there, but I can see that it is beginning that kind of holding pattern above Starbase.
Right, guys.
Which means
While
fingers
we
crossed.
are
Here we go,
ready.
there it is.
Oh,
There
nice. Look at
WB-57.
that. That's cool.
Look
So,
at that.
guys, as I'm going to say right now,
It will now
um,
start to turn over
don't forget
Starbase
to.
and start to circle around.
Is it going to work?
There you go. So
Oh, it doesn't
We're
work in
NASA's aircraft are ready.
normal.
I think the only people we're waiting on now is
It doesn't
SpaceX to get
work in this one. Okay.
super
Right.
massive vehicle filled up to the brim with some lovely liquid
Are
oxygen.
you going to work?
And some lovely liquid methane. You can see the oxygen tank on the booster.
Don't
tank
forget to
is starting.
subscribe.
I'd say there's probably about 1/6
That
of the
is
way
way
through
out of date now.
So,
360.
Yeah, we are getting proper frosty now.
But yeah,
All
don't forget to
starting finish
subscribe,
with
hit the thumbs up
ships
button for me.
fuel,
Really helps
done
YouTube,
1 hour and
you know, push my content out there. And it's like, hey,
20
people are liking this. So yeah, if you can hit the like button, we
So, yeah, fingers
we've
crossed.
got almost 100 views so far. Damn,
In just 1
we're
hour
doing good.
20
We got 11
minutes
votes.
Time, which sounds astounding.
So yeah,
to say, considering
right.
how long we've been waiting for this. It is
Let's go back to the multicam.
exciting and also quite nerve-wracking because we
And
really want this to go well, don't we, Jack?
oh, mine
Yeah,
actually
nerve-wracking is
on a
absolutely
completely
correct. Oh,
unrelated
man. The amount of propellants that
conversation.
are going to be loaded into this
the
vehicle,
Beats
it's no joke.
solos that I brought
Those-
from
they
you
went
for
switch
Tell,
metric in,
or you gave, I can't remember
Broadway
what we did.
in
Um,
Ignition Source.
They actually
You have one
died
of the largest, if
the
not the
other
largest,
day.
non-nuclear explosions
So
in all of history. So that's something to consider.
one half of
We,
the speaker wasn't
oh,
working.
Wow, look at that shot.
Oh,
We're all
that's
very excited,
nice.
and we're all,
Oh wow.
you know, sort of
Um,
reveling in the moment here.
But yeah,
Rightfully
so basically one of the
I think it's good
speakers
to point
weren't
that out,
working.
right, that this is in fact nerve-wracking.
So I've actually stripped all
Obviously,
apart, took it
SpaceX
all apart,
is extremely capable,
cleaned it.
and
Your bloody hair, when you get
doing
your hair
things with
cut,
utmost
there were little
caution.
tiny bits of
So
hair
it's
like
not
that
we're riding
in
the bleeding edge here or
in
anything,
like the
but
headband and
it's
all that
serious
sort of
business.
stuff.
We're launching the world's
So
largest, most powerful rocket.
literally
We're
I
dealing with
cleaned it
huge
all
amounts
up,
of liquid oxygen, huge amounts
took it
of
all
liquid
apart,
nitrogen,
and
not
just
to
one
be
of the
trifled
speakers
with,
have died.
it's
So
not to be
15
taken
quid.
lightly. As much
It's
fun
turning
as
up,
we're all having, and we'll continue to
I think
have,
Wednesday,
rest assured.
and then
This is
Chantel's
quite an operation.
headphones will be working again.
And just
I
one
love
thing
the
I do wanna
Beats. They
point out
just
really
you can
quick.
just replace them so easily
Take
and
a
fix them.
moment and
I
let's
don't
wrap your
like
head
the-
around the scale of things you're seeing. Like Starhopper is 60 feet high.
What's that?
The vehicle
It's a ghost
is
car.
massive, and yet look how massive that vent is. Like,
Yeah, that vent is huge.
vent.
It's crazy. I'm all the way over at SPI, and I can see the vehicle. I can see the vent so clearly.
Oh,
it's
jeez.
it's such a big vehicle, and we are how much away?
Oh, we have a
Right.
vent.
Hour 18.
We can hear an increase in.
Oh. Oh.
Venting noise now.
So look, it keeps doing
Back
that.
on the booster there, nearly in this shot at least, nearly the Lexus fully encasing the booster there.
Damn.
Adrian, I'm going to throw this one to you.
Right,
quickly.
about
We were
T
talking about,
minus
frost and the ice.
10
What is the
minutes,
estimated
I will
weight
stop
of the
our
ice formed on Starship fuel?
launch,
How does this affect
and I will put up Will It Go Boom.
I don't know the exact
Tributed
kilograms
to-
of tons of ice that are on Starship. I have to admit that.
What was I going to
however,
do?
most of
I was
it
going to
will
just
fall
open up
down
another
as soon
page
as
for
the
something.
engine
What was I going to
ignites.
do?
So it will basically have
I-
not that much of an effect.
I don't know.
and B, it's very much clock related.
Mark's
So,
newbies.
yeah, I don't the exact like
Eh.
kilograms or tons
Eh.
amount. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Also
you
have
got
a
some
question
new
from
ones.
Patrick
Okay.
Turtle.
Let's have a look at these.
This is from a little while ago, whilst the pipe
My wife has
kind
sent
of
me.
commissioning was still going on, Jack. But why does SpaceX actually
Oh my God, it's a
shut
bluey-
down the plumbing
bluey
at
set,
stage 0
right.
before they can start loading the fuel?
Yeah, so the deal with that is the fuel.
Oh,
with
okay, so the same ones as
fluoride
mine.
oxidizer, the methane and the
They're
oxygen
literally
are
exactly the same as
extremely
I've got.
cold, liquid.
What colour did I have? I had the black
Liquids, I guess,
and red,
is the right word.
not the
Fragile
black and gold.
liquids. And
Black and Decker, Black and
if-
Decker,
if
Black
you
and
think
Decker.
about it, when you
Damn, that
when
vent
you
is loud.
are going to
I'm turning
flow
down my head.
that cryogenic liquid through
I'm actually turning my
a pipe,
my
you don't
headset
want that
down.
pipe to be warm or hot, because if it is,
Oh yeah,
you're going to
you can see your
actually start
hands.
to boil some of that propellant.
That's in the front room as well.
You know,
Nice.
I'm sure there's a
22
variety of
hour
issues. I can't
battery
Sorry to
life.
interrupt you, Jack, but Mission Control is confirming that the liquid oxygen load has started on the ship. So that means that the liquid oxygen tank should start to be getting frosty on the ship as well in the next
Damn. What is going on? Well, I'm getting off Twitter.
So we should also be keeping an eye on pretty much the full
How
stat
much
line
did you
for the
pay?
booster
I paid
price.
75 quid. I got them second
Speed train
hand.
on the booster,
Um,
on the booster.
They were pretty much brand new when I got them.
Excellent.
You wish you could turn down Dan's fan.
Anytime there is a development with this
Oh,
vehicle
brilliant.
going on or some
Fair
sort of
play.
change in what's happening, please
Yep,
get around.
SpaceX has just
No one cares
tweeted.
what I'm saying.
Damn.
We all want to know what's going on with the vehicle.
Woo. Mate,
Yeah,
we are
you don't
getting
wanna
way...
really, really cold liquid through a warm pipe. It causes issues with the liquid. It heats it up. You are taking
Oh,
a lot of time.
right, I
and
need
energy
to refresh.
condition that liquid into a state that the vehicle and the engines are going to expect. It's going to be the right
I think
temperature.
I'm almost
and
out of drink.
All of that. So if you flow it through warm pipes, that's going to change the situation and change the nature of the fluids that you're flowing.
Yeah,
through
I
the
have to
vehicle.
say,
Could heat it
are
up,
you
heat
getting
it
way...
up,
I'm
maybe
getting way
on
too
to
excited.
the
I really
point
am.
to be at.
Like,
So you're going to chill those
I
pipes
just...
down.
Oh, I just want it to go.
Down, then when you flow the cryogenic propellant through them, you're not
Yeah,
going to
I'm
get
loving my
that change in
AirPods now.
temperature. You're not
Let's
gonna
go back
get
to the
any
multicam.
sort of issues with oil off
I love
or
my
what have
AirPods
you.
now. I
Hopefully that's a
just...
succinct enough answer there.
why does it have to be such a big rocket?
Thanks very much.
It's such a big rocket because
A question here from Veer.
to get the amount of payload they want into space, like 100 tons is a lot of payload. Oh yeah, they were talking about.
Well, define next
Oh, what's
Starship.
that?
Basically,
Is
there
that the plane?
are,
I'm
there's
just having a look
multiple
now.
times
I
where Elon
got sidetracked.
has sort of oh, there we go on the ship. You can see
Ooh,
frost.
that's
There we
good.
go. Condensation on the
Nice.
ship.
Yeah. So, yes,
Yeah,
but the headphones.
yeah,
high.
progressing.
So yeah, there has been
God's
multiple times
sake.
where Elon has said like, oh, we'll change the flaps on the
Yes,
ship.
thank you,
or,
thank you.
things of that nature.
The reason why it's
He
so
was
big
recently
is
said they're going
basically
stretch the
to
ship
put
by 10
that
meters.
amount
Certainly that's
of
something
weight
that could
into
happen.
space.
But
You need a
if
big,
you look at
powerful rocket, and
what
unfortunately,
vehicles have been built so
big,
far,
powerful rockets
Ship 24
have to be
is the same as
huge,
Ship 25.
like
26
ridiculous.
and 27 are
Um,
virtually the same.
If you
This
look
tank is wide,
at
tank section,
this
nose cone.
picture
They
here,
don't
on
have-
just below
26 and
me,
27 don't have
just
flaps,
there,
and they don't have thermal
that's the
tiles.
booster, the
However,
silver bit
28
just there
is
on.
a return
Hey, come back here.
to
Now it's down here.
thermal tiles and flaps. And I
So
believe 29
that little bit
is as
there
well,
is the
although
booster.
I could be mistaken
That
about
is the
29.
size of a Falcon
All that
9
is to say,
boost,
they have
like the
a
whole
assembly line going on
booster
here
and
in
second stage.
Boca Chica. And part of what they're doing here, Elon has said, is they're building the machine
I
that
like
builds
the
the
way you
machines.
had the green screen blocking your voice.
Periodically, that assembly line does make
It
a
does
shift
not.
over to
I
a
have
new,
no bald spot. Leave me
variant of
alone.
a vehicle, and we've seen that many times. many
Oh,
times over.
mate.
So as of right now, we have.
This
not
is gonna
seen
be
any
crazy.
indication
So
that there is a Starship coming down the pipe on the assembly line. That is
that's
pending
obviously
as
doing
well.
its circle
At some point
maneuvers.
we will see that.
That's
But
doing
as of right
circles.
now, we are.
Oh
we are
god.
dealing with sort of.
I'm not even
either,
gonna talk to you now.
You know, if you want to think about it, starships that
Real-
are re-entry capable and starships that are not, and they're basically all based off
What
of
are you
the same
doing?
tankage section, and
Oh.
they are all.
Yeah,
the
don't forget to
same
subscribe.
height. So. At some point,
let's have a
I
look.
wouldn't be surprised to see Starship get stretched.
What'd you
like
put?
10
What'd you
meters
put? What'd you
longer.
put? What'd you
Of
put?
course,
What'd you
another
put?
thing Elon has hinted at is adding 3 additional engines for a total of 9
You
engines
son of a.
on the ship. But as of right now, none of the hardware that we've seen.
Oh,
at the
Chantel
production
told
site
me you
is
took a
assembly line
photo
building
of
these
it.
things. None of the hardware we've seen has
God.
either changed flaps, additional engines, stretched tanks.
Oh
Those are all
man.
things that certainly, you know, seems like they will happen at some point. And something
Oh, I
SpaceX
think I
is
might block
certainly
you now.
thinking about, but so far, not yet.
So unfair.
Yeah. The development timeline for SpaceX.
Mate, that's
changes
ridiculous.
dramatically, for Starship at least.
It's kind of
And,
wild if you think about it.
Oh,
The vehicle
Yeah.
we're looking at right now is obsolete,
Yes.
yeah,
That is
whatever.
a very fair point.
which is a wild thing to say and think about, but truly.
Ah,
this vehicle in
mate.
particular is
I
obsolete.
ain't showing you
It has
anything.
an outside,
No, I'm not showing you
direct vector control actuation system. That's the system that
Not
moves
gonna
the
happen.
engines around. The booster
Oh
70
mate,
is a
we
hydraulic
are
system.
an
Booster
hour and
9 and
10
beyond
away.
uses an electric system, and that's just one
So
aspect.
now,
You know,
there should
that's-
be
there's many things that we don't
no,
see or don't know about that I'm sure are changing between boosters. There are a few
no
things that we do
planes
see and we do
in
know about,
this
and that is one of them,
vicinity
the
here.
electric versus hydraulic. But all that is to say, this
So
vehicle
once it's
is about a
over
year
here,
old, and you gotta
it should be
figure
high enough
SpaceX is
that
planning
it's
ahead and doing the design work and doing the engineering
not going to
for all
affect
sorts of
planes.
things, whether it's the human landing system variant that will go to the moon, whether it's a Martian variant that's going
It's just going to travel. It's going to go down here through
I guess the legs might have shoes on them.
in between Florida and Cuba.
So yeah, this is an
And it's going to
outdated
shoot
vehicle,
down
even though
over.
it's still a big deal, it's going to
So
fly,
I
and
think
it's
it
still
comes
going
down
to
the
give them a
tip of
significant
South
amount of
Africa,
good data, at least we hope
and
so.
basically comes
Um,
back up
it's an outdated
over
vehicle, and so,
Australia,
yes, there are things that are coming down the pipe,
and then back
and
up
that will happen in due
to
course.
Hawaii.
I'm just going to quickly throw it over to
I
the merch
think
store,
it's somewhere between here, splashdown. It's
if
like
you didn't
just
already
over
know,
here.
We've got some patches out for this flight, so if you want to get an actual patch, which you can
Why am
sew
I going
onto
that
your
way?
jacket,
Why don't I just
sew
go
into
this
your
way?
bag, or put some Velcro on, stick its places.
Yep,
that's
I
the
am
shop,
going
that's
to
facebook.com. It's a
stick
wonderful design by Florian, so
my
if you
patch, because I
want to,
brought a
you can
patch
have
the other
patches,
day.
you can. There's also stickers,
Where was I
mugs,
going to stick?
t-shirts, hoodies,
I
jumpers,
can't remember what I
and
was
there's
going to
even a
do.
banner if you want to put it up on your wall or something like that.
I might
So
buy
that's,
myself some
patches
chef
available
clothes
shop
at work
spaceflight.com.
and like sew it
And
in.
with that, I'm going to wrap up my second stint for today. I won't.
Right, I
be
need
doing
to just.
the zero, but I am going to hand it over to Jen from now and again as well. So thanks everybody.
Okay, I was
and,
literally like half a
good
second
luck
out.
with the final hour to go. It's
Jeez,
getting-
look at all these
it's getting
airplanes.
Really exciting now.
Thanks, Ryan. It's getting really real, to use a trite phrase. It's really getting real. I mean,
So I wonder
holy
why,
cow, this is really
like, the
happening.
information just stops there.
Yeah, right, Jack. I mean, looking
So
at this
weird.
visual, it suddenly is there. We are there, and I hope this goes well.
There you go, let's make it full
just to
screen.
set expectations here again. They still have
There you
to
go.
ignite 33 Raptor engine, and they have to work
Jeez.
before we see a liftoff.
It's gonna be
There's
crazy.
still hurdles on the way here. They can clear them. They have a shot here, but don't be prepared that something
Actually,
might change.
Yes.
It's normal.
Anything
Yeah,
can
that's
change.
A really good,
I'm actually
really
might
good
change
point. I
my
would like to underscore
bottom.
that here momentarily.
My
Just
bottom.
really quickly, John
Change
Byrne
my
just up on the
bottom.
store saying, "Happy birthday, James." Just wanted to throw that out there.
This
I
is
am
what
starting to
happens when I
through some
get
of
up
these messages
early
and
on
the chats
a
that are coming
on a
through,
day
because
off.
We are 40 minutes behind right now, and I
I'm
wanna
gonna
make sure
change
everyone
my
appreciates or knows that we
background.
appreciate the support. So thank you so much to everybody
So,
who is throwing a
um,
dollar in the hat or a $5 or becoming a member and supporting the channel in that way. Look at that ship glistening in the sunlight, nice and frosty. That is exactly what we want
What
to
a
see.
beautiful shot. It's like the
This is-
perfect. Even the light is like it's perfect
Yeah.
for this.
Alright,
Everything
let me
is
see.
perfect.
If we get a launch today, we're all very, very, very lucky because we all remember serial number 11.
No one saw
Even serial
what
number
happened to.
15, the one that landed.
If anyone wants
you
to
know,
see
the
gaming
final one,
astronauts
the
ball
final ship
spot, it's
that
on his
was,
Twitter.
that conducted a high
Thank
altitude flight
you.
test. That day was pretty gray and far.
Oh, actually, I like how it's
it was
actually
barely visible,
linked
which
my channel.
compared to SN8, SN9,
Um,
you know, it was a dreary day.
Mate,
so if
what-
we get a
what's
nice,
going on?
beautiful, clear, crisp day like this for launch,
Alright,
you
here we
really
go.
can't ask for much more. Speaking of
Channel
not asking for
wall.
much more, Russell Snodgrass, buddy, thank you.
intros,
with a
YouTube banners, timers, thumbnails,
$500
editing
super chat.
clips.
Russell, that's another one of those
Stream
names we've
tools,
seen
here we
pop
go.
up many times with the high dollar support. Thank you so much.
GTA
Russell. I mean,
backgrounds?
it's so much money. That is so much money.
Nope, not there.
It's absolutely.
Where is it?
uh,
Editing clips.
Just
Here we go,
wild
green
that
screen
somebody would want
backgrounds.
to contribute that much to what we do, and I want you to know that we
Oh, hello.
appreciate
That's
that
gone
support
way too far.
so much. We're going to take that money and do what we always do, which is plow it right back into NASA spaceflight,
and
right
then
back into
we want to
NSF
put it
cameras, NSF feeds,
behind the camera. There we go.
NSF perks for our
We have a
members,
new
just
background.
NSF tech. That's what we're going
Actually
to
made the green
Thank
screen a
you
bit funny.
So much, Russell. That is
No idea why.
absolutely outstanding. Russell's message says, "So excited for this.
Hmm,
Been watching
I don't
and
really
enjoying
like
this
that one,
stream
actually.
since Starhopper. Thanks
we
to
change the background?
Jack,
Let's
Dot,
change it.
Adrian, Alex, Michael B, Mary, and the
Properties.
whole crew. Your coverage entertains and informs. Enjoy the day. Thank you, Russell. We will absolutely
have
enjoy the day.
Planets?
We will 100% do
Nah,
what we
let's
can
go.
to do right by your contribution and honor it. Because
There we go.
holy
This
cow,
one's good, so we can
that is a truly
roll off.
outstanding amount of support.
Thank you from all.
Come on, Mr. Camera, stand up.
Wow. Oh, hey, Sawyer.
There we go. We have a
I'm here.
portal to another
and we are
dimension.
keeping an eye on the ship. We should hopefully be seeing.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy.
On board ship 24.
Literally, I can like
We
scoot that all the way over there,
Insane.
and that's it.
I struggle to write
So
the code
I can
before.
actually,
What's
even
happening
if
right
I
now?
got a bit of a
Yeah,
wider
Adrian, you're here. You have flown here from
Camera.
Germany. You took a risk getting a plane flight here.
it's actually not too
before we knew
bad,
this
I have
was
to
even
say.
going to be the day.
I like this.
I mean, you are truly have taken a gamble, and,
And then,
hopefully, my
yeah, if I
friend,
got a
today is
wider
the day
camera,
that your
wider
gamble
lens,
pays off.
it needs to
Absolutely.
be what? Yeah, I know.
Way-
Yeah, it needs to
way
be
to
wide.
go.
This is the widest I
Yeah,
think my
yeah,
lens goes.
I'm so looking forward to this. It's
There you go. That's as wide as
it's
my
insane.
camera
I'm-
can go. And if you
I
say
hope
it
we
needs to
see
be
this in
wider
an hour.
because I'm
That's-
wide,
yeah.
you can
Yeah,
get
me
out.
too. Rockefeller, thank you. You're becoming a long
But look,
member. That's one of the higher
like-
levels of member support there.
I love this. I can
Wanna
literally
remind
just
everyone who
walk
pointed out
all
the fact
over
that,
the shop.
The window does extend
And then I
until
wanna actually get a
9:30 AM
green
Central Time, so there is the
cable.
potential that it may be
'Cause
a
at the
little
moment, it
over
doesn't
an
actually
hour,
look too
but
bad.
we're hoping 60 minutes from
But
now, so.
I do want to get
Right,
a
so
wireless set of
before
headphones.
Russell Snodgrass blew my mind
if
with
the
an
cable doesn't
absolutely
work.
Outstanding amount of support. I did.
But
want
right
to
now,
underscore
I can
that
literally-
while things are progressing
I can
rapidly
stand
and exactly how we want
and
them
watch
to,
this go. I'm
it is
actually leaning
important
against the
to
green
note
screen.
that there are things
But it's
that
mental.
could come up
Absolutely
in the flow.
mental.
They could
What I do
have
need
an
to
issue
do.
with
Actually, the
loading
thing is,
the
actually,
point.
I can
They
actually
could have an issue
see a
with
lot
thermal
better
count. They
by doing
could
this.
get all the way
I can see
or very
all
close
four
to
of my
2.0
cameras,
and
cameras,
have an issue
screens.
with the
I'm
Raptors
actually
or
gonna
with any
take
number of things. So we're all very
a
excited, and we all want to see this rocket go today. but
post.
It's important to keep in mind that today could not be the day. We all hope it is.
It
but
better
it
be
could
the bloody
not
day.
And so just have that, have that in your mind. If something does happen to cause a hold, don't fret. They'll be.
Oh my
probably
God,
be
you
able to
actually
fix
Frost
did.
line. There is a frost line on the ship.
it. Yes, that's what we want to see.
You did actually put it up on
Excellent.
What in
on Twitter.
what
You
is going on here?
A
I
lot of
dislike
things,
you
Doc.
guys.
Also, hey, what's up?
I figured I'd stop in and see if there's launching any rockets today.
I mean,
my.
maybe a little bit. We'll see.
There's a frost line on the Starship, and they're cleared for launch.
Oh, actually, did we see
There's
there?
have the launch
Did we
license,
see
there's
on-
nothing
on
left
the
to do except
bottom
for kick the tires, light
if
the
my
fires,
name
and
actually
send
come
this
up
thing into space?
while I
That's
was
what they said
becoming
in the
a-
update video this morning.
A red team
Nice,
member.
nice.
Yesterday
So
morning. I
nice.
guess it's the
You
the
say it
morning
twice.
again. Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Well, don't
Like
let me
it's-
interrupt. I wanted to jump in all of a sudden because
This is
it's
mad.
getting serious over here. The sun is coming up. It is a beautiful day. There is not a cloud in the sky in any direction right now.
That's mad.
Yeah, I mean, you're not interrupting. It's really good to hear your voice, actually. I know you've been sort of running around and getting things stowed away and everything working and whatnot. So thank you for all that you've been doing this morning.
Hey, we've been having a lot of fun, and we are ready to see what's going to happen. I think it's excitement guaranteed, right?
There we go.
Excitement is indeed guaranteed.
Mate, this is going to
I
be
need
mental.
Interrupt here for a quick second. There's something that we just need to point out. We are aware of what's going on in chat, and Crispy really didn't want to do it, but with over 170,000 people on the stream and chat being readable for all due to how fast it was moving, including some people not speaking English, we did have to make it members only just for the key part.
Wow.
I promise it will be back to normal afterwards.
Wow, they've made it
Holy
to
cow,
members
Beth
only.
Sanders with a $300 super chat. Thank you so
$300!
much, Beth. Beth says, "Thank you guys for
Mate,
covering this moment in
How
space
do
history."
people have
Beth,
this sort of
thank you
money to
for
spend?
putting your confidence and faith into what we
That
do.
is so
Thank you for
unfair.
watching, and
Oh,
thank
guys, if you
so much for
donate
that
during
extremely
the
generous
stream,
amount of support.
you'll
Rest
get
assured, like I just told Russell, we will take
a
that money,
little
put it back into
notification
the fields, and grow y'all some
that
amazing
pops up
Christmas
just
content. I I
It'll
hope
actually
you have
be
been
sort
seeing
of just where I
the
am.
work that
I think
has
it's sort of
gone-
around
has
here.
gone into this
And you get your own noise and everything.
ahead.
I have
That vent?
sorry, I have to interrupt. That's the ship engine chill vent.
Oh wow!
We have the first signs of engine chills. So they are now.
I
preparing
do wanna
some of the
buy-
Raptors. Not the full engine.
I want to
chill,
borrow
but
it
it's like
just to
they are
pay
getting
myself.
ready. They're preparing the engine.
I just
We
want
are
to see a donation pop up on
hour
here.
and 36 seconds. We are 1 hour away.
Mate, $300.
Launching, maybe.
And that's mental.
Maybe. Hopefully, we think so. Fingers crossed.
Right,
Knock on wood.
so,
Stand on
what am
one
I
leg,
doing? I was
touch your
trying
nose while you
to
rub your stomach. I don't know.
do a
You get
Facebook
it,
post.
Hopefully. But Beth, thank you, Beth, so much. Here's a deal. There's a balance that has to be struck here because we're commentating. We're trying to tell you guys what's going on. We're trying to make sure everybody knows what's happening. We're trying to keep the hype train rolling here. At the same time, Beth, that is a huge amount of support. So thank you. I want to underscore the fact that we appreciate that. Also, Russell, thank you. Thank you to everybody, whether it's $1, $5, whether you're buying a patch from the store, whatever it is. Thank you so much. But at the same time as I want to show
Oh, cryogenic propellant loads ship. Lift off T minus 1 hour.
So let's
Yep.
move on.
There you
and
go.
Start talking again about what we expect to see next.
So I can jump up and down in it.
What is next up in the flow here?
Let me get that timeline. Well, that is the timeline here. I love this timeline, by the way.
Actually, where is the
next thing that
donation
will happen is
thing?
that the engines, the 33
I'm actually just gonna
Raptors
kneel down a second.
booster will start to chill
Uh,
in preparation for the ignition sequence. That's basically one of the final steps where they make sure the engines are very well conditioned, prepared for their cryogenic fluids.
Why is that
going
one
through
turned
them,
off?
And once that is happening, they can get ready for ignition.
It hasn't copied all of them.
We're under an hour. We are under an hour away. Oh, and we have.
I'm getting a little moist.
We have a tweet from Elon.
Oh.
We might not be set up to show it yet. I'm sorry, production team. Elon is just confirming the propellant load for Starship is underway. Liftoff in T minus 1 hour. So that is the status. We are under an hour.
That was at 7:18 a.m. Central Time. So just for reference, there, 8:18 a.m. Central Time appears to be the T0.
Excellent. All right, let's see. Let's do some more questions. How about? Here's one. Julian is asking, does engine chill on ship 24
There we
start
go.
while it's on the pad or when
Right.
it's in flight already? I mean, we just talked about it. It has started.
Oh,
while
what
it's
do you
on the
mean?
pad. Adrian,
Or you're
that's
not
how
at
that
work.
works, right?
You don't have the time
Right.
to do it in the
I'm
short
gonna
amount of
quickly
time while
go
you're
to the
space.
toilet
Usually you
because
condition these
I'm getting a bit too excited here.
while, they are still on
So
the ground.
I'm gonna be
That
right
basis,
back, guys.
They basically
Let me move my chair over there.
where they vent out the
I got a small. I've been drinking so much this morning. So right, guys, I will be right back. See you in 2 minutes.
At the site because
Boing.
otherwise you would have a build up of gas in the interstage. So that's why they make sure that they get that out. That's what we just saw.
We'll deal.
Does Jack? Do you hear the excitement in Adrian's voice?
I do, and it's. I mean, I've heard Adrian excited many times, but I've never heard him quite this excited, and it's rightfully so.
I'm standing here behind him, and he's been on commentary for so long, and he had to stand up to get some of his energy out so he could see the rocket. He was just looking at the laptop, right? And then he had to stand up, and he's dancing around actually right now. Adrian, you good? I think he's good.
I'm good in the most positive way.
In the most positive way.
It's nerve-wracking. It's insane to watch, and I'm really looking forward to this. And yes, at some point you don't want to sit anymore because when I sit on this desk here, I cannot see Starbase. So at some point I just wanted to stand up so I can constantly, while commentating, look at Starbase.
Yeah,
It's a good problem to have.
It's quite hard to sit still. I mean, I think we're all entering sort of pace mode, where we just kind of walk back and forth and sort of anticipate the launch of this massive machine. I mean, holy cow! Really quickly, just Abriana with a store message that says, "For my boyfriend Ryan, who sets midnight alarms just to watch rockets fly. Enjoy the launch." Oh, that's sweet. Okay. I kind of need to go set up a camera and get that working as we are getting very close to launch here. So I think I'm going to leave you guys in the capable hands of
Would you like me to
Sawyer?
take over?
Yeah, Sawyer, it's all you, buddy. There's so many super chats. There's so many messages. I don't even. Good luck. Good luck keeping up with it all. To everybody watching right now
luck.
from around the world, thank you so much for tuning in to NSF's coverage of the very first Starship test flight. Just thank you so much for putting your faith in us to deliver you the news. We're doing the very best we can, and I hope and I suspect that shows. So I'm going to jump off, get my camera rig set up, and perhaps I'll jump back on as I get that set up and can step away from it. But I need to get prepared for launch because we're just about 55 minutes away. And Chris Bergen said it best in chat, my brain can't deal with this. Yeah, I am suspending disbelief, and I'm going to just accept that this is real and get my camera set up. So, holy cow, I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Jack. And again, thank you everyone who's already been giving us your support so far. We now are planning, it appears, like a T0 of 8:18 a.m. Central Time for the latest tweet from Elon Musk. So, Adrian, where are we at, by the way, in the fueling process? So what propellants are being loaded up right now?
Basically everything. They are loading on both 4 tanks propellants, as we can see right now. We can see crosswinds on everything. So yeah, everything looks good so far. Looks progressing. They're a bit for more in the booster, of course, because that started earlier. But the ship's tanks are smaller,
it's
so
warm
they
in
will
here.
push up. And
Cheese and
right now the tank
crackers.
farm is exactly what it's supposed to do, which is providing as much
Woo.
cryogenic fluid.
Man, it is warm in here.
Exactly. And it is interesting to point out there. So what you're seeing there with that looks like smoke coming off of it, that is
What are you guys saying?
outside of the vehicle
Right.
as those super cool propellants are loaded inside.
I come back, I haven't finished.
Inside the booster. And it's also interesting that
Green
you can
screen
see
is
the
coming apart.
lines of the individual tanks.
Oh yeah,
You
there.
can tell which one
Okay.
is liquid methane and which one
Well
is
done.
oxygen. What is the breakdown of that, by the way? Which tank is which?
There we go. Sorted.
Um,
Yes, I am still here, mate. I am going strong.
General.
I've eaten quite a bit.
I'm always lost it when I.
Well, I didn't know that because I was standing in front of it. I actually want to get the.
With a bit of ice falling down.
Where is? Oh, hello. We have buffer face. I'm gonna try and find my. Oh, we really have buffer face. What the hell? It seems to be only their stream that is having problems.
Do SEO smarter and faster.
Oh, shut up. Oh, no, they're straight. I think they're. Everyone's chucking F. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. So excited for this launch. Really happy how far NSF have come. We very much appreciate that and the support and the love from everyone out there who's watching.
There we go.
And, helping here. We've got Stephen J with the $300 super chat. No message there, just the kind support. Stephen J, thank you.
Yeah, I've
very
been.
much. If we can actually continue to do
3 hours and 27 minutes I have been live. Absolutely mental. What you said, Rich? You mean your great shed doesn't have a toilet? Of course not. I'm not going to put a toilet. I mean, if I do extend the shed, if I do make a second half, and I put the server in that second half, I could make a little toilet. So at the moment I'll show you guys. So, oh actually I don't think I can show you because I don't think, oh no, the camera can't turn that far. So there's the server cabinet and there's my fridge down there. You know what's new? Toilet in a Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Just get. I am not gonna be peeing in a bucket. I'm not gonna be peeing in the bucket. So I've got the server cabinet here. Or do you wanna buy? Oh man, it's too funny. Oh, our other plane has disappeared again.
Yeah, that is the booster quick disconnect. So basically there are two parts of these.
Okay.
How they fuel it. You can see.
Right, we'll see if it pops back up again. But yeah, no. I mean, I could get like a little toilet. I could build like a little. See, that'd be really small though. That's the problem. I mean, potentially, I could make a little toilet in here. But I think I'd pass on that. I'd rather quickly walk into. Let's get that out of the way.
So yeah, that's basically.
There we go. Chairs out of the way.
To fuel these rockets.
Mate, I'm so damn excited for this. I'm actually going to pour myself a glass of Coke.
Which is up at the top. That's at ship 24. Again, that's also expected
Because today
at T0
is not a diet day. And actually, I've drunk quite a bit of fizzy lately. So, might as well YOLO it for April. I've not gained any weight though, that's the good thing. I've pretty much stayed where I am.
Do have someone else that is joining us here to help out with some of these questions and all the support and all the coverage.
I've even got myself a full pint of milk. This is the biggest rocket ever, of course. Exactly, yeah.
Later, then this sounds pretty boring.
Very funny.
I so wish I could swear. You can swear, Martin, if you want.
We are getting so many questions, and
I'm not going to tell you off.
Appreciate it. Feels like.
Right, let's get that back out of the way. There we go.
Send one over to you. And
So look, can I put my camera further down?
Top of the orbital launch mount,
So, does this actually get my feet?
is there a risk of the booster
See,
colliding with inner ring or walls, and that's from Decadent.
Over here, it's slightly, the green screen's slightly crinkled. Yeah, look at that. So shrink me right down, and I'll...
Now, any risk of collision really would only be if
Yes, Martin, yes.
somehow it left to right forward.
So shrink me... Oh no, that's...
The inner edge of the orbital mount and the sides of the booster itself.
Camera.
That will only be any risk of collision for like
Shrink me down.
a second at most. There's pretty much no risk of collision, so it is resting on 20 quick
I was
disconnect.
just spilling my drink.
Or sorry,
There you go.
20 hold down points that will rapidly disconnect and retract into the mount.
He's going into a robot.
Ian, I'm going to take over from here for a quick sec. It sounded a bit robotic. Apologies for that. But we'll give you a second to get that.
There we go. Let's get this back up.
In the meantime, there you can see ship 24. As we progress, again, 8:18 a.m.
Mate.
Central Time is what we're looking at. We should be seeing, it looks like a vent there on the ship.
Ooh.
See that to the right, just underneath the chopstick arms. And a reminder, those chopstick arms are currently open, which is in the position it is expected to be for launch.
Shall we see?
We're progressing now with that timeline. We'll be able to run you through here what
I
else
was
we
waiting for a bloody nose joke to come in.
as we progress. So as we mentioned, the
Well,
fueling is underway
it's
on
really hot in here. So it's currently
ship and the booster.
20.
Liquid oxygen and liquid methane. As we continue
Currently,
along with the countdown, we will expect
24,
Raptor engine
24
to
degrees in
on
here.
booster,
Centigrade, so that is
minutes or so
70
before T0. And again, that is getting them cooled down,
Fahrenheit.
prepared for the thermal shock
So,
that they will experience once those
yeah, it's starting to get a bit hot in here.
ignite.
So I'm actually going to
Then
turn
its major
my
percentage
fan on.
T-minus 40 seconds when the fluid interfaces begin
And
their
I'm not
fit
going to
down
use
before the Raptor engine
my...
starts 8 seconds before liftoff.
I'm just going to
Again, I
use a
do want to
normal
point out that vent that we
plugs.
saw is completely normal.
And-
Those vents typically are used to help even out the pressure inside all of the fuel tanks in both the ship and the booster, so there is nothing to worry about.
There we go.
When you
My
see
fan is
those.
on. And it's over there on the wall.
Hey Sawyer.
Hi, Das. How's it going?
Oh, I am in and out.
Oh,
I'm
that's
all over
nice.
The place. We are firing on more cylinders than we actually have right now. But just checking in from the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre Island over here, it continues.
Our
to be a
other plane
beautiful
has
day.
still not
There's
come
people
back.
down on the beach. Again, still not a
So it
cloud
was
to the
somewhere
sky. The
over
sun is
here.
coming up. I actually forgot my sunglasses in the truck, so we're just gonna have to deal with that. But I don't think that we
my
could
AC
ask for a
running
nicer
full mode.
day to watch this.
Jeez, 37 degrees.
Thank you
Wow.
for chiming in with that. Yeah, the weather was
That's
absolutely
very
gorgeous.
hot.
Perfectly clear skies.
I think
Like
I've
you mentioned
only
before, it's
been on
unlike
holiday
SN11 or SN15, who
for
doesn't
like a
remember
couple
where
of
it was quite
days and it
hot,
was like
especially
37
that weather.
degrees.
We
But that was in
look
like
forward to clear skies.
Florida, so it was just,
Beautifully happening to the
it was
booster
okay, it was
ship
comfortable,
right now. And a
but
reminder-
like,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you're on top
Oh.
of the hotel right now, which we have a camera up there, which you can see in our multi-view, which you can access for
Still.
all of our members who are Red Team and above.
oh god.
Sawyer says we have a camera up here. Sawyer.
Do we?
We bought out the camera store. We have so many cameras up here. It took us like 15 trips up to carry all the cameras.
Oh,
we
it's
have.
still here,
We've got
okay.
a fiber line up here. We've got wireless
Fiber?
infrastructure up here.
They got
We're
fiber to the top.
controlling all of the
Yeah,
different sites
45
from
mid,
our
mate.
command post
Jeez,
here on the,
45.
I say on the roof of the hotel. It really relays
How?
through the hotel. And all the remote folks, the production team are really
Oh, okay.
knocking it out of the
Yeah,
park
you
today,
got.
but I gotta say really quickly.
So Dad said that
massive
he's got
thanks
the
to
plane
the folks
that I
here
can't
at the
see.
hotel.
It's because he's got the
Margaritaville Resort
premium
South Padre
account,
Island,
so
and
he
they
gets
set
to
us
see.
up with
So I'm
not
guessing
just a
it's
place to watch the lights
tracking
from.
by.
We've got a room
I'm
downstairs.
trying
They
to see the
just put us
photo
in
that
the
you
whole
sent
place.
me.
We've actually got a fiber line. We worked with a hotel to run a fiber line from the server room downstairs.
Oh my
all the way to the
God.
roof, but they have been absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
to us
SpaceX
over
have
here. So
started their
I
live
hope
stream.
that this
Cool.
isn't the first, or this
Right,
is the first. This is
let's
the last
get
time
this
we
one.
see a Starship launch from here, and if anybody ever ends up coming down this way, check out the Margaritaville Resort. It's a
What we're gonna do,
ridiculously
we're
nice
gonna
and
go-
good people, and a lot of
I'm
what
just
you're
ahead at the
seeing
moment.
On the screen right now is because they worked with us and they helped us make all this happen. Sorry, I had it.
SpaceX, here we go. I'm just going to put this at 1080p. I don't need. Right, F11. I'm just ahead. Oh, yes. I remember now. Yeah, I was only little though, Mark. I actually forgot that we'd done that. So, right. Let's put that there. There we go. So what I'm going to try and do, I'm going to try and sync all of these up. Little head. This is quite funny actually. Are you from Florida? No, I am not from Florida. I'm from the UK. We've been to Florida quite a few times for holidays. But yeah, we have done 45 in France when we were kids. Right, 36. So I'm going 42. And I'm getting, what is it? Oh, that's counting down. Okay, cool. Right, I'm going to try and sync all of these live streams up. It'll be a bit of a pain. But why does the sound... It really does, doesn't it? It really sounds like GTA music. Oh. I was now stream. Oh, right. Yeah, I see. Sorry, I am absolutely everywhere. I'm trying to currently sync 3 live streams to the exact same time. And it's being annoying. So now, come on. I'm just waiting for SpaceX to start theirs so that I can finally see where all of them are. Oh, I've just paused it. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. This is going to be mad. Oh, they've done a... This is going to be a full broadcasted live stream. Mate, it's starting to get hot now. It's getting hotter as the day goes on. Oh, look at Starbase. Look at that. Wow. Holy cow. Oh! Yeah, I know, same here. I really hope they don't delay it. I'll turn the microphone off a little bit. Holy cow, look at that.
Good morning. You're looking at a live view of Starship as it awaits its first ever integrated flight test from Starbase, Texas, in just a little over from 40 minutes from now.
Who is it?
Today we're hoping to see our Super Heavy booster
That's not
and
Jesse.
Starship spacecraft, collectively referred to as Starship, lift off together for the first time. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Kate Tice, Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Shiva Bharadwaj, a space operations engineer here at SpaceX. Now, as many of you know, Starship is SpaceX's latest and largest vehicle developed to date. It represents a fully reusable transportation
the
system
sound panels between the two laptops. I need one of them.
Mars,
I really need one of them.
If you've been following the development of Starship over the last couple of years, you know we've been doing a lot of testing leading up to this big one. Once fully developed, it will be the world's most powerful launch vehicle, with twice the thrust of Saturn V rocket and the ability to carry up to 150 metric tons
look
to orbit.
at that. Looks
reference,
nuts.
A 1 liter bottle of water is 1 kilogram, so 150 metric tons is basically 150,000 1 liter bottles of water.
Wow.
Or, as I like to think of it, one rather lonely blue whale.
Now, today's test will be the first of
Look
many
at
as
the
we work towards
views.
transitioning Starship from a developmental to an operational program.
That is
Our
crazy. I
primary
think
objective today is
actually
to gather as much data as we
are
can around
two-
the fully integrated vehicles. That means the booster and the Starship and the ground systems. While we have flown Starship in the
I
past, this will be
don't
the
think
first
that was
attempt of
entirely
Super Heavy
true. I
and the
think
first
he
opportunity
fired
to validate how the
quite
two
a few
vehicles operate
people,
together.
but
Any data that
I
we
don't
get
think it
helps
was
improve
ethnically
that
based,
helps
but
improve the future builds of
you know,
Starship will be considered a success
clearly
for the
we
purposes of
have an
today's
Indian
test.
host.
Milestone beyond
So
that is
I
icing
thought
on
we
the
were gonna
cake.
have
The further we fly, the more
the
data
old
we can
guy.
collect. If all goes well,
I can't
today's
remember his
flight test
name.
could
I
last
think it was
as long
Ian or
as 90
something.
minutes from liftoff,
Right, I'm gonna
to
just
an
try
expected hard
and
ocean landing for Starship.
try and
Say
sync
hard
these.
landing
So,
or a rapid unscheduled disassembly,
Rud.
or some combination of both.
Well, I'm gonna
Excitement
go
is pretty much
40 on this one.
Now, if it does all go well, Super Heavy will fire up its 33 Raptor engines, and it'll lift off from the launch pad down in South Texas.
Mate,
About
this is
3
gonna be
minutes into
mad.
the flight, we're gonna hope to see the Super Heavy
Oh,
separate
you got rid of
from
my-
the Starship spacecraft. It'll then perform
I'm gonna go
a
there.
flip maneuver. So there's that. You can see that on your screen. And then it'll boost back in order to make a hard landing in the Gulf of Mexico.
It's typical, isn't it?
And
It
while
had
that's
to
happening, we hope to see
go to a
6-second stage engines ignite and watch as
different
Starship
thing
goes
as
for
I'm
about
bloody
an
trying
hour
to set
at
up.
altitudes ranging between 150 and 250 kilometers before re-entering
Oh, wow.
Earth's atmosphere and make its own hard landing in the Pacific Ocean about 250-ish kilometers offshore.
Now, we are
37.05.
right now, but that's because we are on the launch pad, so we've got umbilicals and,
Right,
and connectors.
there we go. So
straight
37
to the
dead.
vehicle. But we aren't expecting to get very many good views once we get past.
There we
the
go.
shuttle
Them
station.
two
we
are now
do promise,
synced.
though, for any views that we do get, we
And
will share them in real time. We are watching live with you all, so we're excited to see those views ourselves as well.
Now, in a little bit, we are going to take a closer look
Right,
at the vehicle and the launch pad. But first, today is a super exciting day. Everyone on the teams across
47.
Starship have been preparing doing a number of tests.
I'm
and dress
so
rehearsals
like
for today's
focused
test.
right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, we saw a nice little recap of those tests in the intro video to today's webcast. For those of you that are following along, you know that many of those tests ended in those rapid unscheduled disassemblies, or RUDs as we like to call them. And it's been a long road to today. Just in 2022 alone, we had 9 static fires. We've had a couple of wet dress rehearsals. And of course, the launch control team has done numerous simulations as well.
So major shout out to the teams that have been preparing for today's full up integrated test. In fact, we've got a shot of Star Command, the South Texas launch control team. Look at all the people ready for today's launch.
Well,
test.
I think we're
Right
about.
there is our South Texas Launch Control Center. That is basically ground zero for everything that is happening today. In addition,
Give it
to
the
the
30
full
seconds. I'm
control
pretty
that we have
sure
operating as
that
well with,
35
operators on console,
is.
including the Mission Control Center here behind us here in Hawthorne, California.
How many screens are you looking at? Well,
that
I've
being
got
said, our very
four.
own Zachary
4
Lubin
screens.
is one
So
of our SpaceX
I'm looking
employees
at all
our
these.
watch event in South Padre Island. Hey, Zach,
Right, here we
how are
go.
things going on
So
the ground?
It is a great day for a test launch today, Kate. Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Lupin, and I'm an avionics reliability engineer here at
Right, come on.
SpaceX, and I'm at the Cameron
There you
County
go. 3,
Amphitheater,
2,
where a growing number
1,
of SpaceX
and
employees
go.
are gathering to watch what we hope is the first
There you go.
liftoff
I
of a
think
fully integrated Starship.
they are
Now,
fully
the Starship team has worked incredibly hard
synced
for
up.
today's launch test.
I think.
Over the past weekend, teams held a launch readiness
Oh,
review,
man.
which included a comprehensive review of all of our vehicle systems, looking at avionics, GNC, communications, software, structures, as well as
look
our
at
Raptor
that.
engines and
Look at
propulsion
that
in general.
view.
Now,
That
we're
is
only about
crazy.
5 miles away from the launch pad, so it's a pretty good view for today. And as we get
Mate,
into,
this is mental.
as we start to approach T-0, everyone here is clearly very excited for the events that are happening today. So as we get closer to T-0, I'm going to throw it back
Yeah.
to Hawthorne to talk
I've got
more
it.
about our
I
rocket.
I believe I've got it dead on.
Awesome.
So
Thanks
hopefully,
so much, Zach. And
all
we've
of
actually got a little bit
these.
of a
No,
crowd
this way.
forming behind us too.
All of these
Now,
three
we've got a shot
should
of Starship on the screen.
go at the same
entire
time.
Starship structure you see is made of stainless steel.
Mate,
and when
it's
that's
just
fully
mental.
stacked, it stands about 120 meters tall and about 9
Oh,
meters
what I need
around.
is now
To help
something
you
to
give a
pull
sense
up,
of
do
just how
pull
big
ups.
that is, we've captured
Oh,
a
look at
video
that.
of some of our
Oh,
teams
okay,
doing
that I was gonna
final
say.
integration prep work
That
in
was
advance
ages
of
ago.
today's test flight.
Just like Falcon 9,
I was
Starship
gonna say,
has
Booster
2
9 ain't
stages,
there at the
which
moment.
we will talk a little bit more about in a
Uh,
minute. But in addition to those 2 stages, Starship actually has a
Yeah,
third
it's
stage called
getting
Stage
super
0.
filled now.
It consists of all
It's
the
gonna
launch
get
pads
lovely and
infrastructure built
cold.
around the rocket. You can see a great view of it there on your screen.
Wow.
It's truly an engineering feat in its own right.
And I feel like it's something we don't talk about very often.
Guaranteed,
There's a
I
lot
would
of
love to be
infrastructure that
paid
goes
to fly
into
that drone right
fueling
there.
and preparing the launch vehicle before a large test like this. Really, anyone.
Oh,
Now,
that would
let's
be
talk
so
about
cool.
Super heavy. The name says it all. It's
It is
super,
super and it's heavy.
It's super heavy. It goes by some other names, the first stage or the booster.
Look at
Whatever
that
you
shot
call it, the
there.
Super heavy will be the
So
vehicle responsible
Ryan
for
Hansen
powering Starship
did
against
his
the mighty
OFT
gravitational pull we've got here on Earth.
um,
And when it's fully
animation,
operational, it's going to get
and
Starship to
oh
orbit.
no, it
Booster
is
alone
freaking
stands about
huge.
70 meters tall and is
So
about the same
yeah,
height
he
as
did
a fully
his
integrated Falcon 9, but with a
animation,
diameter
and we
roughly
got that
2.5
top down
times
looking
that of
at
Falcon
the
9,
ship.
and
So we're
with
just gonna see it like
33
come up
much
like
larger
that.
engines.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
mad.
having those
Look at
engines,
them
and oh my God, I
engines.
love this shot. We can
Oh
see
wow!
looking up into the launch mount at the 33 engines on the booster. Those are
Holy
each of the Raptor engines
jeez!
that's going to power today's launch attempt.
Yeah, this is an incredible view. One of my favorite views that we're going to get today.
Have
We don't
them-
have this kind of view on our Falcon 9 launches, so
Them
this
rocket
is so
engines
exciting to
not
see. You can
been.
even make out
Why's my hair
the
kind of funny?
paint markers indicating which engine is which. Like we said, there are 33 of them, so there's a lot of
My
fire
hair
that's
is all
going to
over
be
the
coming
shop.
out from those engines
But yeah,
in
them-
just over 31
The
minutes from
engines
now.
just
As we
there.
mentioned
Oh,
before, there are
that's a space
33
flight
of
of
them on
just
the Super Heavy, the booster,
put
and
their
we
one
don't
on.
see it right now, but the
Oh, are they
cluster
just
in
going to
the
do...
center are the ones that are actually going to gimbal.
There's
and help,
33
steer the
engines
booster back
in
down
that part
for its
there.
water landing in the Gulf.
So yeah,
and
there's
they're
a
little
lot.
bit different, Kate, than our Falcon engines.
So we
on
believe,
Falcon,
yeah,
we need
33.
a
She
gas
said, yeah.
generator cycle.
Oh
Here's a
wow!
fantastic shot, actually, at
The
the
stage
stage,
separation.
so we can see the 6
Oh!
engines that are on the ship side. 3 gimbaling in the middle, and then the vacuum engine.
That-
2 of them, and the other one
that
on
is
the other side of the
mental.
cluster in the middle here. So Raptor's a
Oh
little
my
bit
god,
different.
I
It
still
uses
can't
something
believe we're
called
here.
stage combustion, which means
We're
we basically
just
pre-burn
under,
both
just
the,
over 30
the fuel
minutes
side
away.
and the oxide, and then get those up to the right temperatures and pressures. And then
This
mix
was
them in
meant
the
to
combustion
happen
chamber.
when my
It allows us
daughter
to
was
get
being
higher thrust
born.
and higher efficiency on these engines than
Almost
on
2 years
Falcon 9.
later, a year and a half or so.
Now, Super Heavy
Actually, we're
also has
almost
4
actually
grid fins
a
to
year and
assist
3
in
quarters.
orienting itself during the return back to
Wow.
Earth, as today is the fully integrated flight
I can't
test,
believe
and
this
the
is
first
actually
one,
happening.
We're focusing on safely testing just the fundamental
Like-
systems and operations of the vehicle. So what that means is we won't be attempting to land on land today.
Yes,
Instead,
they're just
Super
going to
Heavy is
put
gonna
it
be
into the
making that
ocean.
hard water landing
Or
in
the Gulf of Mexico even.
Starship, or the spacecraft, is the second stage and makes up the top portion of the vehicle. It's designed for carrying passengers
Mate,
and
this is
cargo
crazy.
between destinations on Earth, Earth orbit, and planetary destinations. It stands
Like,
50 meters
looking
tall,
at
a
that
little
down
taller than the
there,
Statue of Liberty.
You think,
It's
oh yeah, it
comprised
doesn't
of
look
6
tall, and then when you
Raptors.
look
We
at
saw those,
that,
just moments ago.
you're like,
3 of them are
oh my
optimized
god, that
to
is
sea level,
massive.
And the other 3 are vacuum engines.
Why are
And like they're
they're not
optimized to
catching it
operate in the vacuum of
because
space.
they,
provide
well,
a maximum of 250,000
I think the
tons
general
of thrust
idea was just to test like
the
the
spacecraft
systems.
is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help
They've
aerodynamically
on the
control the vehicle's
FAA
attitude during
launch
atmospheric
license.
flight and enable precise landing
It
at
does look
reachable
like they're
locations.
not even going to
See
try
a few
and.
of those flaps there.
Has too much money to
entire stack
waste.
is vertical, and that's because Starship is designed for vertical
They've
takeoff
basically
and landing,
they're not
as
going to
opposed
catch it
taking
because
off
they
and
want to test
landing
the
like an
systems
airplane.
first.
And that's really important because we don't
I
have
think even the
runways on the moon
third,
and Mars.
the second and third
Fortunately,
flight.
gravity at both of those destinations is
why?
not nearly as high as it is here on Earth. On Mars, it's about a third of what Earth's gravity
Ah,
is.
funny.
On the moon, the gravity is just a
Whatever.
sixth of what it is here.
So
Starship
yeah,
can
so
take
they
off
got
in
the
both of those
license
cases
yesterday.
without needing the super heavy booster,
They actually
like
got
we
it.
need here on Earth.
So
Now,
late.
for today's
They
test,
actually
Starship does
officially
not
received
have
it.
its landing legs attached. And that's because we
Friday
aren't
night?
going to
I
be
think it was
attempting
Friday
to
night.
return to the launch side or land on land.
Oh,
It's gonna be
whatever.
doing another hard water landing at the end of today's
But
test.
yeah, so they're just going to test the
Starship is
systems
wrapped in
out
a heat shield,
to
which
make
is
sure that
composed
they're,
of
you know,
18,000 hexagonal ceramic
it at
tiles
least
designed to
flies.
insulate the vehicle
So,
during atmospheric entry,
eh.
where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit.
My hair,
The
I really need
hex-shaped
to get a
tiles, like
haircut.
these ones that we have here,
Oh, wow.
roughly make up about 2/3 of the vehicle. There's a couple of different geometries.
Yeah,
The
that's
one
they're
that
not
I
going to
have
go
that
for a
is the
test
circular portions
catch
of,
because
the vehicle, so
you
it
know
has this
it
curvature
might
to it,
work,
and
but then
what
the
Shiva
engines
has-
might not relight,
This kind is
and
a
it'll just destroy the pad.
and there's several thousand
So
of
they're
these
going
all
to splash
across the body
down.
of the vehicle. And it's worth
I
saying,
think it
we
said
need these because
the
when a
fourth
spacecraft
and
re-enters
fifth
from orbital
flight
velocity,
could
it's
potentially
going
have a
faster than the speed
return.
of sound and causes a lot of heat to build up.
But
that has to
man,
get dissipated by
we
the
are
heat
here.
tiles.
We
Yeah,
are ready
one
to
thing
go.
That's really cool about these is they're super lightweight. Even just holding them, we're able to.
Right,
just,
I'm gonna grab my
hear
phone off
how-
charge,
How
'cause
hollow they
it's
are.
getting a little
because
bit
of the
warm.
construction. But they do a great job of dispersing that heat during that atmospheric reentry. We actually produce these in-house at what we like to call the SpaceX bakeries. And they're located in Texas and Florida. So it's something that we designed and build in-house. And like we said, there's thousands of them. You can kind of see them on the exterior of the vehicle. So at this point in
I
time,
can't spell.
we are at
Are we going
T-minus,
shopping yet?
27 minutes and 18
Well,
seconds. So
you know,
let's
if it
head on
lifts
over to
off
John
on
Instructor for
time,
an
we
update
can
on
still
the
go.
countdown. Hey, John.
Thanks, Kate, and
tell.
good morning.
Hey,
I'm
there he
John Instructor,
is.
Principal
John,
Integration
that's it.
Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently loading propellant from the ground system into both
This
the first
guy
and
is like
second
the
stages.
OG host
now, both
of
vehicles use the same two propellants. Our fuel
of
is
like
liquid
test
methane
flights.
at a temperature of just over 100 Kelvin.
Oh, I can see
or
head
about
now.
minus 272
This headset
degrees
does get
Fahrenheit.
really itchy.
Now, this is a different fuel from Falcon 9. starter, we use RP1 kerosene. And our oxidizer is liquid oxygen, the same as Falcon 9. But because there's no oxygen in space to support combustion, we have to bring our own.
Oh,
Now, a little bit of a
itchy
recap.
head now.
We did the go, no go poll at
Never good.
T-minus 1 hour and 45 minutes. And once the team gave their goes, we
This is
polled
why I
about
want a
20 votes.
wireless.
We started loading propellants
Yeah,
onto the booster
he
at
is the
T-minus
goat, you're
1 hour
right.
and 39 minutes. And at T-minus 1 hour and
Oh, man.
22 minutes, we began propellant loading of the ship, the second stage on
I
Starship.
really hate this
Now,
headset.
launch loading of the second stage main tank is almost complete right now, but we'll
Right.
actually stretch it out and wrap it up and finish at T-minus 5 minutes. And then at T-minus 3 minutes, as the booster finishes loading, the vehicle will be fully loaded with just over
Well, Musk
10
is
million
in
pounds propellant.
Oh, wow, it's in the launch
Currently
control
in the
room.
countdown, we've just passed the T-minus 26-minute mark. The good news is weather's looking good. You can see the blue skies there on the camera views from the drone. The only thing we're watching is winds. They
Mate.
are within limits at ground
Oh,
level.
they are within.
We
Too
expect
much
they may
forehead.
pick up a little bit as we get
Yes,
farther
probably.
into the window should we need to go that far. But the good news right now is that the weather is looking good. The range also is looking pretty good. We've moved almost all the boats out of the keep out zone overnight. We are working one,
T-minus
but we're still underway.
25
And
minutes.
right now, as a reminder, if for any reason we do not make our test flight today, we have backup launch windows.
No.
This could be either 24 or 48 hours after today.
No.
It'll depend on how far we get into the countdown. But coming up on 25 minutes to go, everything is looking good, Kate.
In order to make life multiplanetary, we need a fully reusable vehicle that's capable of carrying a huge amount of cargo and a lot
This
of people
is
to
gonna be
orbit
mad.
and have a pretty quick turnaround. The idea is to effectively reuse launch vehicles
Oh.
just like airplanes. Crowd is getting
Well,
excited here in Hawthorne behind Mission Control, as you can hear.
Oh, they've obviously
Now,
just
imagine if you had
completed
to wait
something.
for a new airplane to be constructed every time you wanted to fly. You'd rarely go anywhere, and it would probably be completely unaffordable for most of us. In order for us to get to Mars,
I was
and
gonna
back
say,
with
what's
lots of
going
people
on?
multiple times, reusability is a must.
Now, in the near term and a bit closer to home here on Earth, Starship will be critical to other programs as well. Once it's operational, Starship will deliver the full-size and upgraded version of our Starlink satellites. And that's super exciting because our next generation satellites represent a step forward in Starlink's capabilities and will provide
I
more
actually
bandwidth and
heard-
increased reliability
started on ship.
to
Oh.
connect millions of people around the world with high-speed internet.
And of course, Starship will fly a number of human spaceflight missions in the lead up to our first missions to Mars. Entrepreneur and pilot Jared Isaacman will command the first human spaceflight on Starship as part of the Polaris
They
program.
said they have four.
Jared served
Yes,
as,
four types. So
commander
you've got
for Inspiration 4,
tanker,
the first
which is basically just a
all-civilian mission
fuel
to orbit.
transfer
Inspiration 4 launched aboard
vehicle.
our Dragon
Then you've
spacecraft
got
and Falcon 9
cargo,
in September 2021,
which will be
raising
obviously
over
just
$240
stuff to
million
low Earth
for
orbit.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Then you've
The
got
first human
HLS, which is
spaceflight
Human
on
Landing
Starship
System.
will launch as part of the Polaris
And then you've
program,
got Crew
and you can
One.
learn more about that
So they're the
series of
four
missions at
that we know
polarisprogram.com.
We also know
Our first
the
lunar mission, around
the
the moon
rocket's
aboard
actually going to be
Starship
getting
will be
slightly
led by Japanese
longer.
entrepreneur Yusaku
So the
Maezawa,
top
also
half, the
known as
actual
MZ. MZ
part that
flew
goes
space for the first time in
into
December
space, which is
2021, purchasing- and he
this
purchased
bit
all
right
of the
here.
seats
There you go.
aboard Starship's
That little
first
bit
lunar
there.
mission in order to give
That will be
artists
getting
and
10
creators
meters
from all
taller.
over the world the opportunity to
And it will
go.
be getting an
And the
extra
hope is that what they will create in
3
space
sets
will further
of
inspire all of us
vacuum
here back
engines.
on planet Earth.
Look at that iPhone.
Now, over 1 million
Oh,
people
that way.
applied
I
for
keep
this
forgetting
mission.
that if I
Earlier
point
this year,
left,
they announced the
it
final
points
8
right
crew
on the
members
screen.
were selected, and you can learn more
So,
about
oh,
them and
dude,
MZ's
this is going to be
mission
mental.
at dearmoon.earth.
I know. It's already
Dennis
bloody
and
long.
Akiko Tito are
It's
the
going to be
first
crazy.
members announced to fly on Starship's second
look at
commercial
that.
space flight around the moon. This will be Dennis's second mission to space after becoming the first commercial astronaut to visit the International Space Station in 2001.
Look
and
at it.
Akiko will be among the first women to fly around the moon on a Starship. The Titos joined the mission to contribute to SpaceX's long-term
I just
goal
want
to
to
advance
bounce.
human spaceflight
I'm
and
just
help
so
make life
excited.
multiplanetary.
SpaceX
Coke
is
don't
also
really help
incredibly
either.
honored to be part of NASA's Artemis program to establish a sustainable presence on the moon to prepare for missions to Mars. Starship's early test launches, followed by those regular Starlink deployment missions and propellant transfer demonstrations, are directly advancing NASA's Artemis program, along with SpaceX's ongoing mission to make life multiplanetary.
Mate, I need to sit down for a little bit. I'm getting too excited. I need to sit down.
Which will mark humanity's first
Mate,
return
it's
to the
so
lunar
hot
surface
in here.
more than 50 years.
It's
an
now
exciting future, but
almost
let's talk a little
30
about
degrees.
How we got to today.
Oh, and I've just pulled my headphones out of the cable.
2019 with the Star Hopper prototype.
There we go.
It's sort of a short version of the Starship that we see today.
Oh,
There's a picture
man.
on your screen, the lovable water tower. Now, standing at just over 18
Open the door.
meters
No, I don't
tall,
want to open the
Star
door
Hopper
because
has a
it's
single engine and was
everyone's gonna hear me. Well, I mean, they're gonna hear me anyway. But like, no, I've got my fan on.
Was a hop that reached about 20 meters.
I think I need to put air conditioning in here.
Followed by a second hop, the one that we've got
Actually, saying that, speaking about air conditioning,
150 meters in altitude.
I was looking at solar panels.
Took a little jaunt away from
So,
the launch pad and ended up landing about 100 meters
there
or
was,
so
what
away
was it?
from and you can see that on your screen. Now, notably, this was the first time
I
that
can't
we
remember.
had used a Raptor
Oh yeah,
engine
solar
in
panels.
flight
So there was a
demonstrating control of this
500 watt
As a Star Wars
system
fan, I can't not see a
for
flying
200
R2D2
quid,
there.
basically.
Now,
That
after a
was the
series
solar
of
panels.
150-meter hop tests with
We are
earlier
buffering
prototypes,
here.
The Starship program saw
I'm
a
all
huge
green on
breakthrough
my
during a
side.
test flight of the vehicle known as serial number 8, or SN8. SN8 demonstrated a first-of-its-kind
I was going to say
controlled aerodynamic
that's
descent and
you
kinetic
guys. That's not
maneuver.
me.
Yes,
I have got a solid green.
This 12.5-kilometer hop test took place December
Solid
2020
green
and saw
thingy.
the
But
SN8
yeah,
prototype ascend
so
to an altitude of
500
kilometers and
watt
conduct
solar
a
panel
belly flop
system
maneuver.
that I can
While
put
it did
on the
safe
roof
landing,
of the
test
shed.
was a major milestone in the development
I was
of
going to say
Starship.
he's got quite crappy internet, so yeah, it's definitely him.
On serial number 9.
Oh, mate,
that
look,
was a 10
look
kilometer flight test in February of 2021. We had a
man.
nominal ascent,
So yeah, I'm going to have that power, basically,
controlled descent were
that's going to
stable.
power
However,
the
unfortunately
server
had a
cabinet
dramatic
and sort of the
ending to end
lighting
of
in
that
here.
flight when we had a failure on its engine
The
to
problem
relay,
is, it's the batteries. The
resulting
batteries are
in one of those
really
rapid
expensive.
unscheduled disassemblies. But what was really,
Rich,
really
you've got
exciting
crappy
about both
internet as
serial
well,
number
so
8 and 9 is how quickly you were able to
like
achieve
you've
just
not
our
got
primary
900 meg
objectives
like I
in
have.
those two high-altitude test
Oh,
flights.
look at
In
that!
addition to getting lots
Look
of
how it
great
just
data,
like
Starship
lands
successfully
sideways.
demonstrated
There is it.
control
There,
of the
that one
vehicle
there.
and subsonic
Bang!
capability.
SN10.
We performed 9 Starship
Can an AC
high-altitude
run?
test flights in total,
Well,
and
that's
in
the
May
thing.
of
I
2021,
don't know.
SN15 launched from Stardust, reached
It
an
won't. I won't
altitude
need
of
to go
about 10
too
kilometers,
crazy in here because
performed
it's only going to be
and safely
on for about an
returned to the
hour.
launch
What
site.
on my phone?
This
It's
was the
saying.
first Starship prototype to fly, control,
Yeah, but
descent,
5G in
safely
Alton,
land,
Rich, it's
and
horrible.
take
Like,
recovery
I've been
in
getting 10 meg most.
Now, having
So I would
achieved
actually say it's even
success
worse
in
than your
our
Wi-Fi.
suborbital campaign, one of
Like,
the
I was,
next big
where
challenges
was I?
for upper
I was in
stage
town the other
reusability
day,
is to survive the
and I turned
high-speed
5G off because I just couldn't
hypersonic
even
phase of
open YouTube.
combined with the ability to
It just
refill
kept sort
our
of just
Starship's
buffering.
tank with fuel and oxygen
He's
while on
literally
orbit,
from
is what
about
will
7
enable a
miles
fully reusable
that way
transportation system that's
to
designed
me.
carry both
So,
crew and
yeah,
cargo
he's
on
not very
long
far.
duration interplanetary
And our
flights
5G
that
systems have
ultimately
only
will
just
help
come
humanity
on.
return to the moon and travel
Yeah,
to Mars
exactly.
and beyond in our solar system.
I was going to say, because I have a
can
little
tell, it
indicator
is nothing but
on
an
my
iterative
streaming software,
process,
and it's been
to
solid
get to the point
green.
that we are today and where we will go
And
from
do you know
here.
what? I'm only using
that iteration is a core
1.5% of my
process of
CPU
how we work here at
and
SpaceX. We
only
like to fly,
5% of my RAM.
and we like to test
I've
early
dropped
and
0
often,
frames,
both on the,
and I've been
side of
live
hardware and
4
software.
hours and 2
Yeah,
minutes.
That's an awesome point, Kate. Now, we are
That is
continuing
mad.
our countdown to
My place.
Starship liftoff.
Yeah, 60 meg's
just
pretty
over
decent. I
17
think
minutes from
that's
now.
what Rich's
So, of course, let's check in with
internet.
John for another
It's not
status
ages,
update.
but
John?
it's about.
Thanks, Shiva. Clock is coming up on T-minus 17 minutes from liftoff. We're continuing to click towards zero.
It's stopped ages,
However, right now
but
we've just
it's
begun
about
listening
time Martin
in. The
reported.
first stage team is working a pressurization issue.
Oh.
They're troubleshooting that right now.
Oh.
Now we do have the option, if need be, if we can't solve this, then we would hold the count and probably treat today as a wet dress and not be able to
No.
launch. However, we are continuing to do propellant loading on both the Super Heavy and the ship stages.
Right,
Most
Rich,
recently, we began loading liquid oxygen and methane fuel into the header tanks on Starship. At the very top, just underneath the nose there are two small spherical tanks. That's where the fuel and liquid oxygen header tanks are. That started at T-minus 27 minutes, and that propellant loading will continue until T-minus 9 minutes.
Yeah, Rich, it might just be your device, because, like,
right now. Everything will drain back.
Everything for me is working fine. No, I don't think they're kidding us.
Continuing to load the massive amount of propellant onto the Super Heavy booster.
Oh,
That's going
man.
to continue until T-minus 3
Do you know,
minutes.
if this doesn't go off today, I think I'm actually going to cry.
Liquid methane and liquid oxygen
170 meg. Oh, that's not bad.
It's 16
Yeah,
minutes and counting.
so I've noticed, Rich, with my 900, some devices just randomly slow down.
And the second stage quick disconnect is beginning its configuration.
Yeah, they randomly...
The liquid oxygen and methane that are going into the second stage go through that quick disconnect. You can see it in some of the views, the arm that comes out just at the base of the second stage. That'll move out of the way as we lift off. At the same time, the SpaceX team continues to check in with the Coast Guard. We're working one boat that's in the safety perimeter. They are working to get
bloody
that boat out of
boats.
the way. We cleared several
Give it a massive fine.
boats out overnight. We're down to one, and we expect that'll be clear so that we can proceed with launch out over the Gulf of Mexico. But as a reminder, T-minus 15 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We are working an issue on the first stage, and we'll bring an update as we get more insight into that issue.
Please don't. Please don't make me do this again.
Now, today's test flight is taking place out of our Starbase facility in South Texas, and that facility has gone through a tremendous amount of change and growth. In a
Yeah,
really
4
short
years
period
ago,
of
it was
time.
just a bit of dirt and
Yeah,
sand.
I mean,
There you go.
3 years ago,
Oh, that's
not
3
much
years.
even existed there. It was a very different scene, as you can.
Oh yeah,
find
exactly.
out
No
photos
birds
on
were
the
harmed.
screen.
Yeah.
Fast forward to today, and the team is building out an entire production line.
Mad. Look at
Last
that.
year, they built 4 Starship Super Heavy boosters, 5 Starships, our 200 Raptor 2 engine, and this year they're targeting 5 boosters, 8 Starships in production for 2023. And really, you do need a production system to rapidly iterate, like we were talking about earlier, on the design of the vehicle as we learn more about it from these large tests.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling on my industrial engineering background, system fill is something that is critical to that goal. Being able to produce
is
and launch
crazy.
multiple Starships means that we have to have a system full of those production vehicles, and we iterate on each one.
Yeah,
So
going back to
even
the
the
solar
next
panels,
Starship
basically,
that will fly
the expensive bit
whatever
is the
next
battery.
test is,
The
will be
battery
different than the
that
one that you see there on
I've
your
got to
screen now.
find somewhere for it to go
Now, the employees
first.
who have been at SpaceX a
And
while say
then,
that Starbase does remind
like,
them of
the actual
early
solar panels
Falcon
mounted on the
1
roof,
day,
that's
except
super
moving
easy
a
because
whole lot
they
faster.
come with the proper
The team at
angled
Starbase
mounts.
is expanding
Because the
as fast
sun
as the
kind of
facilities
goes
are, and if you've ever
over the
wondered
back
what
of my
life at
house
Starbase
like
is
this.
here's a quick peek.
And there's a tree right in the middle that I can't get rid of. Touchdown. But yeah, so I can get it later on in the evening. So if I had, there's 2 of them. Oh, I'm loving this music. Hopefully it's not copyright. But yeah, so I can get 2 solar panels facing what is east, and 2 facing west. So that should give me cover for both morning and evening. But what I want to do is basically just have like all my lights and my like server cabinet, that all powered off the actual things. I use lead. Yeah, lead acid. Oh, see, in the UK, a lead acid battery for what we want, the size I need, is like 70 to 100 pounds. Martin, can you work that out in in other currency for me? But yeah, like, I can't justify that at the moment. I've just spent what, £900 on this shed alone. That's just, you know, just the actual building materials. So Alright. Oh, we have a vent. There's a vent. I've just seen on that bottom right hand corner.
Starbase directly employs more than 1,800 employees and is actually the largest employer in the area.
Yeah, and from that video, you can really tell, like, it's a beautiful location. It's close to the ocean. There's tons of wildlife. And that's because being close to the equator is actually a fantastic way to get to orbit.
Yeah, I love that we have so many employee events that allow us to
Oh,
participate.
man. I am buffering, okay.
And other environmental efforts there. We'd also like to thank
8,600 ripples. Thank you very much, man. I knew you were pretty good at that.
Area. Now, in addition to Starbase, we'll soon be adding another Texas location to the SpaceX family.
Yeah,
we're opening a new facility in Bastrop, Texas, just outside of Austin, to support Starlink hardware production.
My end saying absolutely golden. So,
square feet of manufacturing space, and the team has
oh wow, look at that.
Now we have all kinds of openings in production and manufacturing.
That's crazy.
For technicians and leadership and manufacturing engineers and all kinds of site support roles. Basically, if you can think of a role, we're probably hiring.
Oh, my wife just messaged
me. If you're
me.
interested in helping expand human life to other planets or helping internet access here on Earth, consider becoming part of the SpaceX team at SpaceX.com.
I would, 100%.
Now, with that, let's check back in with Zach down at Starbase one last time.
No
before
issues
launch.
here, bye-bye.
Howdy,
Cool.
Zach.
Hello, Kate and Shiva again. You can really feel the energy here at South Padre Island as more of the
Did say
SpaceX
Howard.
team have gathered. We're standing just over 5 miles away from the launch mount, and so from here we've got a very nice view. I would basically
here we
say
go.
these are some of the best front row seats you could get, and might I add, beachside as well. Now, the Starship team has worked incredibly hard to get ready for this test, and we're all clearly
Yeah, that's
excited for
converting
4T0.
from
And
pounds to ruples. Ruples? Is ruples in it?
Is if a boat enters the safety perimeter.
Oh,
now,
was he wrong?
Is the Gulf of Mexico, which is normally very open to all of the boaters and fishers.
If so,
However, today,
if
SpaceX
it's
is closely coordinating with the United States Coast
if
Guard
so,
to
it's
establish a
$90.
safe zone and ensure public safety.
I don't know.
And up to T0,
I was never
SpaceX
good at
is in
currency
regular
changing or anything
communication
like that.
with the Coast Guard to ensure there are no boats in the area leading up to the launch. Now, fingers crossed that does not happen. Now, I'll throw it back to the folks
Mate,
at Hawthorne.
9 minutes to potential
loss.
loss. It's actually 9,000. That's not market trader. Just an hour ago, I watched it. Bloody hell. That's mad. Oh.
We're just inside T-minus 9 minutes and counting. We're listening on one of the background loops right now. Flight director is talking about the issue we've had on first stage, working the pressurization system. Decision right now is that we are going to stop the launch for today.
No!
We're going to transition the launch attempt to a lit dress rehearsal. So that means we're going to continue with the countdown sequence of events. We'll continue loading propellant, finishing up here shortly on the second stage. We'll also continue loading propellant onto the first stage, wrapping up at T-minus 3 minutes. We're also going to go through This will be a full validation for the team, but currently the plan right now is we're waiting for final word. Is that I think at T-minus 10 seconds, we will finally stop the clock and then recycle the countdown for today.
No!
T-minus 8 minutes and counting.
F in the chat, guys.
On both the first and second stage, you can see the Starship second stage with the heat shield tiles there.
Yeah, shopping it
Carry
is.
jobs are open. You can see the condensation around the first stage.
To be fair, I've had lots of fun. I've eaten lots of junk food.
Large super heavy first stage.
It's more the case of
continuing until T-minus 3 minutes.
I've got to do this again.
As a reminder, and there's a great view looking up at the Raptor engines, the 33 engines. There's an outer ring of 20 engines. And then
I wanted this to happen to see you fail.
And adjust the course of the
the reason for the F is a scrub.
Of course, the first stage is
they're scrubbing it.
Down towards the water
so now,
Gulf of Mexico.
I've got to...
Now, when both stages are loaded,
Rich, you know, if they say they're doing this tomorrow...
We'll have just over 10 million pounds of liquid propellant on board.
If they say tomorrow, Rich, then...
Inside T-minus 7 minutes, we're continuing to count. team is preparing.
Ah, that's
for
okay.
the
When I
hole
get his
and scrub
45
at
quid, I'll
T-minus
feel
10
much,
seconds.
much better.
Now the good news is everything's been going good. We're just looking at one issue.
Actually, have I
we are
received that yet,
continuing to
Rich?
count. Team will get
I
this
don't
as
know.
an excellent opportunity to run the end-to-end of the system.
Ow, my knee just clicked.
Now,
Ow, my other knee
in
just
the
clicked.
next few minutes, the guidance system would be performing
Oh,
its final
man.
alignment. We'll be doing that this morning. The automated flight termination system would be armed. We won't need to arm it today as we won't be flying, and we'll do final thrust vector control checkouts, what we call wiggles, of the Raptor engines on the first and second stages. Now, normally in a countdown, if we needed to hold, there's a view of the second stage Raptor engines, just above the first stage.
Man
Now, as I mentioned, in
alive.
a regular countdown, if we needed to hold, that would come at T-minus 40 seconds.
Get your
That's
butt
the
round
point in the
here.
countdown
When the
where we can
yeah,
pause to
I'm
wait
coming
for
straight
final
around.
checkouts or pressurization to complete.
Well,
Earlier this morning,
looks
we thought we might
like
have to hold it 40 seconds. Everything's
is
looking
that
good,
10 people
except for the
were
one
wrong,
pressurization issue that the team
including
is
myself.
going to have to troubleshoot after this morning. So we won't stop at 40 seconds
Earlier
right now.
he
We'll
says
continue all the way down to 10 seconds, and then we'll go into a recycle.
What did you say?
Into a wet dress rehearsal here, and
Yeah.
I actually
Now we're
think
coming up T-minus 5 minutes. Overall, though, Kate Shiva, it's been a good day. It's a little sad listening to the flight director say that we're going to have to stop at 10 seconds. But I guess that's for everybody. It gives us a real run-through of the launch vehicle.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Of course, we wanted to see
So
fire
I've got
today
until
and lift off,
Thursday.
but that's okay. The point of the countdown is
If it
to
goes
allow the
4:20,
teams,
I'll be well
to
happy.
progress to that T0 time in a coordinated fashion, and really to unveil any issues prior to the ignition sequence. So the countdown did its job today. It allowed us to identify that press issue, and like John mentioned, the teams are going to work through it, and we are going to basically call it off at T-minus 10 seconds. But the integrated launch teams and us, we are going to treat this as if it were still a launch day. We're going to do this, what we now call a wet dress rehearsal.
Yeah, and we've mentioned the term.
Mate,
a couple of
I
times
can't
here.
believe
we call
it.
it a wet dress rehearsal because we are wetting the propellant tanks. We are loading propellant into the vehicle. We've talked about the frost line a little bit here. That exercises the stage 0 system.
I still have
the
time to
ground
fly out to
system,
Texas.
all of our infrastructure that loads propellants onto the
That's
pad.
the only good
That
thing.
exercises
If I
our,
win the lottery
procedures
tomorrow,
with mission control teams.
I'm going to
We're
Texas
monitoring
and I'll
telemetry
do
on
a
the
stream from out there.
consoles, looking at the pressures and the rates and the temperatures, and some of those things look a little bit different when you're getting up to the pre-flight
Not sure
pressurization
how this
levels
is
and
going to
full
work.
propellant load. So we're learning things today about the integrated tests that are going to set us up for success in a future attempt later on, hopefully in the next 48 hours or so. And Kate,
Mate.
like it's also worth mentioning here,
Very,
we're
very
still
wet,
gonna get
yeah.
the count through to a pretty around the T-minus 10 second mark. So we're really going to exercise everything that we would up until that point in the vehicle states and ground procedures.
Yeah, it's like we said before, any data that we can collect today is super helpful, and that's exactly what we're doing. We are continuing to collect this data
Mate.
and allow the teams to have be better.
Someone just
informed for the
posted,
next
get
attempt.
your boat out of the way.
Unfortunately, due to the needing to recycle the propellant, we are looking at a minimum of 48 hours until we are able to attempt this flight test again. So we're not quite sure what that timing will be at the moment, but we're looking at a minimum of 48 minutes, or excuse me, of 48 hours at this point in time.
48
But
hours.
exactly as you said.
Okay,
things look a
Rich, so
little
we
bit
do get to go
different
to
on
London
launch day,
tomorrow.
And we allow the countdown to do its job, to basically get to this point, to allow the teams to work through the issues. And we're going to continue, like we said before, we're going to continue all this down all the way to T-minus 10 seconds. And that will really allow the teams to pretend like this is launch day and continue and gather that data.
Yeah, Kate, it's on the one hand, it's a little bittersweet. On the other hand, we watched them go all the way through first stage propellant load.
Mate,
just now
48
wrapping up
hours,
the second
they
stage,
will
even the
post,
header tank
yes,
up under the
so,
nose of the Starship that you can
hang
see
on, what's
on
this,
the
48
monitors.
hours, they will postpone again
Actually,
after
that all
48
went
hours.
very well today.
Oh, mate.
The weather was
So
excellent.
48 hours, that's
Everything was looking
Wednesday
good. Sadly, we just have the
morning.
one issue, but that is letting the team continue to
So
count
I
down.
have...
And we're going to continue with it here until we get the clock hold at T-minus 10
So
seconds.
I do have
Yeah,
one
for
trick
those
up
of
my
you,
sleeve for work,
that
Rich.
have just joined us, we're now at
So,
T-minus 1 minute
as
and
long
30 seconds
as
to what
Sue
would have been the
is
launch
not working
of our Starship
the day...
flight test,
Oh,
but
they just moved the
unfortunately
engines.
due to
As
a
long as
safety
Sue is not
issue, we are
working the
going
day
to,
that I need to
utilize
swap,
today as a wet
she will
dress
swap a day
rehearsal.
with me.
Instead, we are not going to
So, let's say when they go for Wednesday, they scrub it again for 48.
and we are expecting a minimum
That'll
of
be
48
Wednesday,
hours in order
Thursday,
to
Friday.
recycle.
So, Sue will
it's all
swap the
good news, though.
Friday
There's
for
nothing really to
another
be sad
day.
about other than we had hoped to be able
So
to
it'll be
stop
Wednesday
today,
next
but,
week. I'd have to work.
That's okay.
Now, one thing to
I can
point
do
out to
that.
folks, when we do come back,
Mate.
when we clear this and we fly, one of the things you'll hear in the last minute, you won't be hearing us because we'll be listening to the countdown. But at T-minus 30 seconds, that's when the flight director would give the final go for launch. Love to have heard that this morning, but it's something to look forward to.
Absolutely.
The other thing to look at
Looks like I'm not going out. I was meant to be going out Wednesday as well.
lighting the engines.
I don't think I'm going out.
On your monitor, you can see there T-minus
Unless we're going to go
40
later on in the
seconds. We
day.
did hit 40-second hold point. And they are holding for a moment. In the end, they will release that hold. We'll go the last 30 seconds. But yes, when we do get to day of launch, the last thing to look at is in the last 6 seconds, light the Raptor engines in
sneeze.
succession. So unlike Falcon 9, we're going to have to do that a little longer. We're hearing right now the clock is going to hold here at T-minus 40 seconds. The Super Heavy and Starship are looking good. So with that, Kate, it's been a fast-paced morning. You know, we got through it really quickly. But at this point, we're going to have to call it a morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Less than
for those of
48
you
hours.
that have recently just joined us, we unfortunately had a hold on the countdown today, and that is going to scrub our launch attempts. But we are expecting a minimum of 48 hours in order to recycle. So be sure to keep an eye on our social channels, and we'll share information as soon as it becomes available. Until then, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
Well, there we have it, guys. That was a scrub. I mean, we should have seen it coming, to be fair. But, yeah, hang on, let me put me back in the office. There we go. So, yeah. Yes, I do have Twitter. So, if you... let me see, what is actually my Twitter handle? So, I will chuck it in the chat because... It's not actually... It's actually my original one that I used at college. So, oh, yeah. Is that... Oh, it's the underscore in it. I always forget about the underscore. There you go. So that is my Twitter handle. Why is there a random... There's a random camera frame in the way. There we go. So yeah, that is my Twitter handle. Oh wow, I actually follow 800 people, and I've almost got... You'll be my 90th follower. So yeah, that was a long old stream. We got 4 hours and 22 minutes. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a scrub for today. But as soon as we know anything, I'll retweet, quote tweet, whatever. The updates from SpaceX. Hopefully, it's Wednesday by 48 hours. Yeah, hopefully Wednesday or Thursday. I mean, if it goes Thursday, we're fine because I've booked the day off work. If they don't go, it'll be Saturday or something like that. So I do have options to trade my shifts if I have to. So, or I could just come in. Yeah, hopefully we get a real launch. Yeah. I still need it to go in April to win a bet with another person from Twitter. So, and apparently, if I win this and it does lift off before the end of April, the guy has got like 5 point something thousand followers. He's gonna directly like link all his followers to my YouTube channel. If not, I got paying 50 quid, which, you know, 50, even if I lost it, 50 quid for the publicity is not too bad. Oh man, oh look at the bottom right. Look all, oh, it looks so cool. But yeah, that is gonna do it for today. I am now gonna go and get ready to go shopping with Tubblesmeister and my father. So guys, thank you very much for watching. I'm sitting too far away from my thing now. Yeah, thank you very much for watching, guys. I'm Lee. Fly safe, land safer.